Khrushchev. Edward Crankshaw. Contents. 1. From log cabin to Red Square. 2. The child, then the man. 3. Revolution, chaos, civil war. 4. First steps of a very long climb. 5. More Stalinist than Stalin. 6. To Moscow. Perseverance and intrigue. 7. City politics, Moscow style. 8. We have a beautiful metro. 9. The Great Purge. 10. Viceroy of the Ukraine. 11. 1939, Invader of Poland. 12. The Great Patriotic War. 13. Reconstruction, Russification. 14. Overture to the struggle for supremacy. 15. Stalin's end, Malenkov's challenge. 16. The chieftain finds his voice. 17. Old dogmas, new ideas. 18. The secret speech and the world stage. 19. Victory, the dictator by consent. 20. A visionary imprisoned by his past. Chronological record. Notes and sources. Chapter 1. From log cabin to Red Square. One evening when Khrushchev was at the summit of his power, he was holding forth in one of his more ebullient moods to a group of Western diplomatists at a reception in Moscow. Suddenly, irritated by their professional coolness and evasiveness, he checked himself and exclaimed, "When I find myself talking to you gentlemen, I also find myself wondering. You all went to great schools, to famous universities, to Harvard, to Oxford, to the Sorbonne. I never had any proper schooling. I went about barefoot and in rags. When you were in the nursery I was herding cows for 2 kopecks. I had no diplomatic training. And yet here we are, and I can make rings round you all. Tell me, gentlemen, why? That story is no doubt partly apocryphal, like most good stories. But like most apocryphal stories, it strikes at the heart of the matter. Nobody in that little circle cared to hazard an answer to Khrushchev's interesting question. It is worth trying to answer it now. He was born in 1894, the child of peasants who were later driven from the land, the family home, by poverty. The family home belonged to his grandfather. It was a mud hut, or izba, with a ragged thatched roof, in Kalinovka, a poor village in the very rich government of Kursk, where Great Russia borders the Ukraine. The grandfather had been born a serf, the absolute chattel of his master, who could sell him, or exchange him for a pony or a gun dog, without anybody asking why. 1. His son, Sergei Khrushchev, was one of those many peasants who were defeated by the consequences of the abolition of serfdom by Alexander II in 1861, soon after the Crimean War. There was not enough land to go round, only the strongest, the cleverest, the most predatory among them could make a decent living from their own land. The rest scraped a subsistence, got hopelessly into debt to the inevitable greedy and acquisitive village kulak, spent their energies toiling for a pittance on the big landowners' fields, or drifted to the towns to better themselves. Sergei Nikolaevich was one of these. Leaving his wife and children behind in his father's izba, he went seasonally to work for the winter as a carpenter in the coal fields of the Donets Valley, returning in the spring to work on the land. His great ambition, Khrushchev was much later to say, was to buy himself a horse, but he never saved enough for this, and, in the end, the whole family moved for good. Thus the infant Khrushchev was one of a vast family of nearly 100 million peasants, mainly illiterate, lately liberated from serfdom, who then formed 4/5 of the population of Imperial Russia. Nobody knows where the name Khrushchev came from. But there was a wealthy landowning family of Khrushchevs in the eastern Ukraine, and it is likely that Nikita's own forebears lived as serfs on the Khrushchev estate, taking their name from the master, as was common in those days. Nikita himself was christened Nikita Sergeyevich, Nikita son of Sergei, after his father. He was a child without a history, and as an infant he was lucky to survive. There was nothing in his background to distinguish him from 100 million other peasants so primitive and backward in their attitudes and standards that they belonged effectively to another world from ours. 60 years later, nevertheless, he was to become the autocrat of the Soviet Empire, now the home of 220 million souls, disposing of a massive and complex economy, a vast and modern army, navy, and air force, and presiding over the launching of the first man into space. His opportunity was the revolution of 1917, which shattered the framework of Russian society and threw the field open to all the talents, heavily favoring the workers in the towns. But there were still more than 100 million peasants and workers for Khrushchev to compete with. He was 23 at the time of the revolution and his education had been limited to 2 or 3 years in the village school. He did not join the Bolsheviks until 1918, when he was 24. It would be evident from this brief record alone that Khrushchev was a man of extraordinary gifts and also of obvious limitations. Yet when he began to emerge as the supreme leader of the Soviet Union in 1954, there were many who could not bring themselves to believe that he was a man with the secret of leadership and power. He was contrasted unfavorably with his predecessor, Stalin, a pygmy, it was said, had succeeded a giant. To understand how this mistake could be made and to appreciate the character of Khrushchev, it is necessary to range far and wide over the landscape of Russian society, moving away from the record of the man's immediate activities, and back again. He was formed by the Russia which he himself sought to mold, and because in a book of this limited size it is out of the question to bring alive the whole country, for so long terribly convulsed, we must, from time to time, select certain keys to the general situation. For example, it is useful to bear in mind that Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev was born at almost precisely the same moment in time as the fictional hero of Pasternak's great novel, Dr. Zhivago. The Russia into which he was born and the times through which he lived were thus the Russia and the times of Yuri Zhivago. But Zhivago was a bourgeois and Khrushchev was a peasant. When Yuri Zhivago was riding about the Russian countryside in an open carriage with his uncle, visiting wealthy and cultivated rural notabilities, the young Khrushchev, 9 years old, had already left school and was herding the village cows. Uncle Kolya was interested in the land problem, and on one of his excursions, with Yuri Zhivago at his side, he reflected aloud to the driver on the dangerous mood of the peasants. "People are getting pretty rough here," he said. "A merchant has had his throat slit and the stud farm of the Zemsky has been burned down. What do you think of it all? What are they saying in your village? What do you expect them to say? The peasants have got out of hand. They've been treated too well. That's no good for the likes of us. Give the peasants rope and God knows we'll all be at each other's throats." 2. Uncle Kolya's driver was a jumped-up hanger-on of the Russian intelligentsia, himself precariously separated from the immemorial masses by a veneer of education. Nikita Khrushchev was a child of those peasants. The year was 1903. Again, in the civil war after the revolution, that fearful, confused, anarchic, treacherous struggle in which Zhivago found himself unable to aim his rifle to shoot a fellow countryman, even when under fire himself, Nikita Khrushchev, now 25, a new Bolshevik, was a Red Army man, ready to fight ruthlessly and violently and urging ruthlessness and violence on his softer comrades. Much later, when Lara, Pasternak's beloved heroine, was taken away by the political police to perish miserably, Nikita Khrushchev stood at the right hand of the man who caused her to be sent away. One day Lara went out and did not come back. She must have been arrested in the street, as so often happened in those days, and she died or vanished somewhere, forgotten, a nameless number on a list which was later mislaid, in one of the innumerable concentration camps in the north. Those are the closing words of Dr. Zhivago, except for the epilogue. Khrushchev was later to do away with many of those concentration camps, but, when he attained supreme power, he retained a number of them. And it was he who allowed Pasternak, the creator of Yuri Zhivago and Lara, to be persecuted to death, and when Pasternak was dead he allowed the real Lara, one of the models for Pasternak's heroine, who had in fact survived the labor camps, to be picked up and arrested on a trumped-up charge and sent away again, this time with her young daughter. 3. He also brought Russia into the 20th century, though even now, over large areas of the country, peasant life is as wretched as it was when he himself was a child. Chapter 2. The child, then the man. At the turn of the century, when Khrushchev was 6 years old, the revolutionary ferment among the students, the intelligentsia, and in innumerable families of the nobility was building up to a dangerous head of force. There were two main revolutionary parties. By far the largest were the social revolutionaries, who believed in violence and individual acts of terror, and exhibited their main strength in the provinces and the countryside. Smaller, but more coherent and cohesive, were the social democrats, who took their inspiration from Karl Marx and, eschewing violence and assassination, looked for support among the urban proletariat. These had no faith in the ability of the peasants, overwhelming in numbers though they were, to effect by violence any useful change. Revolution must come, but it could come only when the town workers, the urban proletariat, had grown numerous, strong, and desperate enough to turn against their masters and seize for themselves the means of industrial production. It was this party which, in 1903, was split by Lenin into two wings, his own, the Bolsheviks on the one hand, on the other, the Mensheviks. The Bolsheviks, like Lenin himself, were opportunists. The Mensheviks, more theoretical, were better Marxists. The lives of the villagers deep in the interior, often hundreds of miles from any railway, connected with the outer world only by rivers, frozen in winter, and by dirt tracks, monstrously rutted in the heat of summer, impassable because of mud for long periods during the spring thaws and the autumn rains, were hardly affected by this ferment. They had their waves of violence and then subsided into brooding. When Khrushchev's father was a young man, there was a great movement among the students and the intelligentsia of Russia to go to the peasants, to educate them by precept and example, to prepare them for the day when they could rise up in an organized manner and demand for themselves a decent life. But these missionary efforts were not well received. It was not for nothing that the peasants were called the dark people, cunning, sly, inured to a centuries-old burden of suffering, primitive in their cultivations. They had a profound instinct for ultimate self-preservation, and they regarded with hostility, suspicion, and contempt the efforts of the starry-eyed idealists to help them to better ways. In famine years they were stricken, and this was the will of God. What could man do about it when week in, week out, the sun blazed down from a brassy sky and withered, then scorched, and burned to nothing the crops that were to sustain them for another year? In years when there was no famine they were so accustomed to hunger as a routine affliction before the new crops could be gathered in that they accepted this as part of the rhythm of life. Ridden by priests, but not helped by them, superstitious in their religion to the point of idolatry, living to themselves in tight family networks, often drunk on cheap vodka, treating their wives like cattle, but submitting to the absolute rule of the grandmother, the babushka, they resisted all interference from outside. Their revolutionary feelings, which sometimes fitted in with the program of the social revolutionaries, were limited in expression to sudden, uncoordinated outbursts of terrifying violence, when, usually drunk, they would slit the throat of a merchant, or burn down the landlord's house. Many an ardent political and educational missionary from the towns was also set on in this way. For the rest, they lived in their izbas with mud or wooden walls, their animals under the same roof, spending interminable hours and days and weeks of the long dark winters on the wooden benches which were the only furniture, with the grandparents and the children stretched out on the stifling heat of the big flat surface of the cooking stove of clay or brick. It was not all misery. Long spells of idleness would alternate with bursts of pent-up energy as they set about their cultivations and harvesting, trying to cram a year's work into the all-too-short season during which the land could be worked. They used wooden plows and mowed and harvested with primitive scythes and sickles and threshed with flails. In the forested areas they were clever with the adze and the axe, which were also deadly weapons. Their feast days were frequent and long drawn out and full of song and drunken horseplay. Every funeral was the occasion for a village wake. Yet Khrushchev, like many more besides, became a revolutionary, and, in due course, found himself first working with and for the intelligentsia whom he as a peasant despised, then turning on them and helping to kill them off, then triumphantly ruling over their successors whom he needed for his rockets and Sputniks and other ornaments of high civilization. The bridge between Khrushchev and the active revolutionaries was the industrial town. Russia under Alexander III and Nicholas II was beginning to industrialize itself, largely with the aid of foreign capital and under the direction of foreign entrepreneurs, but except in certain quite exceptional centers, above all Petersburg, there was nothing yet in the way of a settled artisan class. Most of the factories and the mines in the new centers were worked by peasants, like Khrushchev's father, whose hearts were still with the land, who kept their places in the village communes warm, and who drifted purposefully to and fro, on foot, by sledge, by unsprung peasant cart, over quite surprisingly long distances between their remote villages and the new industrial centers. The feeling of attachment to the land was so deep and compelling that it was a common thing for men who had risen high in the government service and were permanently resident in Petersburg, Moscow, or Odessa, whose children were born in city apartments, to pay their dues to the mayor of their native village and thus keep open for themselves their claim on their tiny share of the land which, one day, in a country run by arbitrary force, might suddenly come to be their only means of support. This ambivalence, this absence of a hard line between countryside and town, persists even to this day after the transformation of the country by the 5-year plans into a largely industrial society. Officials in dark suits, with briefcases, who spend their days in city offices, still keep their precious ties with the collectives, the kolkhozy, which work the land where they, or their fathers, were born. Khrushchev's father, as we have seen, made his way regularly each autumn to the coal mines in the valley of the Donets, the Donbas, where he lived hard, with thousands of others like him, separated from his family, and sleeping in odd corners or in the crowded dormitories of bleak and ugly workers' barracks. This seasonal segregation of the sexes was one of the peculiar features of the Russian Industrial Revolution, and it had a good deal to do with the slow growth of industrial towns. There were fewer than 30 towns with a population of 100,000. Except, as in Petersburg, Moscow, and a few other places, where industry was tacked onto an existing city, there was an air of the provisional about all Russian industrial centers, an air, indeed, of the camp, with a marked absence of all those amenities: churches, chapels, public houses, meeting halls, music halls, which are the expression, however seedy and inadequate, of a settled communal life. And, indeed, this tradition persisted in post-revolutionary Russia. The workers' barracks were very much a feature of the new industrial centers of the 5-year plan period. During the Great Reconstruction after the Second World War, segregation was so marked that for a period of years the fields were worked almost exclusively by women, boys, and very old men. Millions of the able-bodied men were dead, millions more were hard at work rebuilding industry. In the early days of this process, the young Khrushchev was transplanted from the countryside to become a settled urban worker. His boyhood had been rough, but poverty and hunger and long hours in the fields were mitigated by the deep satisfactions of country life. The boy had no boots, but at least he could feel the hot sand of the dirt roads and the spongy grass of the pastures between his toes. He could fish, even if it meant poaching and being caught and beaten by keepers. He could drink in the sounds and smells of the broad, the ever-fluid Russian plain. Kalinovka was not far from the Turgenev country. It, too, had its nightingales, its long summer twilights and early dawns. At 15 all this was finally behind him, and for the rest of his life he was to be a dweller in towns. But he never escaped from the countryside, and his peasant background was to move right into the foreground of all his activity when, now a world statesman, he showed himself happiest talking to farmers, littering his speeches with peasant wit, and, out of his own deep understanding of peasant backwardness and stubbornness, conservatism above all, knocking peasant heads together and telling them what to do to make a better living for themselves. His childhood days had been rough, but they had the glow of life. His adolescence was rough with no redeeming feature. It was lived out in a squalid mining town, or encampment, called Yuzovka in the Donbas. Yuzovka was later to become Stalino, the very heart and capital of the Donbas industrial complex, the German occupation of it in 1941 marked the destruction of the whole vast industrial area of the Ukraine upon which, until that date, the economy of the Soviet Union very much depended. After the war it was rebuilt as an urgent priority, in spite of the great transfer of industry to the Urals and beyond, and it is now a large city of massive buildings and a strong, if rough, communal life renamed, since Stalin's posthumous destruction, Donetsk. Yuzovka was named after a Welshman called Hughes, who built the iron works there in 1869. By the time of the Khrushchev migration the town and the whole region round it was effectively in the hands of foreign concessionaires. I worked, Khrushchev himself was much later to say, at a factory owned by Germans, at pits owned by Frenchmen, and at a chemical plant owned by Belgians. There I discovered something about capitalists. They are all alike, whatever their nationality. All they wanted from me was the most work for the least money that kept me alive. So I became a communist, and all my conscious life I worked with my whole heart and all my energy for my party. I was not born a communist any more than you are born members of your own parties. But life is a great school. It thrashes you and bangs you about and teaches you. 1. This is an oversimplification. It was 1906 when Khrushchev settled with his parents in Yuzovka, 3 years after Lenin had quarreled with his fellow Social Democrats and founded the Bolshevik Party. Khrushchev did not join the Bolsheviks until 1918, when he was 24 and when Lenin was already in power. Soviet sources, and Khrushchev himself, prefer to blur this point, and we have not been told why Khrushchev took so long to make up his mind to follow Lenin. But there was nothing disgraceful about this hesitation. Khrushchev was a rebel long before he became a communist, and he was in good company. The great majority of the most ardent rebels in those days were anything but Bolsheviks, including most of the dedicated humanitarian idealists and many of the fiercest destructive spirits, among them Trotsky. If we do not know why Khrushchev did not join the Bolsheviks or any other revolutionary party sooner, we can at least guess, putting together what we know of those sullen, restless times and what we now know of the character of Khrushchev himself. All through his public life, familiar from 1953 onwards, quite well documented in outline as we shall see, but unfamiliar to all but specialists for 25 years before that date, he was to show a remarkable sense of timing. It was not an unerring sense, but it was keen to a degree. During that epoch of his career, the last 12 years, which was lived out under the eyes of all the world, this gift, this sense of timing, was often obscured by the continuous noisy running commentary, a kind of glorified conjurer's patter, which accompanied and partly covered all his actions. But it was very much in evidence underneath the blarney and the ballyhoo. And it was a gift which went hand in hand with a very cool and cautious and far-sighted mind. Time and time again, first as a provincial boss with great powers, then as a metropolitan figure, then as a national chieftain, finally as an international statesman, he showed that he could withdraw from the scrummage, quietly watching the state of play with almost perfect detachment, and then move in to strike at the critical moment. Often and often his most compelling exhibitions of apparent indiscretion were no more than cover, a sort of smoke screen, for these spells of intent and purposeful watchfulness. At the same time he was always a great learner. He was constantly talking about learning from life, and he was, indeed, one of life's most eager and rewarding pupils. He even had the gift, so rare among politicians, of learning from his own mistakes. He must have been always like this. The youth of 18 held the pattern of the autocrat of 60. Rough, impulsive, coarse in his language, inclined to bully he must have been then, but also watchful and cautious and learning. He had a great deal to learn. In biographies of Western statesmen, whose lives from childhood onwards may be reconstructed and documented in some detail, the usual method of procedure is for the biographer to start at the beginning and go on to the end, building up the character of his hero as he proceeds. But the early lives of Soviet politicians are not documented at all, and we are told next to nothing about them. Khrushchev used to talk about his own life, or part of it, more freely than any other post-revolutionary Russian politician, but he did not tell us much, and it is not until he began making important public speeches in his middle 30s that we can begin to trace the development of his career and his way of thinking with any certainty. Thus, in order to understand the sort of person Khrushchev was when, in 1918, at 24, he became a Bolshevik, we need the clearest possible picture of the mature public figure. Only then can the scanty information about his early days and the few extremely revealing photographs of the young communist boss begin to make sense. All the world has seen Khrushchev on television and knows what he looked like at the height of his power and how he spoke. But television performances conceal as much as they reveal. We can do a little better than that. We can catch Nikita Khrushchev as he appeared before he achieved confidence as a world statesman. We can catch him, also, speaking not to a mass audience or even in carefully calculated indiscretions to foreign diplomatists, but to a small group of people whose brains he was trying to pick, as far as he knew unobserved by any outsider. The occasion was Khrushchev's first visit to the world outside his own closed society, that celebrated pilgrimage to Yugoslavia in 1955, about which we shall have more to say later. With Marshal Bulganin, titular prime minister, cheerful and blowsy and very much in holiday mood, and Anastasia Mikoyan, grimly sardonic and fathomlessly bored, he had gone to Belgrade to make the quarrel up with Marshal Tito, whom Stalin had so viciously and vainly sought to destroy, using every method short of military bombardment or invasion. He found himself with a harder task on his hands than he had expected. It was clear from the moment he stepped from the aeroplane, a squat little figure with flapping trousers, that he was taking it quite for granted that Tito would be flattered and overjoyed by this grand gesture of a reconciliation, the leaders of mighty Russia abasing themselves before the master of a poor, weak country. Tito must certainly have felt triumphant, but he showed no joy, and he made it clear at once that he was standing no nonsense of any kind at all. The first nonsense was when Khrushchev in his speech at the airport said he had come to bury the hatchet, that the Soviet Union had behaved badly towards Yugoslavia, but it had all been the fault of Beria. Tito knew it was the fault of Stalin, who had not then been pulled from his pedestal, and he knew that Khrushchev, Bulganin, and Mikoyan had been among Stalin's chief aides. He was not going to have the whole affair, which had been a matter of life and death for Yugoslavia, nearly death, smoothly blamed on the chief policeman of the Soviet Union, who had been executed by his colleagues less than 2 years earlier. He showed his displeasure. He interrupted the interpreter who had started putting Khrushchev's speech into Serbo-Croat, and stalked off, waving on his Russian visitors, to the waiting car. This was Khrushchev's first mistake. He swallowed its consequences and never made that mistake again. During the next few days he was to make so many mistakes that the onlookers, the diplomatists, and the journalists, began to write him off as a clumsy nonentity, who could not possibly last long. What they appeared not to see was that Khrushchev registered his mistakes as he made them, digested them, and never made the same mistake twice. What most of them never had a chance to see was Khrushchev at his ease, concentrating on a job in hand which he really understood. Tito made things as difficult and awkward as he could. This man, who himself went about in fear of assassination, decided to show off by conducting his visitors through crowded streets in an open car. Khrushchev was used to bulletproof cars with shaded windows, tearing in convoy through the cleared streets in Moscow. But he blinked only once before stepping into this death trap of a vehicle, and then settled down, waving to unresponsive crowds, as to the manner born. In private meetings Tito declared himself ready to resume cordial state relations with the Soviet Union, but he would have nothing to do with the Soviet Communist Party as such. Khrushchev was there not as prime minister but solely as first secretary of the Soviet Communist Party. At a grandiose reception in the White Palace, Tito put all his senior officials into dinner jackets and their wives into full evening dress. The Russians had no dinner jackets and arrived, to be kept standing in the glare of Klieg lights, still dressed in their badly cut, square-shouldered summer suits. Bulganin looked foolish, Mikoyan looked daggers. Khrushchev simply blinked a little and stood, quite passively and patiently, his hands clasped loosely in front of him. Tito insisted on racing Khrushchev about the Adriatic in a high-powered motorboat. Khrushchev was not sick. He must have had a most humiliating time, but he came through it, and he became, at the end, enough himself to get noisily drunk at the Soviet embassy reception. It was the last time he was ever to get seriously drunk in public. And in the middle of it all, in spite of many harassments, in spite of innumerable snubs by his host, he was able, when necessary, to concentrate on the job in hand. One day, after being rushed all over the Yugoslav countryside, he had to visit a factory at Ljubljana in Slovenia. The factory made turbines, it was new and up-to-date, and the construction of pre-stressed concrete with a finely arching cantilever roof was beautiful and impressive. There was a large assortment of Western journalists waiting for the arrival of the Russians. Only 2 were to receive permission to join the party on its tour of the factory, and in the end the correspondent of the Times was chosen, a young woman of a startling elegance and beauty not readily associated with Printing House Square, and the correspondent of the Observer. We were chosen because the Times spoke Serbo-Croat and could understand the interpretations, while the Observer spoke a little Russian and could, it was hoped, listen in to Khrushchev and his colleagues. There was the usual immense procession of officials, engineers, hangers-on, East European journalists, and the rest. Khrushchev and Bulganin leading, the procession made its way at a brisk pace down the vast central aisle of the swept and garnished building, with great chunks of recondite machinery in various stages of completion and assembly dotted about the floor in a surrealist manner, or suspended from overhead rails. Khrushchev was not interested in the machinery, he had that at home. What he was interested in was the building itself, which was a model of functional design and light as air. For some months past, in Russia, he had been touring the country on one of his crusades, this time a crusade for the use of concrete, especially prefabricated concrete units, for industrial and institutional buildings. The Soviet press had been full of nothing else for weeks, as, earlier, it had been full of nothing but maize as the universal panacea. Khrushchev, to hear him, might have invented concrete. Well, here concrete was, in a perfect object lesson in what it might do. In the middle of that vast hall, Khrushchev stopped and proceeded to deliver a lecture to Bulganin, Mikoyan, Shepilov, and anybody else who cared to listen. They had heard it all before, and they looked as if they had heard it all before. But this did not deter the master. He had talked to them about concrete, now he was showing them concrete. Would they kindly pay attention to what he said, make a note of what they saw, and get on with the manufacture of concrete and the construction of concrete buildings when they got home? Bulganin emerged from his perpetual purring dream for long enough to look intelligent and reply that indeed he would see to it. Mikoyan said nothing. The Yugoslav conducting officials were a little taken aback. They had wanted to show off their turbines, of which they were very proud. They wanted to talk about their workers' councils, in which Khrushchev was not interested. They were presenting a splendid picture, and here was Khrushchev insisting on praising the frame. They had also expected Khrushchev to have something to say to the workers, grouped round their machines, but this working-class master of the original workers' paradise seemed unaware of the existence of the workers. Like a caricature of a capitalist tycoon, he poked around and prodded, never addressing a question to the men on the job, behaving as though they were not there. This was a shock. It was also another mistake. By the time that tour was over, Khrushchev had registered this mistake. The Yugoslavs took the line that the workers mattered, very well. Next day, at a factory in Zagreb, he remembered the workers and talked to them a great deal. At the end of this little tour, the Yugoslav hosts had arranged for the Russians and a handful of Yugoslavs to move into the factory director's room for drinks and conversation. When the time came for this, the Times and the Observer were both just behind Khrushchev and just in front of Mikoyan. It was the easiest thing to infiltrate with them before the barrier was closed. The chief Soviet and the chief Yugoslav security men looked a little surprised, but the Russians must have thought they were accredited Yugoslavs, and the Yugoslavs must have thought they were accredited Russians. There were only a dozen or so people in that room, but both newspapers were offered drinks with the rest. Bulganin from now on could not take his eyes off the times. While Khrushchev talked technicalities, his eyes strayed constantly. In the end he could resist no longer. He leaned across to where the Times was standing, patted her gently, raised his glass, beamed moonily and murmured, "A vous, madam," words he had clearly been rehearsing for some minutes past. He went on beaming. Khrushchev's eyes, a little startled, flickered across, but he had seen beautiful young women before. Mikoyan looked disgusted. The meeting proceeded. The real interest was Khrushchev himself. He sat down in an armchair in front of a round table spread with blueprints. He drank freely and absently, but he was a man transformed. No longer the public clown, no longer the bullying demagogue, no longer the man showing off about concrete, his whole immense vitality was concentrated on the job in hand. The job in hand was twofold: first, to understand the details of the concrete construction and to make sure that these details were conveyed to him in Moscow in such a form that they could be readily and completely understood by Soviet engineers; secondly, to tell the Yugoslavs that all their ideas about a workers' democracy, about workers' participation in factory management were so much nonsense, and why workers had to be told what to do and made to do it, and that was that any government, any managerial staff, which shirked this responsibility in the name of democracy was heading straight for trouble. All this was done very quietly but with an authority which was absolute. This little man, no longer a comic figure with badly fitting clothes, had become, without emphasis, without raising his voice, the born and unquestioned master. There are some great men who, in a group, achieve their ascendancy by, as it were, radiating vitality, by giving out. Khrushchev gave out nothing. He was learning, and at the same time commanding. He became at once the still center of that small and powerful gathering, and instead of giving he took. It was as though all the energies, all the vitality, of everybody in that room were being drained from each individual and absorbed into this small figure who knew just what he wanted and was going to get it with perfect economy of effort, and just what he did not want. It took only a barely perceptible wave of the hand to divert an eager torrent of explanation, which he did not want. It took a single word to turn the conversation in the direction he required. Another man who had this quality, this capacity to subdue, to draw out, to pull the essence of other people's specialized experience almost physically into his own mind, without lifting a finger to dominate, was the late Ernest Bevin, who could also be garrulous and bullying, and histrionic on occasion. It was impossible to watch this performance without being convinced that behind Khrushchev the showman and the extrovert there was a man born to supreme authority. It explained a great many things. It explained, when one came to think of it, his early career. We have to reconcile two images: on the one hand, the rough, loquacious, joking, bullying extrovert, impetuous to the point of recklessness; on the other, the calculator, withdrawn into himself, watching, learning, waiting. The supreme authority which he was to show in that Ljubljana factory by the carriage of his head, the exactness and economy of a gesture, was a quality which obviously developed in later life. But those other qualities must have been present in quite early days. The side he then put forward was the rough side, and even when he was 40 years old and making a formidable career in Moscow, he consistently presented himself as a rough diamond, hectoring and familiar in his public speeches, more of a coal miner's son than he had ever been in real life. At a time when his senior colleagues were beginning to spruce themselves up, Khrushchev went about in a cloth cap spectacularly hideous even by Soviet standards, as though to emphasize his proletarian origins. Indeed, these were of the greatest value to him. The higher reaches of the Bolshevik party were not rich in proletarians. Stalin himself was a cobbler's son, but he was a Georgian, a member of an elite tribe, and he had been educated for the church. Molotov, Malenkov, Zdanov, Beria, Bulganin, were all born into bourgeois families, high or low. The most distinguished of the old Bolsheviks whom Stalin killed off belonged to the intelligentsia. Khrushchev, with one or two others, was able to exploit his contempt for the bourgeois and the intelligentsia, and he did so. When, at 15, he went to work in Yuzovka, he was gifted enough to keep out of the pits and to turn himself quite soon into a skilled worker of sorts. He moved from factory to factory. He got himself trained as a fitter, and, on the eve of the 1914 war, he was in charge of the maintenance of a pithead installation, the lift cage, in which the miners went up and down. Various attempts, frequently contradictory, have been made to present the young Khrushchev as an active revolutionary worker in those early days. These include remarks made by Khrushchev himself from time to time and, more particularly, romanticist accounts of his youth put out for foreign consumption on the various occasions of his foreign tours. But there is not a word in the dry official biographies to substantiate the claims that he was engaged in large-scale strike activity, or that he undertook negotiations with the management on behalf of his workmates. Indeed, Khrushchev himself once said that he had never played any part in the trade union movement. Point 2. That he was in a rebellious frame of mind goes without saying. Yuzovka had a great tradition of belligerent labor going back to the 1880s. But after the 1905 revolt, with the shooting down of the loyal and silent demonstrators in front of the empty Winter Palace and the severe repression which followed, the labor movement in the Donbass, as elsewhere, fell into a decline. When the 15-year-old Khrushchev started work there in 1909, things were very quiet indeed. There were strikes in 1912 and 1913. But in 1914 over a third of the miners were conscripted into the army, and it was not until 1916 that industrial action began to get out of hand in protest against the sharp deterioration of living and working conditions produced by the war. During all this period, until 1916, the Bolshevik Party, numerically small, played an unimportant part. The main fomenters of revolt in Yuzovka were the Mensheviks and the Social Revolutionaries, and it was the slow recovery of these parties from the post-1905 repression which brought about the strike movement in 1912. In that year, too, Pravda had begun to appear openly, and there were groups all over the Ukraine, in Yuzovka too, engaged in trying to whip up subscriptions to the Bolshevik paper. But the Mensheviks and Social Revolutionaries were far stronger, so strong, indeed, that in the Ukraine they completely dominated the workers' councils after the March Revolution in 1917 and continued in a majority even, after the Bolshevik seizure of power in October. It was not until 6 months later that Khrushchev joined the Bolsheviks. There is one particular reason for being certain that Khrushchev had no connection with the Bolsheviks at all until, seeing which way things were going, he joined them. In 1916, when Khrushchev was 22 and doing well, Lazar Moiseyevich Kaganovich came to Yuzovka to run the Bolshevik group there. Kaganovich, a Jew from the Kiev region, was only a year older than Khrushchev, but he had been an active Bolshevik since 1911, when he was 18, in and out of prison for fomenting strikes, and, generally, a fighter who had gained such ascendancy over his fellow workers that when he was sacked from a shoe factory at Dnepropetrovsk they had carried out a successful 6-week strike to secure his reinstatement. In Yuzovka this brilliant and powerfully built young Jew must have been an outstanding and romantic figure. His task, in which he failed, was to turn the workers away from the Mensheviks and Social Revolutionaries and capture them for the party of Lenin. Any worker remotely sympathetic towards Bolshevism must have come in contact with him, and, once in contact with him, his persuasive ways, backed by an extremely strong personality, must have been hard to resist. Years later, in his steady upward climb, Khrushchev was to be very much a Kaganovich man, first his protege, then, in one job after another, his assistant and successor, finally, in 1957, his destroyer. Any association between Khrushchev and Kaganovich, however tenuous, in those Yuzovka days, would, until 1957, have been underlined in red in the official biographies. No such association is mentioned. And all this can only mean that if Khrushchev played any part at all in the pre-revolutionary workers' movement, he must have been on the side of the Mensheviks or the Social Revolutionaries. This is a thing that would not, could not, be mentioned after 1917. It is a big if, however. The signs are that the young Khrushchev was too busy bettering himself to risk his future in illegal revolutionary struggle. He was doing well by his employers. Although young and able-bodied, he was not called up in 1914, clearly because he qualified for exemption as an indispensable worker. He married in 1915 and had 2 children by his first wife, who, according to his second wife, Nina Petrovna, whom he married in 1924, died in the Great Famine of 1920. At a time when the young revolutionaries were fanatically active educating themselves in political theory, in history, in everything, the young Khrushchev seems to have been quite happy without book learning. And, when the revolution finally came, in 1917, his first recorded action in the name of the revolution, took place not in Yuzovka at all, but back in his own village of Kalinovka. Suddenly he appeared there as chairman of the Peasants' Committee engaged in parceling out among the peasants the land seized from the landowners. 3 The picture we receive is of this tough, watchful, calculating mechanic observing the impact of the revolution and, leaving his bench, hurrying straight back to his native village to make sure that when the land was divided there would be some for his family. It was not until 1918 that the victory of the Bolsheviks in the Donbass over the rival revolutionary parties was clear for all to see. What Khrushchev did, in effect, was then to apply for membership of the ruling party. Not all the workers at that time hurried to join the Bolsheviks. On the contrary. But those who did were on the side of whatever authority there was. In January 1918 Lenin had dissolved the Constituent Assembly. It had sat from 4 p.m. on January 18 until 4:40 a.m. on January 19. It was the cherished symbol of all revolutionary aspiration, the first truly democratic parliament Russia had ever known. 4 But it included only 175 Bolsheviks among its 700-odd elected deputies. This would not do for Lenin. For a brief moment he had control of the only coherent force in Petrograd, the mutinous soldiers and sailors who, on the Bolsheviks' behalf, had raided the Winter Palace and swept away the unfortunate Kerensky's provisional government. He now reposed himself on that force. All power to the Soviets, was still the slogan. If only he could disperse the parliamentary opposition and thereby shatter the cohesion, such as it was, of the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries, he, Lenin, could master the Soviets and transfer their power to himself. This is what he did. The new Russian democracy functioned for exactly 12 hours and 40 minutes. Then the dictatorship of the proletariat took over. The two revolutions, the popular rising of March 1917, which had swept away the Tsarist autocracy, and the Bolshevik putsch of October 1917, which exploited the chaos and the discontent induced by Kerensky's determination to keep Russia in the war, had been carried through with very little bloodshed. The blood was to start flowing once Lenin, as chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, started to consolidate his own dictatorship. It was at this point that Nikita Khrushchev became a Bolshevik. Chapter 3. Revolution, Chaos, Civil War. The new young comrade Khrushchev had nothing to do at all with the feverish maneuvering in Petrograd whereby Lenin and his trusted colleagues organized some sort of a government and set about the seemingly hopeless task of subduing a vast country to their will, while, at the same time, holding the foreigner at arm's length, sometimes a very short arm's length. Outside Petrograd, Moscow, and one or two other centers, there was chaos. Yuzovka was part of that chaos. Khrushchev was not there. We do not know where he was, perhaps for a time at Kalinovka. Yuzovka was deep in the Ukraine, and in 1917 the Ukraine, together with the Cossack lands along the Don and the Volga, on the coasts of the Black Sea and the Caspian, rejected Bolshevism. The newly formed Red Army had only just completed the military subjugation of the Ukraine at the end of January 1918 when Trotsky, on behalf of Lenin, signed away the whole of it to Germany under the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. Then, until the Allied victory, it was governed by a German puppet, the Hetman Skoropadsky. There was no room in the Donbas for a man who felt himself neither a Ukrainian nationalist nor a pro-German. Khrushchev's first appearance as a Bolshevik was as a Red Army man in the Civil War. What he was doing is not clear. Once again the propagandists sought, years later, to magnify his position. He served, they said, as a politrabonik with the Red Army. It is hard to be convinced of this. A politrabonik, or political worker, was, even in those days, an active Bolshevik whom the party could trust. His job was to keep the Red Army volunteers and conscripts up to the mark and instruct them in the inner meaning of Bolshevism. It was a necessary job. Trotsky's Red Army was a very mixed lot. It included not only a mass of workers and peasants who joined it voluntarily, either out of conviction, or because they saw in the Bolsheviks their only hope of stopping the landlords from coming back to claim their lands, but also, in hundreds of thousands, conscripts rounded up as the Red Army established itself in new territory, or men from the armies of the Whites captured by the Red Army and given their freedom to fight for it against the Whites. Untold thousands who hardly knew white from red changed sides in this way, often many times. It was an appalling struggle, conducted in a mood of desperate savagery on both sides. Atrocity, designed as terror, was the order of the day: massacres of sleeping villages, public hangings, summary executions, murder and rape and looting, systematic arson and destruction, complex and vicious treacheries. There were formal cavalry actions, sweeping and terrifying incursions by armored trains, artillery bombardments, hand-to-hand fighting in the style of trench warfare. And behind the set pieces there went on all the time incessant guerrilla warfare, sniping, ambushing, torturing and throat-cutting, in the forests and in the towns. The Red Army had to face three separate major threats: Generals Denikin and Rgel from the south, Admiral Kolchak from Siberia, General Miller from the north. The White Armies were supported by the Western Allies, who started their intervention with a landing at Murmansk in June. The Entente powers had welcomed the March Revolution and the fall of the Tsarist autocracy. Russia, the great dumb ally, would be purged, freed of the bonds of tyranny, would fight all the harder for finding her soul. The United States Secretary of State, Mr. Lansing, went so far as to declare to the cabinet in Washington that the Russian Revolution had removed the one objection to affirming that the European war was a war between democracy and absolutism. But when, just 7 months later, democracy went under to Lenin and his Bolsheviks, who had already indicated that their first task was to take Russia out of the war, benign approval of Russian progressiveness was succeeded by embittered consternation. Nobody quite knew who the Bolsheviks were. Lenin, they did know, was an extreme revolutionary who had been brought back to Russia in the famous sealed train by the Germans, was thus, inevitably and reasonably, highly suspect. He was surrounded by a number of very conspiratorial-looking figures, often bearded in an outlandish manner, often Jews, born equivocators who were also rabble-rousers. It was natural to assume that an extreme left-wing party in a land given to revolutionary terror and assassination should be more addicted to violence than all other parties, and, indeed, Trotsky, Zinoviev, and certain others looked just the sort of men to carry bombs in their pockets. In fact, the Bolsheviks in opposition eschewed political assassination, not for moral reasons but for reasons of expediency. The social revolutionaries were the terrorists. To this image was added Lenin's actions, his denunciation of all established governments and his appeal to all the workers of the world to unite and overthrow their masters, his denunciation of all existing treaties, his immediate trampling down of the first tender shoots of Russian democracy and his imposition of what amounted to a military dictatorship, his disgraceful separate peace with Germany. The Allied response was emotional rather than reasoned. Troops were sent to bolster up any Russian government which would fight the Germans, but soon they were helping the white generals to overthrow the Bolsheviks in favor of a government pledged to continue the war, and thus keep the German armies from moving across to the Western Front. Then, desperately hard-pressed, they were also required to prevent the vast dumps of war material supplied by the Entente and piled up at Russian ports from falling into German hands. The Allied intervention was never in the least intended to restore either the monarchy or the landlords. In this context it should be remembered that the whites were not the only ones opposed to the Bolsheviks and to the separate peace. The social revolutionaries, who had filled 370 seats in the short-lived Constituent Assembly to the Bolsheviks' 175, were also fighting hard. They were still in being as a party, and at the Fifth All-Union Congress of Soviets, which met in July 1918, 4 months after the Peace of Brest-Litovsk, they tabled a motion declaring renewed war on Germany. This motion was defeated and the social revolutionary leaders were immediately arrested. But the party was far from dead. On July 6 it organized the assassination of the first German ambassador to the Soviet Union, Count Merbuk, in order to provoke the Germans to military action against the Bolshevik government. At the same time it launched its one military action against the Moscow government, which failed. The troops who went over to the social revolutionaries and joined in this ill-fated march on Moscow were indistinguishable from the troops who fought against them in the Bolshevik cause. Somewhere in this phantasmagoric mix-up was Comrade N.S. Khrushchev, allegedly a trusted political worker from the beginning, in fact a raw recruit to the Red Army. The Red Army was indeed short of political watchdogs and instructors, but Trotsky, its organizer and commander-in-chief, had high standards. A rough mechanic of 24 pitchforked into the Red Army, then fighting for its life, would have to prove himself under the eye of existing Politraboniki who had joined the party before its seizure of power, only then would he be trusted. Comrade Khrushchev, strong, rough, energetic, and at the same time calculating as he then must have been, no doubt set himself to do precisely this. It is certain that by the time the Civil War was over in 1920 he had in fact started to emerge as a useful and loyal figure, but still not a politician. And there is nothing at all in his official Civil War record to compare, for example, with Malenkov's performance. Georgy Maximilianovich Malenkov was 8 years younger than Khrushchev, but he joined the Red Army in 1919 when he was only 17 and was almost at once put to political work, even before he formally joined the party, first as the Politrabonik of a squadron, then of a brigade, then at HQ. Eastern and Turkestan Front. These are the kind of details which are included, when they exist, in all official political biographies of Soviet leaders. But it was not until Khrushchev had achieved supreme power, and not until he had destroyed Malenkov himself, and also Kaganovich, that the propagandists got to work to rewrite this bit of history and build up for him a Civil War legend. When the Civil War was over, Khrushchev went back to Yuzovka to help get coal production going. Malenkov, in contrast, at 19, was called straight to Moscow to be trained at the higher technical school. Kaganovich, the young Ukrainian revolutionary, only a year older than Khrushchev, was already working hand in glove with Stalin and was sent off to Turkestan to put down the separatist movement before, in 1922, being called back to Moscow as head of the personnel department of the party Central Committee. Khrushchev had last seen Yuzovka as a mechanic in the employ of a foreign capitalist. He returned to it as a member of the ruling party, and as assistant manager of one of the expropriated mines. The Bolsheviks were in control of the country, but now they were ruling by terror. Terror, which Lenin had found inexpedient when the Bolsheviks were in opposition, became immediately expedient when they were masters of the prisons and the machine guns. The Cheka had been set up by Lenin in December 1917. The Red Terror was formally inaugurated in December 1918. The Cheka soon found plenty to do, and within a matter of months had become a virtually autonomous force under Felix Dzerzhinsky. Its autonomy was formally recognized in September 1918. The All-Russia Cheka is absolutely independent in its activity and is invested with the power to carry out searches, arrests, and executions. Dzerzhinsky was an intellectual and highly neurotic Pole whom later generations of Soviet prisoners, and their relatives, were to look back to as a sort of chivalrous knight of a golden age, when terror was still an amateur affair, and when a personal appeal to Dzerzhinsky himself could often result in the righting of an injustice. But if the Cheka itself was autonomous, so, in effect, were local Chekist organizations. These were commanded as often as not by thugs and sadists, and the rank and file were illiterate peasant youths whose natural callousness and indifference to suffering were magnified by the unspeakable cruelties of the Civil War. Any aspiring communist activist was utterly dependent on the local Cheka for his necessary backing of force and was himself under constant surveillance from that same Cheka. A false move, an injudicious word, the slightest hint of weakness, of failure of Bolshevik resolution in carrying out the harshest tasks, and he himself would be denounced and arrested as an enemy of the people. The 27-year-old Khrushchev, assistant manager of a mine and now secretary of the party cell of that mine, was learning in the Cheka school. We have one glimpse of Khrushchev in his first days as a minor party activist. It is the picture of the burly assistant manager in his cloth cap haranguing the miners who were demanding their back pay. Everything depends on coal. How can the factories produce boots and shirts if they do not have coal? All you demand you must get with your own hands. No manna from the sky is going to come down to you. So hack away with your picks with all your might. 3. That story was told the American journalist who went first to Kalinovka, then to Donetsk, to see what light he could find on Khrushchev's origins. Not all the stories told Mr. Martin by men and women who said they had known the young Khrushchev were true, some were demonstrably untrue. But this story has the authentic ring. It is the Khrushchev we know. And, indeed, this is the sort of work Khrushchev must have been doing. There were 1 million unemployed. The countryside was ravaged by armed bands. All over the country workers were striking and demonstrating, sometimes rising up in violent rebellion, because they were not being paid more often than not for 3 or 4 months on end and because what money they had would buy nothing. And it was the job of the local party men, backed by the Cheka, to cajole them, to trick them, to bully them, into going on working. There was nothing else to be done unless Lenin chose to abdicate. This he could not do, even had he wished to. He had brought the country through the Civil War, largely represented as a quasi-patriotic war against capitalist invaders. In the course of this struggle he had built up an army and a police force upon which his power reposed. He had driven out the Western Allies and the Whites. He had conducted a war against the Poles, which had taken the Red Army to the gates of Warsaw. He had subdued strong separatist movements in the Ukraine, in the Caucasus, in Turkestan. For an internationalist who did not believe in colonialism he had done fairly well. When it was all over he ruled over the whole of the empire conquered by the Tsars, less only Poland, Finland, and Bessarabia. But that empire was a ruin. It was on men like Comrade Khrushchev, scattered thinly over the whole vast ravaged landscape of the Soviet Union, that he depended to get the economy going again. This had to be done against the background of the worst famine since 1890. There was no light, no heat, no food. The peasants were reduced to eating grass and bark and chewing leather. In extreme cases but by no means uncommon ones they ate the corpses of their neighbors. To force famished and exhausted men to work in these conditions, first to restore what factories there were, to open flooded mines, then to start producing coal, called for a very high degree of toughness and some courage. Comrade Khrushchev filled the bill. His first known contribution to the communist cause was to help get the mines of Yuzovka back into production. Either while he was still doing this, or immediately afterwards, he started going to school. The date is not certain, but the school, the Donets Mining Technical School, was not founded until May 1921. It was almost certainly not long after Khrushchev had seen his wife, still in her 20s, die of hunger and exhaustion. He had 2 young children to care for. He had found his talent for organizing people and ordering them about. But he was still hardly more than literate. Disregarding the discrepancies between the various official reports, some of which say he worked and educated himself simultaneously, some of which say that late in 1922 he became a whole-time student, it seems likely that the death of his wife in 1920 had a bearing on the matter. Be that as it may. By 1923 Khrushchev was beginning to emerge as a politician among students. and after that he was never to work with his hands again. In 1923 he became a politruk, or political guide, at the technical school. The students lived rough in a derelict, half-shattered barracks. It has been suggested that Khrushchev had better quarters because of his political work, but there is no reason to suppose this. A politruk was the lowest kind of political animal. I was personally acquainted with 2 or 3 of them serving in infantry regiments during the last war. Although they were spared certain fatigues, they belonged to the rank and file, lived in billets or dugouts with the rank and file, enjoyed no special privileges, and worked desperately hard. Their job, under the battalion commissar, was to establish a moral ascendancy over the men of their company, to interpret the news for them, to lecture endlessly. They functioned as a cross between a company education officer and a police informer. The young Khrushchev would have done all this besides slogging away at his own studies, sleeping on bedboards with his fellow students. He would have had to farm his children out, whether back in Kalinovka with relations or with acquaintances in Yuzovka. We do not know. 5 And it would have been now that he discovered not only a talent for organization and man management, to use a horrible phrase, but also for quick book learning. By 1925, when he completed his course, he was wholly literate, sufficiently indoctrinated with Leninist thinking, an expert in the differences between social revolutionaries, Mensheviks, anarchists, and all other enemies of the people. For these were the days when GPU interrogators justified their existence by smelling out counter-revolutionaries and often argued like theologians in their attempts to establish vaguely suspect individuals as social revolutionary or Menshevik conspirators. Later the emphasis was to be on wrecking and sabotage, later still, in the great purges of the 30s and thereafter, on espionage and conspiring with foreign powers. Chapter 4. First steps of a very long climb. By this time, also, Lenin was dead. He had died on January 24, 1924. For nearly a year he had lain paralysed and inert after the third of a series of strokes, almost certainly the result of the grave wounds inflicted in August 1918 by the bullets fired by Dora Kaplan-Royd, a social revolutionary. He was only 54 when he died, and, after bringing the Soviet Union through the Civil War, he had had to retreat from the frenzied campaign to achieve socialism in one sweep, falling back, in 1921, on his famous new economic policy which sought to harness the peasants and the remaining businessmen and traders of all kinds to the salvation of the economy by allowing them to work for personal gain. But he was firmly set on the path which Stalin was later to follow. It was Lenin, the internationalist, who sought to impose Bolshevism by force on all the component parts of the Tsarist Empire and who largely succeeded. It was Lenin, the philosopher, who inaugurated the Cheka and the Red Terror as a calculated act of policy. It was Lenin, the champion of the working class, who put down in blood and violence popular rising after popular rising, at last broke the hearts of many of his most staunch and idealistic supporters by smashing at Kronstadt on the Baltic the very soldiers and sailors who had carried him to victory in October 1917, now turned against him for perverting the ideals for which they had fought. It was Lenin, the humanitarian, who imposed police rule on that vast and desolate land. His right hand in all this was Leon Trotsky, who was later to spend years of exile bitterly denouncing for his tyrannic acts the man who had had the impertinence to steal the power from him when Lenin died, Joseph Stalin. Khrushchev never met Lenin. But in his days as a politruk at the technical school in Yuzovka, he heard a great deal about Trotsky, and, increasingly, about Stalin. The battle between these two, the one the flamboyant national figure who had created the Red Army, the other, colorless and unobtrusive, wonderfully calculating, was already joined, though Trotsky with all his brilliance and his catastrophic intellectual arrogance hopelessly underestimated the danger of Stalin's challenge. To Trotsky Stalin was a Georgian bandit disguised as a revolutionary. He was the man with the sickly smile, the yellow eyes, the hangdog look who clung to Lenin's coattails and was useful as a bureaucratic organizer. He detested Stalin if only because at Tsaritsyn he had changed his, Trotsky's, plan of campaign at a critical moment in the Civil War and won a decisive battle in consequence. It never seems to have occurred to Trotsky that a junior Bolshevik who dared challenge in this way the creator of the Red Army and Lenin's right hand must possess certain qualities which were worth serious consideration. We do not know what Stalin thought about Trotsky, who was his exact contemporary, but far senior to him in Lenin's eyes. We only know what he said about Trotsky, which is neither here nor there. The probability is that this brooding and vindictive condottiere, who was also a most accomplished administrator, regarded with total contempt and extreme jealousy not only Trotsky but also all those émigré revolutionaries who had flocked back to Russia in 1917, above all the intellectualizing Jews, Zinoviev and others, as well as Trotsky, who were full of sound and fury but had long been cut off from the Russian land, while he, Stalin, had been fighting and conspiring at home and serving his term in Siberia. At any rate, this is how he behaved. Lenin used him to sort out the problem of the minority nationalities and then, as the Secretary General of the Bolshevik Party, to carry out the sort of administrative duties the importance of which Lenin, who had once said that ministers were unnecessary, had always failed to comprehend. And, as Secretary General of the party, Stalin saw his opportunity. While Lenin's companions struck the attitudes, roused the rabble, and tried to cope, not very effectively, with problems of state government, Stalin applied himself to building up a bureaucratic machine which, under his direction, would one day be ready to take the government over. Thus he appointed to his secretariat a number of men, all young, who felt as he did and whose faces Lenin hardly knew. Stalin was 38, and so was Trotsky. Apart from Lenin, all the great public figures of the Bolshevik Party were in their middle and late 30s. Stalin, for his secretariat, picked the young Vyacheslav Mikhailovich Molotov, 27 at the time of the revolution, and contemptuously described by Lenin as the best filing clerk in Moscow, the young Lazar Kaganovich, 24, the young Andrei Andreevich Andreev, 29. He was not content with packing the party secretariat, he picked other young men to occupy key positions in the provinces, for example, the young Andrei Zdanov, 21. These men, and others, were all prepared to back Stalin through thick and thin against an older generation when the time came for the showdown. Khrushchev, in these formative years, was still at school, and coming up to 30 years old. Until Lenin died in 1924 he must have been perfectly unaware of the great struggle brewing up behind the scenes in Moscow. But before he graduated and went out into the field, in 1925, the fight was already coming out into the open. It was essentially a power struggle, but it was presented as a conflict of ideological principle, very much as, 40 years later, the great battle between Khrushchev's Russia and Mao's China was to be presented as a conflict of ideological principle. It was also, increasingly, a struggle between those, with Trotsky, who believed in perpetual revolution and saw the new Soviet Union's only hope, backward and ravaged as she was and desperately in need of material assistance from abroad, as the active instigator of revolution in more advanced lands, and those who saw that Lenin's hopes of a general European revolution were illusory. These saw that Russia was going to be encircled by hostile powers for many years, and that if the Soviet Union was ever to mean anything at all and be made viable it would have to concentrate on setting its own house in order first, leaving the foreigners to take care of themselves. This general idea came later to be known as socialism in one country. A more accurate slogan would have been Russia First, and Russia First was to be realized by a devious young Georgian from the hills, a man with a strong streak of violent irresponsibility, a man whose knowledge of Marxism was confined to what Lenin had told him, a member of a proud and cruel race who detested and despised the Russians as colonial oppressors. It was an improbable situation. In 1925, when the public fight was in full swing, Khrushchev, 31, was given his first appointment as a full-time professional party functionary, an apparatchik, or member of the apparatus. It was an apparatus of whose existence Lenin had been scarcely aware, and it was controlled by Stalin. Khrushchev had never been nearer to Moscow than Kalinovka unless one of the retreats in the Civil War had swept him back with it for a time. Khrushchev was not appointed by Stalin, but he was given his job by one of Stalin's lesser men, Comrade Moisenko, party secretary of the Yuzovka region, or Oblast. He was appointed to be party secretary of the Petrovsko-Mariinsky district, or rayon, of the Yuzovka region, and this was an important job. He had a parish of some 400 square miles, half the size of Warwickshire, in a predominantly industrial area which, however, contained large stretches of open farmland between the factory towns. Here he was the supreme boss, subject only to Moisenko in Yuzovka and to the surveillance of the GPU. It must have been a fairly hopeful job. The period 1925–8 was a sort of golden age of the revolution. The peasants were at work, enriching themselves, the mines and factories were functioning, unemployment had dropped, the predatory bands of mutinous peasants, soldiers, workers, Ukrainian nationalists, who for years had terrorized the countryside, were wiped out. All that remained were the wild children, the besprizerny, orphaned by the civil war and the famine, who still would not settle down. Some were rounded up and put to work on irrigation schemes, railways, canals. More were shot. But the country was in working trim, and Nikita Khrushchev was responsible for 400 square miles of it out of a total of nearly 2 million square miles. His new wife, Nina Petrovna, a school teacher, was to bear him 2 more children and develop into the comfortable, sensible, and dignified figure who, years later, was to make such a favorable impact on the West. He was quite a personage, and he went to work with a will. In one of his few references to his early days, Khrushchev told an audience at Kiev, "When I was working as secretary of a district party committee in the Donbas, I used to pay calls on the villages, and I would get into a sledge. At that time we had sledges instead of motor cars, and wrap myself up in a sheepskin coat, and the frost would not bite me." He was some way out into the country, due south of Yuzovka, and nearly 10 miles from the nearest railway station. All his traveling in and out of Marinka, the capital of his little satrapy, had to be done by sledge in winter, by gig or pony trap in summer. But the interesting thing about that little reminiscence is that even in those early days he got out and about, which is what we would expect from the man who, when all the Soviet Union was his territory, would travel about and get out among the people as no Soviet leader has done before or since. Russian officials, Russian factory managers, building constructors, farm overseers, or whatever, are notorious for their extreme reluctance to get mud on their boots. For the traditional Russian official or manager, a large part of the advantage of being an official or a manager is that he need never again go out into the mud or the snow or the slush or the summer dust. He has qualified himself to sit indoors in winter, generating a classic fog, or in the shade on the veranda in summer, managing or snoozing or drinking away the tedious hours. The revolution hardly changed this at all. The old Tsarist officials, men with a certain education and a certain social background, were superseded by new men who were only too pleased to adopt the old official ways. They soon had a new bureaucracy in full working order, composed almost exclusively of men who were to make their entire careers as party functionaries, or apparatchiki. Since our hero was to be one of these, in the end supreme among them, and since he moved up through the apparatus, Stalin's apparatus, step by step, it is desirable to have a picture of that apparatus. At the time of Lenin's death, i.e. at the time when Khrushchev took up his first appointment in the field, the party consisted of about 1 million members out of a population of 140 million. These were the elite of the new society. Some 2/3 of them were spare-time party workers, forming party cells in factories and institutions of all kinds, as well as on the land. Their task was to set an example to all those with whom they came in contact in their work and their recreation. In 1925 the great majority of these were dedicated men and women passionately certain that they were building a heaven on earth, ready to sacrifice themselves and everybody else to the demands and interests of the party, to endure unpopularity, to be sent to outlandish regions. They lived for the cause. They were worker priests in a secular religion. It was only later that membership of the Communist Party became a sine qua non for all careerists and climbers, for all who wanted to get on. Controlling this lay army were the professional communists, the organizers and the actual dictators. In theory they derived their powers from the rank and file. The periodical party congresses, the All-Union Congress and the Republican Congresses, consisted of elected delegates from all parts of the Union and all parts of the individual republics. At each All-Union Congress one of the main tasks was to elect a new Central Committee, to which all power was delegated until the next Congress. This Central Committee, meeting comparatively frequently, elected its permanent officers and standing committees. Supreme among these was the Political Bureau, which was the standing policy-making body of the Central Committee, i.e. of the party, i.e. of the Soviet Union. There was also a Secretariat, headed by the Secretary General, which was responsible for the execution of Politburo decisions and for overseeing the party organization. The actual business of organization and disciplining was carried out by the Orgbureau and the Party Control Commission. Already, when Khrushchev became an apparatchik in 1925, Stalin, as Secretary General, was in virtual control of these bodies. The men who were elected to them by the Central Committee were increasingly his nominees. The Secretariat, the Orgbureau and the Control Commission between them were directly responsible for all major appointments in the All-Union Party and, indirectly, for Republican appointments. There was then no separate party organization for the largest of all the republics, the Russian Soviet Socialist Republic, or RFSSR. Thus the General Secretary in Moscow could himself make appointments over a vast area from Leningrad to Astrakhan, from Novgorod to Vladivostok. He also appointed the key men in the Republican Party offices, e.g. in the Ukraine. The chain of command worked down through republic to region to district. Thus, in the Ukraine, the Ukrainian Party had its headquarters in Kharkov, then the capital. Under Kharkov there were a number of regional committees, city committees, and district committees. But Moscow could, and on occasion did, bypass the Republican Committee and put pressure immediately on the regional committees. These had the most critical role of all. They were responsible to the Kremlin for everything that went on in their regions, from industrial and agricultural production to political education, discipline, and morale. They were caught between the rigid and quite ruthless demands of the center and the hostility and inertia of the masses. They had to rely absolutely on their district secretaries both to squeeze the masses and to persuade them and exhort them, to translate remote paper decisions into practical politics to keep the wheels turning, in a word. The only active help the district secretaries could rely on came from the dedicated part-time workers referred to above. What the masses had to produce was coal and steel and building materials, above all food. It was in this job that Khrushchev soon began to shine. As we have seen, unlike most district secretaries, he enjoyed getting about among the people. He was not afraid of them, he could talk to them and cajole them and bully them. In the last resort he could call on the GPU. He depended for lay help, as it were, on the dedicated party workers, who, in the Ukraine, were thinner on the ground than in most areas of the Union, and on the village, town, and city Soviets, or councils seen not as independent democratic bodies but as instruments of party power. The chief value of these Soviets, a value which diminished progressively up the ladder, was as a safety valve, as a means of giving ordinary people a sense of participation, and as a litmus paper. Through the village and town Soviets a district party secretary could easily discover just what the people could bear and what they could not bear. The other great channel of information upwards came from the police, whose reports were remarkably accurate and objective. 1. We have only a fragmentary record of the workings of the party and the police in the Stalino region at this or at any other time. But we do have remarkably complete and unique records of what was going on in the Smolensk Oblast, in Byelorussia, some hundreds of miles to the north. And these enable us to get a fairly clear idea of the conditions obtaining at the time when Khrushchev was beginning to make his name as a promising apparatchik. For some reason the party and police archives of the Smolensk region were neither destroyed nor removed to safety when the Germans approached in 1941. The Germans seized a mountain of paper and sent it back to Berlin, where it stayed, unsorted, until the Americans got hold of it and shipped it back to Washington. Point 2. Even in the Smolensk region there was still a great deal of noisy opposition to Bolshevik rule, strikes, demonstrations, the shouting out and writing up on walls of anti-Leninist slogans. And this was a region where the Bolsheviks had long been stronger than in the Ukraine. As the NEP progressed and the roaming bandit gangs were suppressed and the peasants found that it was worthwhile to till their fields, things became much quieter. But in the industrial areas conditions were such that the factory workers, far from benefiting from the revolution, their own revolution, starved of food and consumer goods, were in a perpetual ferment. The social revolutionaries, outlawed as a party, were still active. The little band of Bolshevik apparatchiki lived island in a sullen and hostile land, like an occupying power. Urged on by the regional committee, which had at all costs to satisfy Kharkov and Moscow, detested as the representatives of a remote and dictatorial government by the workers among whom they had to move, the Rayon officials were driven to band themselves into a sort of compact family, buttressing themselves with their friends and living a life increasingly cut off from the countryside as a whole. Since the regional officials depended on them utterly for their own jobs, the whole apparatus became a family establishment. Everybody in it depended on everybody else, and, as in all such closed societies, the moral tone soon began to deteriorate heavily. Everybody covered up for everybody else. The Russians have always been drinkers, and the provincial party bosses had easy access to drink. Drink, indeed, was the only amenity available. They were drunk half the time. Starting off by turning a blind eye to the excesses of their coarser companions, they soon descended to their level. While in Moscow the great ideological battle raged between Stalin and his challengers, in the provinces nobody paid much attention to all this, seeing in it nothing more than a quarrel for power among the top bosses, trying to decide with a cool eye where their bread and drink were coming from. Thus, in Smolensk, the regional first secretary, Comrade Baika, was said to have a wife in every town under his jurisdiction, and when he was called to higher duties in Moscow in 1926 he was succeeded by an honest worker called Pavlichenko, who continued and developed Baika's practices. Everyone in the party organization drinks from the top to the bottom. There's drinking. District party conferences were just one big drinking party, said one of the witnesses at the inquiry which followed. Point 3. The Smolensk inquiry took place in the spring of 1928. It was conducted by two investigators from the Central Control Commission in Moscow, and the result was that Pavlichenko and his senior colleagues were hauled up to Moscow and demoted. There followed a purge, carried out by a member of the Presidium of the Central Control Commission, who, at a two-day meeting, made a revealing report. The Katushka factory, which was one of the proletarian strongholds of the province and enlisted 50% of its workers in either the party or the Komsomol, was revealed as a nest of bribery and promiscuity. Female workers were taken advantage of by the foreman. In the Yartseva factory there had been 7 suicides of workers, because of the indifference of the party leadership to their grievances. Old revolutionaries had turned into drunkards and indulged in sexual license. One Focom secretary had had 5 wives in the course of 1 year. 4. Smolensk was no doubt a particularly bad case, but it was not uncharacteristic. In 1930 Malenkov, then making his way upward in the backrooms of Stalin's secretariat, contributed to the periodical, Party Construction, an article devoted to the shortcomings of the Ukrainian party. This article contained a particular reference to Khrushchev's own regional organization as it was at the end of 1927 and early in 1928, i.e. at the time of the Smolensk scandal. About 2 years ago the organization of the Stalino region went through a deep and difficult crisis in its party leadership. At the end of 1927 and the beginning of 1928, the Central Committee and the Central Control Commission of the Ukrainian Communist Party brought to light the rottenness of the leadership of the region and part of its cadres. In its resolution of March, 1928, the Central Control Commission of the Ukrainian Communist Party took note of the systematic drinking bouts among the upper strata of the regional party organization, of self-provisioning, of the ineffective struggle of the Bureau of the Regional Committee against waste, bad management, and the whitewashing of individual responsible workers, of the use of means of oppression by the Bureau of the Regional Committee against comrades who protested against shameful conduct, and other unwholesome occurrences. 5. Malenkov then dwelt on the purge of the Stalino leadership, which he said was still incomplete. It was taking so long because corruption, etc. had bitten deep down into the lower echelons of the organization. Khrushchev himself, in the years leading up to 1927, was emerging as a member of the higher strata of the regional organization, which was still run by Moisenko, who had appointed him to Marinka. And this was the atmosphere in which he lived and worked. In the purge which followed he was moved. Moisenko himself was not thrown out of the apparatus, as his Smolensk colleagues were, but he was demoted from the key industrial region of Stalino to Poltava, in the agricultural wilderness. Khrushchev was moved to an unspecified appointment in Kiev. He was moved by the supreme boss of the Ukraine, the man responsible for carrying out the Stalino purge, Lazar Kaganovich, since 1925 first secretary of the Ukrainian party and, as such, viceroy over 35 million souls. This move was a promotion rather than a check. It seems unlikely, in view of his later habits, that the young Khrushchev stood out against drinking. There is nothing to suggest that he was oppressed by his corrupt bosses. He was very much one of them. But he was also showing himself outstandingly able and outstandingly willing in the cause of Stalin. From 1926 onwards he was already a marked man, and he was already, far more than the great majority of his ranking colleagues elsewhere, deeply involved in Stalin's personal drive for power. His career from 1925 to the end of 1927 when he was transferred to Kiev was quite remarkable for a raw district secretary. In the normal course of events he had attended late in 1925 the 9th All-Ukrainian Party Congress, with Kaganovich in the chair. The fact that he was there as the delegate from the Petrovsko-Mariinsky district was enough to indicate that he was the true master of that district. He did not speak at any of the formal sessions, as far as the record shows. But his master, Moisenko, spoke long and loud, viciously denouncing all those, including some of the most distinguished Bolsheviks, who refused to endorse wholeheartedly the Stalin line in the struggle with Trotsky and others. 6 But he clearly made an impression off stage, because, almost at once, he was nominated as one of the delegates to the far more important All-Union Party Congress, which was held in Moscow in December 1925. This was the 14th Congress, in which Stalin defeated Kamina and Zinoviev, his associates in the Troika, or Triumvirate, which had run the party since Lenin's death. They had been very necessary to Stalin in his initial humiliation of Trotsky at the 13th Congress in May 1924. Now, with Trotsky on the sidelines, they attack Stalin on the issue of socialism in one country and in the matter of more liberal agricultural policies. Stalin, for the purposes of this argument, joined forces with Bukharin, but only for the time being. The really distinguishing aspect of the 14th Party Congress, which was a climacteric in the history of the Soviet Union, was the suppression of free debate within the party itself. Lenin had suppressed free debate within the country by his dissolution of the Constituent Assembly and his creation of the Cheka. Stalin took matters a stage further and suppressed free debate within the party itself. In December 1925 this was done by rowdyism. The Congress was packed with his supporters, who simply shouted down all opposition, and Comrade Moisenko is on record as being one of the rowdiest. Khrushchev did not speak, but no doubt he shouted with the rest and went back to Stalino with Moisenko well pleased with Stalin's overwhelming victory, 599 votes to 65. There were 664 voting delegates and 641 non-voting delegates, of whom Khrushchev was one, just over 1,300 all told, representing just over 1 million party members. Khrushchev, only 7 years a Bolshevik, was now in the first 1,300. In the following year, in October 1926, he made his first formal public speech at a Ukrainian party conference in Kharkov. Under the eyes of Kaganovich, shortly to be called to Moscow as one of Stalin's principal aides, he made a speech which put him a move ahead of Stalin. Chapter 5. More Stalinist than Stalin. Years later, soon after Stalin's death and when Khrushchev was moving to the top, I asked a Russian friend how this man with his incessant flow of talk, public and semi-public, his torrent of indiscretions, had possibly managed to keep quiet and behave discreetly during all his years of more or less anonymous service under Stalin, when nobody at all was allowed to talk out of turn. The strain of silence must have been unendurable. My Russian laughed. He talked all the time. He has talked without stopping ever since anyone knew him. Sometimes he talked out of turn and was slapped down. Often he jumped the gun. But Stalin let him talk and found him useful. The only thing was that in those days he wasn't much reported. Going back over the records, such as they are, one can see the truth of this. Certainly Khrushchev talked his way up at Yuzovka, then at Marinka, and Stalin much the same bullying, coaxing, no-nonsense talk that he later produced on the national, then the international stage. Then, in 1926, he started talking for the record at party conferences and meetings of all kinds. But, as far as the outside world was concerned, his speeches did not exist, though some of them are recorded in the minutes of those conferences. This first recorded speech, at Kharkov, was a very interesting performance. Khrushchev was 32. He had made up his mind where he was going and what was necessary for the country and for him. He had moved among the people of his district in a way uncharacteristic of the junior operatic of those days. He had seen some sort of order being produced out of chaos, and had himself helped to produce it. He had been convinced of the need for a strong hand and, by nature, he himself had a strong hand. Only a few miles outside his district, at the famous Shakti mine, demonstrating strikers had been shot down by the armed police. The strikers were the sort of men that Khrushchev was, with Khrushchev's background, but Khrushchev was now on the side of order. He had his own potential strikers to cope with. Order meant discipline, above all labor discipline, without which nothing could be built. I have no doubt at all that when, 30 years later, Khrushchev told the Yugoslavs that their workers' councils were no substitute for discipline and authority, he was thinking back to the brutal and chaotic days when he had helped to break the resistance of his comrades, the workers of the Stalino region, if necessary by force and, of course, for their own, for the country's good. He had been to Moscow and seen Stalin in action, smashing with his clack and his strong-arm squads at the 14th Party Congress the theorizing windbags as Zinoviev and Kamenev would have appeared to him. He had read Pravda digging the grave not of Soviet democracy but of democracy within the party, under the slogan, against discussion, forbidding the very idea of open discussion within the party, because it shakes the very foundations of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the unity of the party, and its dominant position in the country, because it serves the cause of petty groups which hanker for political democracy. And this would have made sense to a man conscious of great practical gifts and with a naturally authoritarian temperament, impatient of subtleties of all kinds. He had read, in October of that year, the Declaration of Submission to the Party, signed by the defeated opposition leaders Trotsky, Kamenev, Zinoviev, Pyatakov, Sokhonikov, which showed who the master was. And at the opening of the Kharkov conference, the very next day, he heard Kaganovich pouring scorn on all those who said that democracy within the party had been destroyed. Intra-party democracy, Kaganovich said, with remarkable semantic agility, did not mean that everyone had the right to question the decisions of the majority, it simply meant drawing the masses into political activity under the party's wing. 2 And when Kaganovich was sharply challenged by a comrade from Odessa, Khrushchev got up to speak. While the Central Committee in Moscow, dominated by Stalin, was going out of its way to conciliate the opposition. Having won its victory, Khrushchev in Kharkov was setting the tone for the next stage, moving ahead of Stalin. He proved himself at the same time a polished master of what later came to be known as Stalinist invective and the Stalinist manner of flattening opponents by imputing bad faith and by brute, unsupported assertions. It is wholly clear to me that Comrade Golyabenko has intentionally slandered the party and that he is lying about the situation in our party organization. If Comrade Golyabenko says that the changes in our party organs were achieved only by packing the ranks, then this is barefaced calumny. In my opinion, today's speech of the opportunist Golyabenko wholly confirms the unscrupulous and superficial nature of the declaration of our opposition. Our party organizations require from the opposition that they totally submit to the decisions of the 14th Congress and the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party. I believe that the declaration written by the opposition is not a sincere declaration. Unless the opposition entirely recognizes the decisions of the 14th Party Congress, there can be no question of collaborating with them. Should this not be the case, then we ought to demand from the highest party organs that they apply repressive measures against the incorrigible members of the opposition, regardless of their former merits and positions. 3. Stalin, it should be noted, had accepted the sincerity of the declaration of submission at least for the record and for the time being. Khrushchev, in questioning it, threw the whole matter wide open. What lay behind this performance? Was the tough young comrade from Stalino, with his bullet head, shaved close, his vehement, bullying style, speaking for himself? Had he calculated, correctly, what Stalin's next move would be, and was he determined to be first in the field and in at the kill? Was he, in a word, playing a hunch, and taking a gamble on impressing Kaganovich? Was his outburst the simple, uncalculated outcome of irrepressible moral indignation? Certainly not the last. Khrushchev knew, because he had heard her at the 14th Congress in Moscow, that Lenin's widow, Krupskaya, a venerated figure, had protested against Stalin's treatment of the opposition. She had been silenced and her protests rejected for reasons of expediency, and everybody knew it. Further, it seems unlikely to say the least that a young man on the threshold of his career would have taken the risk of speaking out of turn at that most critical moment. It seems far more likely that he was being used. There was no need for him to impress Kaganovich. That must have been done already, otherwise Khrushchev would never have been sent from the Ukraine to Moscow for the 14th Congress. The all but certain answer is that Stalin, while appearing to accept the submission of the opposition in order to present himself in a conciliatory light, was already planning his next move and that he had seen to it that certain of the more zealous comrades in the provinces would start raising a demand for that next move, to prepare the ground in advance. Kaganovich, already very close to Stalin, would make his dispositions accordingly, and the truculent young peasant from Kalinovka, who had shown that he knew how to combine active field work with a sharp interest in higher strategy, would be given his instructions. He was to say, what he no doubt believed, that the party was being too soft in its treatment of the opposition, it had better look out. In that case the only risk the young Khrushchev took was that Stalin should later change his mind, come to terms with the opposition, and throw to the wolves all those, the young Khrushchev among them, who had pressed too hard. Even if this was a large risk, it was a calculated risk, very different from the reckless risk involved in playing a hunch, in leaping seriously ahead of Stalin, and Khrushchev was to show in his later life that he was deeply addicted to the calculated risk which was not really a risk at all, as, for example, when he threatened Britain and France with long-range missiles at the time of Suez, but when he was certain that the crisis was effectively over, as, for example, with his great speech against Stalin at the 20th Party Congress in 1956. He also had the tremendous and uncovenant advantage of speaking the truth when he accused Trotsky, Zinoviev, and the rest of insincerity in their act of submission. It was Stalin in his pretended belief in their good faith who was acting the hypocrite. Of course they were insincere, as all confessions or recantations or submissions obtained by force majeure are insincere. Through all the decades of Stalin's rule, this charge of insincerity, correct but perfectly irrelevant, was to be the burden of 1,000 accusations. Vyshinsky screamed it unceasingly during the Great Purge trials of the middle 30s. It was to outlive Stalin. After the smashing of Molotov, Malenkov, Kaganovich, and all the so-called anti-party group which marked Khrushchev's accession to something like supreme power, his own supporters at meeting after meeting were to accuse Bulganin, Pervukhin, Saburov, and others of insincerity in their self-criticisms, on the face of things accepted as genuine by Khrushchev himself, and to demand more drastic punishment, clearly indicating that Khrushchev himself at that time was playing with the idea of further action against his own defeated opposition. It was thus at the Kharkov Party Conference in 1927 that one of the main infinitely recurrent elements of the Stalinist pattern of oppression was established, and it was established by Khrushchev, in league with Kaganovich, Stalin's right hand in the Ukraine, when, on the face of it, he was still no more than a very junior party officer from Marinka. He was on the way up. At some time in the following year he was moved from Marinka to Stalino itself. And in November 1927 he made another speech, this time at the 10th Ukrainian Party Congress in Kiev, this time, by all the signs, the outcome of his own thinking. It was a contribution on questions of party organization, and the main sense of it was an argument for increased centralization of party control in the provinces, for the independence of the district party committees to be reduced, and for the curtailment of elections to party cells and of district party conferences, all with a very clear eye to the reduction of the number of occasions on which party members could engage in critical discussion and to the facilitation of authoritarian control from the center. For the proposals were presented in a fairly innocuous way. They were not discussed at the time, but they were to form part of the pattern of the future. These two speeches, unimportant in the context of Stalin's own grand design, were of extreme importance in the development of Khrushchev. They show that his character was formed, that he was a convinced believer in authoritarianism, and that his ambition had taken control. He had become a pacemaker for Kaganovich, and therefore for Stalin, and he was already committed by conviction to the development of authoritarian rule, which was to be the distinguishing feature of Stalin's career. As a newly fledged regional party official with a particular interest in party organization, he had deliberately cut himself off from his less thrusting comrades with their doubts, their uncertainties, their human inertia, and identified himself with the great machine then taking rapid shape, of which he was still only a very minor part. At 33, in Stalino, he had decided where he was going. He was going where the power lay, and he was shaking himself free from the loyalties of his early manhood. It was at this moment that the Great Purge of Stalino took place, but Khrushchev was not punished. He was sent to Kiev. This great and beautiful city, a city of trees and gardens and broad avenues built on a great hill high above the Dnieper, looking out over that historic waterway to Moscow and the east, to where sky and land blend in an invisible horizon, was the birthplace of Christian Russia. It was down that great river that the Vikings came from the north on their way to Constantinople, and from Constantinople they brought back Christianity to Kiev and founded a dynasty to rule over the Russian settlements clustered on its banks. Kiev was a holy place, more of the west than of the east. Later, under the Tartar occupation, it lost its supremacy to Moscow, the Muscovite princes proving themselves more amenable to the Tartar overlordship and zealous in collecting tribute for the Golden Horde in exchange for privilege. As time went on, the Kiev Russians and the Muscovite Russians, the Little Russians and the Great Russians, developed distinguishing characteristics. Under the absolutism of the Great Russian rulers, and their blood mixed heavily with Finnish and Tartar contributions, the Great Russians became the servile instruments of an imperial and military house. The Little Russians, on their rich, black soil, laced with their Cossack enclaves, were, by contrast, stubborn, hard-working and proud. Their history grew apart from the history of Muscovy. After the withdrawal of the Tartars they fell under Lithuanian, then Polish rule. Muscovy did not take over until the 17th century. But to this day many Ukrainians dream of their own sovereign state and despise the Great Russians as idle and feckless and submissive. Khrushchev, in spite of all beliefs to the contrary, was not a Ukrainian by birth, but it is beyond all doubt that his lifelong association with the Ukraine has had a deep effect on him. Many years later he was to surround himself in Moscow with a solid block of Ukrainian officials of the toughest kind, a sort of counter-colonization. In 1927, when he went to Kiev as a functionary of the Ukrainian Central Committee, he was moving decisively towards one of the three great centers of Soviet power. These were Moscow, Leningrad, and Kharkov. Leningrad had been Zinoviyev's city, and, under Zinoviev, it had started its career as a challenger to Moscow. Lenin had moved the government from St. Petersburg to Moscow in order to emphasize the Russianness of Soviet power. St. Petersburg had always been the window on the West, as it is to this day. Zinoviev had been broken at the 14th Party Congress and the city won for Stalin, who put there as his viceroy Sergei Kirov, one of his toughest and ablest supporters, whose assassination, perhaps on Stalin's instigation, was to unloose the great purges of the 30s. The Ukraine had already been won for Stalin by Kaganovich. And it was Kaganovich, as first secretary of the Ukrainian Communist Party, who drew Khrushchev more completely into his extremely powerful apparatus. The object of this transfer was to give this powerful, impetuous yet level-headed young tough from Stalino a spell in one of the important centers of the new party bureaucracy and to see how he shaped as an administrator. Within a year Kaganovich was called to Moscow to be a secretary of the Central Committee of the L-Union Party, and almost at once Khrushchev followed him. After that, until Khrushchev turned on his old master and destroyed him in 1957, he was never far from Kaganovich's side. Chapter 6. To Moscow. Perseverance and Intrigue. Khrushchev was now fast approaching the first great crisis of his life, in which everything he had so carefully built up might have been lost forever. But his personal crisis was so intimately bound up with the greatest crisis of Stalin's own career, which was also a climacteric in the history of the Soviet Union, that it is necessary to stand away from Khrushchev for a moment and look at what was happening to Stalin and to Russia. In 1925, as we have seen, Stalin had received the submission of the Zinoviev opposition, but, as Khrushchev himself had said at Kharkov, it had been an insincere submission. And the opposition continued to underestimate Stalin. On the anniversary celebrations of the revolution in November 1927, Trotsky and Zinoviev still dared to organize public demonstrations and lead independent opposition processions through the streets of Moscow and Leningrad. For this act of defiance both men were at once formally expelled from the party, and at the 15th Party Congress in the following month 75 of their sympathizers followed them into excommunication. Stalin had been glad to use Kamina in his initial fight with Trotsky, but at the 15th Party Congress in December 1927, he said of his old comrade's speech that it was the most lying, pharisaical, scoundrelly and rascally of all the opposition speeches that have been made from this platform. One at this Congress, what was later to be known as the left opposition was shattered forever, but already a new opposition was forming, headed by some of the men who had most decisively helped Stalin in his previous victories. Rykov, who had succeeded Lenin as chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, or Prime Minister, Bukharin, the brilliant but unreliable intellectual of the party, and Tomsky, the trade union leader. These were the leaders of the new right opposition. The crisis in Stalin's career was not produced by his struggle with the right opposition, the opposition of the Bukharinites, so called to distinguish it from the left opposition of Trotsky, and, later, Zinoviev, etc. This disintegrated in terror with scarcely a fight. The crisis arose as a result of his struggle with the peasants, who were much tougher than their self-appointed champions among the Bolshevik intellectuals. Until 1927, Stalin had been devoting by far the greater part of his very considerable energies to maneuvering against his opponents and consolidating his grip on his new party machine. He had contributed no ideas of his own to the conduct of either domestic or foreign affairs, apparently content to see the country make its slow recovery from the ravages of war, revolution, civil war, and famine under the general direction of Lenin's NEP. During these years he appeared as a moderate in all matters of high policy, contemptuous of extremism either on the right or on the left, and this appearance in all probability coincided with his own convictions. The vast chaotic land, its governing class destroyed, had to be pulled together, and the only way to pull it together was to encourage all classes to work together in their own interests. Intellectual theorists of all kinds he held in deep contempt, though he did not mind picking their brains. Fanatical ideologists were beneath his contempt. He had entertained strong reservations about certain of Lenin's teachings, but he would take things from Lenin which he would take from nobody else. In practice, like any ambitious politician, he trimmed. He was against antagonizing the peasants by pushing collectivization too hard. He poured scorn on the idea of expropriating the kulaks. Schemes for rapid superindustrialization he rejected as absurd and impracticable. He was in favor of slow, steady and organic progress towards material prosperity and the development of socialism. The men closest to him were Molotov, young and still obscure, who acted not only as his Bolshevik conscience but also as his chief of staff, Clemente Efremovich Voroshilov, the one-time sergeant major and hard-drinking hero of the Civil War, Sergei Mironovich Kirov, a ruthless young man of immense dynamism, great practical sense, and a certain far-ranging imagination, Kaganovich, the strongest, the most ruthless and most able organizer and manager in the country. With these, and a few others, he took counsel. Behind them, not consulted but eager to serve, were the brightest newcomers, including Malenkov and Zdanov, already at home at the very heart of the party machine. Behind these were the tough and violent young commissars, as the professional party workers, the apparatchiki, were universally known. Everywhere there were new elections, wrote Pasternak in Dr. Zhivago of the first winter of the revolution, for the running of housing, trade, industry, and municipal services. Commissars were being appointed to each, men in black leather jerkins, with unlimited powers and an iron will, armed with means of intimidation and revolvers, who shaved little and slept less. Now, 10 years later, the men in black leather jerkins had stolen the country from the revolutionary dreamers. They had the power and they were determined to keep it. They were impatient and intolerant and they were determined to make things work. Everything, everybody, that stood in their way they would sweep aside with merciless single-mindedness. They dramatized their ruthlessness, and, glorying in it, made themselves out far worse than most of them really were. They despised the old order with a total and uncomprehending blankness, but fellow revolutionaries who still dreamed dreams, who showed themselves humane, or who argued and discussed and theorized in the traditional Russian manner, they hated and feared. Many of them hated Jews. Stalin, the born organizer, the man with an iron will, the anti-dreamer, was their hope. And Stalin was going to need them. He had been fairly easygoing, get things properly organized, clear the rhetoric out of the way, and the country would soon begin to sort itself out. But suddenly, in the moment of his personal triumph, he found he had been wrong. The shouting over the 15th Party Congress had scarcely died down when Russia was found to be on the edge of another famine. Unless the towns and cities were to starve, unless industry was to founder, the government had to extract immediately another 2 million tons of grain from the peasants. By the early summer the collectivization was in full swing. Stalin, reacting to a dire emergency with convulsive, almost paranoid, violence, had embarked on a course which he had never planned, which, indeed, he had actively opposed, which was to destroy the lives of millions, which was to bring the country to the very edge of ruin, and which was to shatter the agricultural economy and alienate the peasantry for decades to come. The story of the collectivization and of the first 5-year plan is so familiar that it need not be retold. As Stalin himself confessed to Winston Churchill, this terrible action was more critical for the Soviet Union than any of the crises of the Second World War. 3 That is saying a good deal. After what amounted to a civil war against the peasants, with whole villages being driven into the collectives at gunpoint, with the physical liquidation, by firing squad, deportation, or starvation, of all the most able and enterprising villagers, Soviet agriculture lay in ruins. In their bitter and passionate resistance to being forced off their own land, the peasants slaughtered their livestock, destroyed their implements, burnt their crops rather than let the state lay hands on them. In the end the state triumphed. But the field of victory was desolation. In 1929 there had been 34 million horses, 70 million cattle, 130 million sheep and goats. In 1933 there was famine of the bitterest kind. Immense areas of land were untitled and unsown. There were less than 17 million horses, 30 million cattle, 40 million sheep and goats. 4 Even when the fields were got working again, agriculture was a shadow of itself. Only the poorest, the feeblest of the peasants remained to work the new collectives, and these were sullen, dazed, and shocked. By the eve of the German invasion in 1941, Soviet agriculture had still not been restored to the 1929 level of productivity. This terrible interlude is of importance to us for 3 reasons. First, for the light it throws on the character of Stalin, the man whom Khrushchev chose to support, body and soul. Secondly, because of its effect on the development of the Soviet Union, which persists until this day, and on the minds of the men responsible for that development. Third, because it was to be Khrushchev himself, over 20 years later, who was to make the first serious attempt to redeem Soviet agriculture, and, later still, to make the first honest admission of its backwardness. Though, even then, without stating the basic cause of this backwardness. For good measure, it was Khrushchev's failure to achieve his agricultural aims which helped to bring about his ultimate downfall in 1964. It was in 1929 that Stalin first revealed himself as a hysteric. Until then he had impressed himself on all his colleagues as sober, calculating, and neutral in tone, if with a marked streak of malice. The maneuvers whereby he had concentrated so much power in his own hands had, to all appearances, been the maneuvers of an organization man with a natural bent for intrigue. The actual policies over which he had presided had been cautious and middle of the road. Now, under the impact of the discovery that the system was not working, that the gradual industrialization of the Soviet Union was on the way to failure because of hunger in the towns, that the poor peasants working their own land were producing only enough to feed themselves, and that the more prosperous and enterprising peasants, the kulaks, were holding the towns up to ransom, all caution was thrown to the winds. It was as though the man who by sheer willpower and ruthlessness had smashed the pretensions of his most able colleagues had suddenly decided that with a further exercise of willpower and ruthlessness he could smash the opposition of millions of unorganized peasants who were standing between him and the fulfillment of his very modest plans for the development of socialism in one country. And the way he set about things showed those who could use their eyes a glimpse of the sort of man he was. Those who were attaching themselves or had attached themselves to him knew by 1931 at the latest that he was a man without principle, scruple, or pity, emotional to the point of hysteria, convulsively domineering, jealous and vengeful, malicious if not malevolent, a maniac depressive in whom fits of gleefully savage recklessness alternated with periods of pessimistic gloom, in whom the gambler in the grand manner alternated with the coldly prudent schemer. The first really credible picture of Stalin in his maturity was given us by the Yugoslav rebel, Milovan Djilas, and the main characteristic which emerges from that picture is irresponsibility. Apart from his natural gifts and drive, Stalin had no settled allegiance to anyone but himself, and to no idea but the idea of power. Settled is the operative word. And he was wholly contemptuous of all other individuals except for one or two who were also bold, successful, and strong for power, example Hitler and Winston Churchill. An ungainly dwarf of a man passed through gilded and marbled imperial halls, and a path opened before him, radiant, admiring glances followed him, while the ears of courtiers strained to catch his every word. And he, sure of himself and his works, obviously paid no attention to all this. His country was in ruins, hungry, exhausted. But his armies and his marshals, heavy with fat and metals and drunk with vodka and victory, had already trampled half Europe underfoot, and he was convinced that they would trample over the other half in the next round. He knew that he was one of the most cruel and despotic figures in history. But this did not worry him a bit, for he was convinced that he was carrying out the will of history. 5. That was Stalin, as seen by Gillas, after the defeat of Germany. He had moved a long way from the lean and hungry revolutionary. This was the man who commanded Khrushchev, his viceroy in the Ukraine, to dance the gopak at a drunken party. 6. The Stalin who, again according to Khrushchev, might at any moment, at any time, in a moment of anger or irritation or sheer boredom, give the order to his bodyguard to seize any of his closest colleagues and lead them off to prison. 7. This man did not exist in 1927, or even in 1931, but by 1931 the makings of this man were evident. They became clear in the civil war on the peasants, still the mass of the population of the Soviet Union, the collectivization. The switch from the moderate, industriously intriguing Secretary General to the arbitrary dictator was very sudden indeed. But there was plenty of time for his loyal colleagues and their protégés to entertain second thoughts about their new leader who suddenly, overnight as it were, abandoned moderation and issued instructions to the party and police to declare war on the kulaks and then to transform the face of rural Russia by pushing through a gigantic industrial program in record time. They did nothing of the kind. Molotov stood at Stalin's side actively encouraging his most excessive actions. Kaganovich lent his strong right arm. Khrushchev was Kaganovich's man. 8. At this period, when the Soviet Union, slowly but surely pulling itself up by its own bootstraps, was transformed into a madhouse running blood, Khrushchev was in no way a policy maker, but he exploited in his own interests the terrible mood of the times. His theater of action was, to begin with, the Moscow Industrial Academy, and it was from this unlikely launching pad that he took off for higher things. He arrived at the academy, fresh from a minor position in the provinces, in September 1929. By 1934 he was Supreme Party boss of Moscow. By 1939 he was a full member of the Politburo of the Central Committee, the supreme policy-making body. The period of his rise, swift, uninterrupted, from a provincial agitator to one of Stalin's closest colleagues, coincided precisely with the 10 years of Stalinism at its worst. This man, who was later to become one of the world's senior and in some ways most far-seeing and beneficent statesmen, achieved his eminence at a time when it was a disgrace for any Russian to succeed, and when success could only be obtained by atrocious methods and over the dead or broken bodies of innumerable comrades. The Khrushchev story from 1929 to 1939 has been known in detail outside Russia only to those especially interested in what are called the minutiae of Soviet affairs. In other countries minutiae of this kind are commonly known as high politics and fill the newspaper headlines week in, week out, year in, year out. How did Lloyd George overthrow Asquith? How did Baldwin become Prime Minister? How did Kennedy beat Nixon? By what remarkable maneuvers did de Gaulle make himself effective dictator of France? In England and America we discuss these things, however imperfectly. In the Soviet Union equivalent developments may not be publicly mentioned. Events which, occurring in a Western country, would be hotly debated in public for weeks at a time, filling the front pages of the newspapers, are not so much as mentioned in the Soviet Union, and when Western journalists try to point to them and explain them, they are not thanked. The rise of Bonner Law, the rise of Harold Wilson, may not be very important in the eyes of God, but they matter to us here. The rise of Khrushchev, and its nature, also mattered. It started when, instead of applying himself to industrial education, he became active in the Academy's party cell. It was a very interesting party cell, and what went on in it was an exact pattern on a small scale of what was going on in larger party organizations all over the country. The good were being broken by the bad. Those who were not inherently bad but who, for whatever reason, attached themselves to the winning side, were themselves soon forced to behave badly. Arbitrary government operating by force, by terror, must destroy the best, the boldest dissenters in sheer self-defense. Soon it finds itself destroying all who, on the one hand, do not actively assist it or, on the other, do not passively submit. This process we all know about. But it has another quality which is less generally understood: it turns men who are not born wicked into thugs. It corrupts, usually irredeemably, all those who, for what seem to them quite good reasons, lend themselves to its activities. Khrushchev voluntarily enrolled himself under the banner of a man who was a natural terrorist and murderer. He did this at a time when Stalin's true nature was not apparent, partly from personal ambition, partly because he had a naturally authoritarian nature and was impatient with the vacillations of so many of the old Bolsheviks. When, in 1929, Stalin was beginning to reveal himself for what he was, he could have drawn back. He did not, for reasons which are obvious. Soon he was so deeply committed that there was no escape, and he himself became an active instrument of terror. He was corrupted, one would have said, irredeemably. We shall soon have to consider some of the things that Khrushchev said and did at the height of the great purges, when he was maneuvering his way to the topmost echelon of the Soviet leadership. We shall find ourselves wondering how any man could conduct himself in this way who was not an unmitigated villain. That he was not this, we know. Years later, when he had the stage to himself, it emerged that he had, though corrupted in many ways, retained a large measure of his natural humanity. How this could be is the great question mark which hangs over his story. The conflict between his natural humanity and the corruption which bit deeply into him during the years of his rise to the top was to be the great drama of the last 10 years of his career. Moscow in 1929 was a strange town. Nothing had been done to it since 1914. It was still a vast city with, apart from certain great churches and the Kremlin itself, the appearance of an overgrown provincial town, but a provincial town now in decay. Stucco peeled from innumerable buildings, old palaces and mansions, gutted, taken over by technical institutes or turned into apartments which were really dormitories, presented blank, uncurtained windows to the outside world. In the Red Presnaya district, which Khrushchev was soon to command, buildings burned out during the 1905 revolution still stood roofless, gaping, deserted. There were no new buildings. Roofs leaked. Every festering basement and cellar teemed with ragged humanity. The overcrowding was such that it was the commonest thing to find 3 or more families to a room. There was little food, heat and light were hopelessly inadequate, infinite hours were spent by hundreds of thousands glumly queuing for the necessities of life. There was no soap. And yet the city had vitality. In countless thousands of odd corners, sad relics of the old regime, the former people, kept starvation at bay by selling in the commission shops, piece by pathetic piece, their last precious possessions. But the workers in the factories, who had recently inherited the earth, were seized in some measure, particularly the young and naive, with the intoxication of the dawning age of the machine. The revolutionary intelligentsia and the artists, already marked down by Stalin for suppression as dangerous elements, hardly knew yet what was hitting them. Alexander Blok had died, disillusioned, years earlier. Sergei Yesenin had committed suicide in 1925. In 1929 Boris Pilniak was expelled from the Writers' Union. Later, at the time of the Great Purge, he was to vanish, like Isaac Babel and so many others, presumed shot. The Russian Association of Proletarian Writers had established control over all the field in a highly dictatorial manner, the first decisive step on the stony road much later to be known as Stanovism. But Pasternak was still writing, and the theater, especially the theater of Meyerhold, had not yet been killed. Thousands of artists of all kinds were fighting back, not yet understanding that their cause was lost in advance. Similarly, although Stalin had crushed the high political opposition, at lower levels, and particularly among students of all kinds, the fight went on. Those not close to the seat of power had not yet understood the full implications of Stalin's victory, first over Trotsky, then over Zinoviev and Kamenev, then over Bukharin. They did not realize that the battle was lost. They were, moreover, behind the times, still geared to Stalin's own preaching of moderation. When they saw what was happening in the countryside, When they saw that Stalin was launching into a frenzied program of superindustrialization, regardless of the cost in present suffering, they were outraged, and they said so. It was into this milieu that Khrushchev, now 35, was precipitated in September 1929. The Stalin Industrial Academy, an elite collection of the most promising young men and women in the Soviet Union, gathered together into what was intended to be a forcing house, under Stalin's own protection, to produce new leaders in industry and administration in record time, was in full revolt against Stalin. The situation was complicated beyond all measure by the fact that one of the most gifted students, beautiful too, the 32-year-old Nadezhda Allilolieva, was Stalin's own wife. And Nadezhda Allilolieva, who went home to sleep in the Kremlin every night, while the Khrushchevs and many more besides packed themselves into their bleak and shabby quarters, was herself in revolt against her husband's policies. She was a member of the Academy's party cell, which was purged again and again for right-wing deviationism, for Bukharism. Less than 3 years later, at the height of the Great Famine produced by her husband's policies, she solved her problem by committing suicide. This was after an evening of bitter recrimination at the home of Voroshilov. The rumor went round that Stalin had strangled his wife with his own hands in an access of rage. Many Russians still believe this, but there is not a shred of evidence and less evidence of character, and less evidence of Russian Tsarist tradition. But the problem for Khrushchev, up from the Ukraine, owing his call to Moscow to Kaganovich, Stalin's right-hand man, and deeply committed to support of Stalin, must have been difficult indeed. We do not know just how he solved it, but there are pointers, and he succeeded brilliantly. By 1932, when Nadezhda Allilolieva killed herself in despair, Khrushchev had risen to the point when he was second in command of the party organization for the whole of Moscow city. When he arrived in the great city to start the dreary hunt for quarters for his wife, his 2 children by his first wife and another on the way, he would not have been oppressed by the physical decay and the dreariness of life in Moscow. It was a great deal better, though more crowded, than life in Stalino or Kiev. He would have been wholly oblivious of the steamrollering of intellectual life. He was himself impatient of intellectuals. The great political battle was over, and he was comfortably on the right side. He would not have been upset by the rapidly increasing regimentation of life and the command to tighten belts. He was an authoritarian by nature, and he had risen as far as he had done by his talent for bullying and cajoling people into tightening their belts. In the light of later events, there is no reason to doubt that he was a man possessed by a vision. Russia, the sprawling, the feckless, the anarchic, the inchoate, was to be dragged into the industrial age and transformed utterly. The wretched peasants, from whom he had sprung, were themselves going to achieve this transformation, the best of them transplanted into factories and fed by their less intelligent and enterprising cousins. They were going to succeed where all the panoply of an antique ruling class had failed. Their children were going to inherit the earth, cost what it might in suffering meanwhile, and he, Nikita Khrushchev, toiling on the side of Marx, Lenin, and history, was one of the chosen few who were going to drag them by their shirt tails, kicking and groaning, into the 20th century as Peter the Great before him had dragged their ancestors into Europe. He did not know what Europe was. He did not know what the 20th century was. To him it was machines and monuments to the glory of industry. Industry was the peasantry of Chekhov let loose in a machine shop and producing, God knew how, the machines to make machines which would one day bring plenty and prosperity to poor old Mother Russia. He did not know what prosperity and plenty were, he had never seen them. But he knew what desperate poverty was, he had never seen anything else. And if it was rough on the peasants to drive them into collectives, and rough on their cousins in the factories to punish them violently for sabotage when they broke machines, admittedly most often through clumsiness, but sometimes through malice and bloody-mindedness, well, they had to be taught. And life in Russia was rough and always had been. He did not know what gentleness was, but he knew what roughness was. For centuries the peasants had been bullied and knouted to keep them down. They were still being bullied and knouted, but this time to force them to work for themselves, and their children, for the revolution embodied in 180 million idle, garrulous, feckless Russians, for the glory of the new workers' state. There was a difference. In a word, arrived in Moscow at the age of 35, Khrushchev was shocked by nothing he saw, was excited and stimulated, rather until his induction into the party cell at the Industrial Academy. Here there were others like him, workers and peasants who had shown outstanding talent for leadership and had been handpicked for training as a new ruling elite, subservient, of course, to the Secretary General and his caucus. These were not ordinary students. Most of them had already learnt much in the hard school of post-revolutionary Russia and were 10 years older than the ordinary run of students, already experienced in responsibility. Besides, the workers were sons and daughters of the intelligentsia who had thrown in their lot with the new regime, and men and women who had thought a great deal, far more than Khrushchev and those like him, about the theory of the revolution and also about ways and means, other than brute force, of building up a socialist paradise and swinging the masses behind the Bolshevik leadership. They talked, discussed, criticized authority, exchanged horror stories, and debated hotly among themselves. Khrushchev had always been a doer rather than a debater, and though he was a great talker, he favored the monologue, the harangue. For a long time now he had been shouting down all critics, in the interests of getting things done. The open discussions in the party cell at the Industrial Academy would have seemed to him frivolous and adolescent at best, but dangerous too. The mood was running fiercely against Stalin and his ruthless drive towards Bukharin. This was dangerous. It would have to be changed, and it would be his job to help change it. And yet, there at the very heart of the unrest, stood the sad, tense, splendid beauty who was the wife of the leader himself. What was to be done? How did one do one's duty by Stalin and the new Soviet state, fighting subversion all along the line, reporting heresy to the proper authorities, without getting into trouble for slandering Nadezhda Alliluyeva, the sort of woman Khrushchev had never met? She might have been a Turgenev heroine. Although her father had been a worker, he had educated himself richly, in the manner in which 50, 60, 70 years ago, so many English workers contrived to educate themselves. His daughter was highly cultivated. She had those great Russian eyes, but she was closer in spirit to that Polish heroine of Conrad's whom he transposed into Antonia of Nostromo than to the conventional woman Bolshevik fighter of those days. Stalin was a passionate man. He once must have been deeply in love with her in his greedy, reckless Georgian way. He was 40 when they married, she 18. It says something for the vividness of his character, which in its later manifestations so horrified Milovan Djilas, that this young woman fell in love with him. Khrushchev may have been warned. Kaganovich himself may have warned him that all was not well with the Industrial Academy and that Nadezhda Alliluyeva had been countenancing criticism of her husband. It is probable, indeed, that Khrushchev was chosen as the sort of man who could be relied upon to help put an end to the nonsense. The whole interlude of his spell at the academy is mysterious. He entered it, apparently, in the ordinary way. In a short time he had come to dominate it. He can have done little training after his first 6 months, then it was all politics and agitation. And long before he was due to finish his course he was off and away and up. There had been trouble before he arrived, and it continued. Here are the facts we know. The academy was one of the key Moscow institutions, falling under the jurisdiction of the city's first party secretary. In October 1928 the Moscow Party Secretariat, headed by Uglanov, a Bukharin supporter, was heavily purged. But the party cell of the Industrial Academy continued to harbor Bukharinite ideas, and the cell itself was purged in the late autumn of 1929. It was more than a purge. The cell bureau was dissolved and another group, assumed to be reliable, put in its place. Khrushchev had nothing to do with this, he had only just arrived and was feeling his way. But he would have been for a brief period a member of the old cell and he was very much a member of the new one, elected in November 1929. Within 6 months there was further trouble. In May 1930 Pravda went into the attack on the academy, accusing the party bureau of right deviationism, of a total failure to preach to cell members the urgent necessity for stepping up the struggle against the rightists and conciliators, and even, in the case of some unspecified individuals, of spreading slanderous anti-party rumors concerning the leadership of the party. 9. This attack was launched with cries of horror and outrage, as though it were a new discovery. It may have been a new discovery for the editor-in-chief of Pravda, but what followed indicated clearly enough that someone in authority must have known what was going on. They knew, indeed, from Nadezhda Alliluyeva of opposition in principle, they must have known from someone else what was happening in detail, because what followed had all the hallmarks of the sort of maneuver already perfected by Stalin, later to be developed by him in the grand manner, later still, when Stalin was dead, to be employed by Khrushchev in his fight with Molotov on the one hand and Malenkov on the other. In spite of Pravda's stricture, the Bukhari Knights in the academy cell fought on. They had the boldness to elect, among others, 8 of their number to represent the academy at the Moscow Party Conference, then in preparation. Their talk was wild, but to the point. Stalin was attacked, the collectivization was attacked. One speaker declared that the only solution was to develop a species of organized capitalism. 10. He did not mean state capitalism, which was precisely what Stalin was in the process of organizing. It is all the fault of the Central Committee, said one. The Central Committee does not lead, it lags behind. Another spoke openly of the bankruptcy of the Central Committee line. When the storm broke, it centered on the head of an unfortunate comrade, A.P. Shirin, secretary of the Baman District Committee, who was directly responsible for the party manners of the academy. The heretics were put down. More, the cell recanted its errors. The cell bureau was dissolved for the second time in 6 months. A new one was elected, its secretary Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev. His first act was to conduct a new and more drastic purge. Some of the members of this elite body of potential managers were to be expelled from the party, others were to be expelled from the academy itself. More interesting, progress was to be reported directly to the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party of the Soviet Union, of which Stalin was General Secretary. Khrushchev, at 35, was now officially reporting to the highest party organ, and one of the people on whom he had to report was Stalin's wife. 11. It was not quite the end of Shirin. He had another 6 months to go as party boss of the Baman district. He had not, after all, agitated against Stalin, he had merely turned a blind eye on some of those who had, including Nadezhda Alliluyeva. Within 6 months Khrushchev had done what he had to do in the Industrial Academy and was ready to move to higher things. Shirin was sacked and Khrushchev, his course uncompleted, took his place. None of these things could have happened had Khrushchev, in the guise of a student, not in fact been working in the closest liaison with high authority. It was the Kharkov speech, in which Khrushchev went one further than Stalin, all over again. The dates speak sufficiently clearly. Khrushchev was called to Moscow very soon after Kaganovich had finally established himself there, leaving the Ukraine to become a secretary of the Central Committee. In 1930 he became first secretary of the Moscow city and regional party organizations. Poor Shirin was one of his underlings. Kaganovich, of course, was responsible ultimately for the health of the party in the Industrial Academy, as throughout Moscow. If one of his underlings failed, there was nothing to stop him quietly shifting him to another sphere or reducing him to the ranks. But the hierarchy never worked like this in Stalin's Russia, and for 2 reasons: the higher leadership was above criticism, except by Stalin himself, which meant that for every failure there had to be a scapegoat. Further, the sins of omission or commission were habitually dramatized. The rank and file, as well as all officials except the very senior, were to be kept on the stretch without intermission as part of a system of subdued terror. There were 2 theories at work here, and they contradicted each other. One was that the best way to keep officials up to the mark was to let it be understood that at any time a lapse on their part might be visited with exemplary severity. the other was that total obedience from all officials could only be ensured if they knew that the least deviation from the prescribed line would mean their ruin. There was something to be said for the first, as a harsh and savage expedient, but the second, as time went on, led to the extinction of initiative and to sycophancy on a monstrous scale, breeding inefficiency and corruption. Later, as we know, Stalin applied the system to his own immediate colleagues, none of whom knew from one day to the next whether they were safe. But in the early days of Stalin's ascendancy, at the beginning of the 30s, Stalin still needed desperately the Molotovs, the Kaganoviches, the Kirovs, and the rest. These were safe. But they, in their turn, depended absolutely on loyal supporters who understood the game and could combine cunning, brutality, organizing ability, and boundless energy. They also needed courage too, for they could be thrown to the wolves at a moment's notice if things went wrong, or if the party line, Stalin's line, suddenly changed. There were plenty who could combine brutality with cunning, many had organizing ability, some had boundless energy, but few could also bring courage. Khrushchev was one of these few. It is perfectly clear that he was the junior partner in an arrangement, a kombinatsiya, organized by Kaganovich. But there was plenty of room for things to go wrong. If they had gone wrong he would have been repudiated, disgraced, never heard of again. But they did not go wrong. It was Khrushchev's courage, or calculated recklessness, which most distinguished him from many of his contemporaries that, even more than the very remarkable combination of a capacity for intrigue, skill in organization and a passion for hard practical work in the field. It was not an accident that he rose so fast. He had, in the context of the collectivization, in which he had very little Part 12 and the first 5-year plan, in which he played an important role, and in the final consolidation of Stalin's supremacy, to which he was indispensable, well earned his preferment. His relationship with Kaganovich was a fascinating one. Kaganovich was a working man too, and much of an age, but as a revolutionary he was far senior, and he had an attacking, not a calculating temperament. He was also a Jew. Khrushchev in later years showed himself an anti-Semite. 13 He was a tough and unimpeachable Russian muzhik. As Stalin consolidated his position, the Jewish revolutionaries, to whom Lenin owed so much, were being beaten down. Kaganovich, the Jew, who was also an anti-Semite, may have found it useful to show as his most useful protégé the very type of the anti-Jewish, anti-intellectual peasant. He must have been aware, too, that Khrushchev, for all his brash and noisy overbearing ways, had reserves of subtlety and cunning which he lacked. Kaganovich's revolutionary cunning was adequate for his purposes, but it never aspired much beyond the Leninist double cross. Khrushchev's mind, behind those small, screwed-up eyes, was more devious, his nature, behind the bluster, far more patient. He was a long-term schemer, which Kaganovich never was. There is a photograph of him taken, judging by the look of it, about this time. He is back in the Ukraine, visiting the scenes of his childhood. It is a group picture, and the little man with his head shaved and his ears sticking out, sits passively among an eager group of local party workers. He might be sitting on a cloud, detached, those eyes fixed on a private vision, a vision of power? A vision of achievement? There is even now the air of perfectly relaxed authority which, decades later, I was to feel so strongly at close quarters in that Yugoslav factory. Kaganovich was never relaxed, he never dreamed. Chapter 7. City Politics, Moscow Style. It was January 1931 when Khrushchev, after only 15 months, said farewell to the Industrial Academy and launched himself into Moscow city politics. Within weeks of taking over from the unfortunate Chirin the secretaryship of the Bauman District Party Committee, he was elected to the City Party Committee itself, a committee of 15, dominated by Kaganovich as first secretary. Kaganovich was already a member of Stalin's Politburo as well as a secretary of the Central Committee, which meant that Khrushchev, at 36, was in direct contact with the supreme direction of the Soviet Union. He was also favored by it. In July 1931 he took another step upwards, being appointed secretary of the most important of all the Moscow districts, Red Presnaya, while contriving to keep the Bauman district in his hands. In January 1932, exactly a year after his Moscow City debut, he was made second secretary of the Moscow City Committee, immediately responsible to Kaganovich. The Kombinatsia was showing its teeth. More importantly, the Stalinist pattern of government was quickly taking shape, and the men now being moved into high positions were those who, with one or two exceptions, were to dominate the Soviet Union for more than 2 decades to come. The final pattern did not take shape until after the 17th Party Congress, the Congress of the Victors, in 1934, but already in 1931 the Stalin team occupied strategic positions. Stalin's only contemporary, Voroshilov, was in charge of the Red Army. Molotov and Kaganovich were already members of the Politburo. Andreev joined it in the course of 1931. Kuibyshev was soon to die a natural death. Ordzhonikidze and Kirov, 2 of Stalin's closest supporters, were later to be killed, almost certainly by Stalin. Mikoyan was in charge of foreign trade and a candidate member of the Politburo. Beria, after a spell in the Cheka, was Stalin's deputy in the Caucasus. Kaganovich, of course, ran Moscow, Kirov Leningrad, Kossyr the Ukraine. Zdanov was master of Nizhny Novgorod, which then occupied the key industrial position, later to be taken over by Stalingrad. Shvernik was a secretary of the Central Committee and head of the trade unions. The 2 chief policemen of terrible fame, Yagoda and Yezhov, were rising stars. Yagoda ran Gulag, the central administration in charge of labor camps, soon to become notorious. Yezhov, by all reasonable standards a criminal lunatic, was to move up to his fearful eminence via the Central Control Commission of the party itself. Others were also on the move, among them Bulganin, a year younger than Khrushchev, whose career was to march very closely with Khrushchev's until, as prime minister, he was finally broken by his old comrade in 1958. Bulganin, indeed, appointed chairman of the Moscow City Soviet in 1931, was to form the third member of the triumvirate which completely dominated Moscow. His first appearance as a Bolshevik was in 1918, when he joined the newly formed Cheka. After 4 years as a political policeman, it was discovered that he had a talent for organization and a head for figures. In 1922, while Khrushchev was still in Stalino, he moved to the Supreme Council of National Economy, the forerunner of the State Planning Commission. In 1927 he was put in charge of the Moscow electric plant, a huge and favored concern, which he turned into an example for all Soviet industry. In 1931 he was appointed chairman of the Moscow City Soviet, or, as he was sometimes called, mayor of Moscow. He maintained this position during the whole of Khrushchev's Moscow period, and the two worked hand in glove together. The party organization, headed first by Kaganovich, then, in 1935, by Khrushchev himself, provided the drive, the direction, the guidance, the discipline. It was the task of the City Soviet in its attractive old building on the Tverskaya Boulevard 1 to work out ways and means of carrying out the party's directives, or to reconcile them with reality. But there was no clear-cut division between the two organizations. The first secretary of the Moscow Party organization was the unquestioned boss, responsible only to Stalin, but Bulganin, as chairman of the City Soviet, was also a member of the Moscow City Committee, thus helping to arrive at decisions which it would then be his duty to implement. These three made a strong team. To these were added two others. For 5 years the young Malenkov had been working behind the scenes in Stalin's private secretariat. In 1930 he too emerged into the open, backed by an invaluable knowledge of Stalin's modus operandi and of the strength and weakness of his most exalted colleagues. He was given a department inside the Central Committee of the All-Union Party and, at the same time, he was put in charge of the Organization Bureau of the Moscow Party Committee, responsible to Kaganovich and a close colleague of Khrushchev and Bulganin. Also on the city committee was Yezhov, later to commit the worst excesses of the Great Purge, later still to be denounced as a criminal by Khrushchev, his one-time colleague. The team was a constellation. 4 of the potentially most powerful men in the Soviet Union were gathered together in one committee under the leadership of Kaganovich, who was already among the first 4 or 5 under Stalin. Kaganovich, 37, Khrushchev, 36, Bulganin, 35, Malenkov, 28, and Yezhov. The great city was effectively in the hands of these 5 immensely tough young men, cloth-capped, booted, shirts buttoned up to the neck. It was this team, less Yezhov, executed long before, plus Molotov, Stalin's right-hand man, which, 23 years later, was to take over the country from Stalin with the help of the newcomer, Beria, whom they were soon to kill. Now they ran Moscow. A strong team was needed. Between 1930 and 1932 the mood of the Soviet Union underwent a change. With the first 5-year plan underway and the collectivization completed, there were to be no more arguments about ways and means. The course was set, and it had nothing whatever to do with socialism or communism as understood either by Lenin or by Marxists outside the Soviet Union. The dictatorship of the proletariat, which for some time had been transformed into the dictatorship of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, operating through its organs, the Politburo, the Secretariat, the Orgburo, and the Central Control Commission, was now the dictatorship of Stalin, operating first through the Politburo and the Secretariat, later through the GPU. And although this dictatorship was for a time not absolute, it was Stalin and Stalin alone who, in his speeches, could break new ground and set the tone. In 1931 Molotov was made chairman of the Council of People's Commissars or Prime Minister, in succession to Rykov, who had taken over from Lenin and was later to be executed by Stalin. Molotov's first act was to declare his subservience to the party, i.e. to Stalin. Once upon a time the Council of People's Commissars, with Lenin as chairman, had been a force in the land. Now it became merely the executive arm of the party, and its most important members, from Molotov down, were themselves high party functionaries. Every activity in the land, heavy industry, light industry, trade, agriculture, transport, communications, etc. was the responsibility of the relevant commissariat, and Molotov, at 40, thus acted as Stalin's overseer for the administration and production of the whole of the USSR. What Stalin in fact was doing was to impose upon the country a system of state capitalism, and for a time his one and only interest was to make this system work. It took him a long way from socialism. It forced him to develop a completely regimented state engaged in carrying out an industrial revolution through dictates from above. The excesses of the English Industrial Revolution, the forcing of country dwellers into horrible new towns, child labor, grinding poverty, the stunting of bodies and souls had been perpetrated by individuals in search of profit and allowed by the government to operate in its crudest form, the law of supply and demand, because it was considered immoral to interfere with the natural laws of economics. The excesses of the Soviet Industrial Revolution, which led to similar situations, but on a vast and Russian scale, were perpetrated by Stalin's decree, instead of being forced into the towns by the enclosures, instead of being forced into the mines and mills, men, women, and children, by the threat of starvation. Russian peasants were moved about by decree and, when this failed, by the GPU, which, under Yagoda, constructed vast labor camps filled by arbitrary arrests, on construction sites, in forests, in mineral-bearing areas. Tens of thousands would be picked up to labor, and often to die, as slaves on the Baltic White Sea Canal, in the Lena goldfields, in the killing climate of the Magadan region, in the coal mines of Norilsk. And to what end? It was in 1931 that Stalin abruptly put an end to the last dreams of the revolutionary idealists by insisting on the necessity for steep differences of reward to act as incentives, initiating a policy which was formalized 3 years later when at the 17th Party Congress he declared that egalitarianism had nothing to do with Marxism, but was a reactionary, petty bourgeois absurdity worthy of a primitive sect of ascetics but not of a socialist society organized on Marxist lines. 2 In 1931, 2. For the first time he sounded the nationalist, chauvinist note which ever after was to obsess him. It was back to the Tsars with a vengeance. No, comrades, the pace must not be slackened. On the contrary. To slacken the pace would mean to lag behind, and those who lag behind are beaten. We do not want to be beaten. No, we do not. Russia was ceaselessly beaten for her backwardness. She was beaten by the Mongol Khans, she was beaten by the Turkish Beys, she was beaten by the Swedish feudal lords, she was beaten by the Anglo-French capitalists, she was beaten by the Japanese barons, she was beaten by all for her backwardness. For military backwardness, for cultural backwardness, for agricultural backwardness. She was beaten because to beat her was profitable and went unpunished. You remember the words of the pre-revolutionary Russian poet, "Thou art poor and thou art abundant, thou art mighty and thou art helpless, Mother Russia." We are 50 or 100 years behind the advanced countries. We must make good this lag in 10 years. Either we do it or they crush us. 3. The spirit of internationalism, of world revolution, was departed. From now on all who worked with Stalin were to work for one thing only, the greater glory of the Soviet Union. All ideologies were perverted to this end, all methods, however brutal, however misguided, were directed to this end. Khrushchev took Stalin as he found him. He knew, all those who had attended the 15th Party Congress knew at first hand, and many more besides from hearsay, that Lenin in his last years had distrusted Stalin and wanted to see him put down. Many years later, in 1956, in the course of his historic attack on Stalin, Khrushchev was to quote from Lenin's famous testament, in which he had warned the comrades against giving Stalin too much power because of his rough and overbearing ways. In 1956, filled with righteous indignation, Khrushchev spoke as though this testament had just come to light after having been suppressed for more than 3 decades. It had been suppressed not only by Stalin, but by all Stalin's comrades in arms, including Khrushchev, who had heard it read out in Congress in 1927 and had voted to remove it from the record. 4. Khrushchev knew who Stalin was and what he was driving at, greatness for the Soviet Union. And this suited him very well. It is improbable that he had ever given the least thought to world revolution. From the very beginning of his career as a Bolshevik he had been, as we have seen, interested in only 3 things: getting things going and making his part of the economy work, smashing down opposition of all kinds, and forwarding his own career by intrigue and by showing himself more Stalinist than Stalin. He thought in terms of the here and the now and the concrete. His vision of the future was concrete too, limited to the dream of material abundance and prosperity for his own people. There is nothing to suggest that he had thought of the outside world at all, unless as the supplier of pre-revolutionary capital for the exploitation of Russian mineral wealth. Stalin's new and uninhibited emphasis on a strong and powerful Russia for the Russians would have appeared to him entirely right and proper, and so would the abandonment of egalitarian dreams, to each according to his work, the slogan which was to prepare the way for spectacular differentials, so that a Red Army subaltern would soon be earning 100 times more than a Red Army private, so that a new privileged class of communist officials, engineers, industrialists, writers, scientists and ballet dancers would soon be emerging, would have struck him as self-evident. As for the crash program of industrialization, cost what it might in suffering, Khrushchev himself was one of nature's shock brigadiers. And, unlike most of his colleagues, he was prepared to roll his sleeves up and muddy his boots, to get down among the workers and show them by precept, exhortation, and example. This was the period when all over the vast land, above all in the Urals, vast new towns and enterprises were being raised out of the mud for the production of steel. The symbol of the day was the great new steel town, Magnitogorsk. And of Magnitogorsk Mr. John Scott, an American who worked there, wrote: "In Magnitogorsk I was precipitated into a battle. I was deployed on the iron and steel front. Tens of thousands of people were enduring the most intense hardships in order to build blast furnaces, and many of them did it willingly, with boundless enthusiasm, which infected me from the day of my arrival. I would wager that Russia's Battle of Ferrous Metallurgy alone involved more casualties than the Battle of the Marne. 5. This was the mood not only in the great new steel towns, but all over Russia where construction work was going on. The young and idealistic, who knew nothing about their rulers, threw themselves into the most heartbreaking toil, suffering atrocious conditions for the sake of a dream. Russia had been stagnant. Now, as the smoke and the dust cleared away after the cataclysmic earthquake, they were building. There was purpose behind everything they did, and everything they did was worth personal sacrifice because what they were building with their own sweat and blood was the celestial city on earth, and in their lifetime this paradise would be completed. Those who were not young and idealistic, those who cared for nothing but their own survival, and those who had once cared deeply and were now disillusioned, were carried along on this almost palpable wave of enthusiasm, were shamed into working hard too, were goaded and bullied by the party comrades, in the last resort were picked up by the GPU and carried off to work for starvation rations in concentration camps. This was the mood. It might have been made for our hero. It was the sort of manic mood he liked. He knew how to exploit enthusiasm, and he knew how to bully those who lagged. He knew, to the last inch, just how far he could drive these peasants turned construction workers and machinists. He was in his element. Not in Magnitogorsk, but in Moscow, which Stalin was preparing to pull down and rebuild as the most splendid capital city in the world. Khrushchev still had some way to go before he could fulfill himself as the great leader and commander on the construction front. It was not until January 1932 that he abandoned his Red Presnaya district to a smaller man and moved up formally to be Kaganovicia's second in command. He had achieved the Red Presnaya district 6 months earlier, as he had achieved the Bauman district still earlier, by clambering over the ruins of his predecessor, Comrade Kozlov, who had been made an official scapegoat for food shortages caused directly by government policies. Kozlov's dismissal was preceded by the usual Pravda broadside. 6 But instead of kowtowing and confessing his sins, he was foolhardy enough to fight back. He went. Khrushchev moved up in his place. He did not improve the food situation, which was causing extreme discontent and some rioting, but he did begin at once to show himself a master of the new style, the Stalinist way of work. The Stalinist way was the shock way, which later led to Stakhanovism. We have heard a great deal about the special and spectacular ad hoc mobilizations of whole districts, whole towns, whole age groups, to achieve a particular task in a set time. These formed familiar features of the landscape of these days. The idea was first put into practice in the Red Presnaya district of Moscow in 1931, and it was Khrushchev's own idea. He applied it not only to construction work but to everything he touched. He introduced special days for this and that, and special 10-day periods of supreme endeavor. It might be for digging a new drain, or for improving the training of candidates for the Communist Party. He also invented the device known as the Stalin Estafette, which was to breed many horrors. This unlikely term was used to stand for a shock program designed to enforce and to dramatize the Stalinist style. Under cover of a variety of euphemisms, the new methods meant, among other things, conscription of labor, deprivation of the worker's right to choose or change his place of work, saddling the worker personally with responsibility for the condition of the machines and tools he used. Within this oppressive framework all sorts of devices were introduced for the more thorough exploitation of labor, so-called counterplans to exceed the demands of the official plan, forced state loans, called the mobilization of monetary resources, the creation of the notorious shock brigades working on a system of premium and progressive piecework. The Stalinist estafette caught on and quickly spread to the whole of Moscow and elsewhere. It set the pattern which was to be formalized in the draconian labor laws of 1933, which were not to be repealed until after Stalin's death. The standard-bearer of conscript labor was Nikita Khrushchev. 7. We are still in 1932. It was a terrible year for the people and it was a terrible year for Stalin. The first 5-year plan, with its impossible targets, had failed, but an immense amount had been done. A miracle had taken place, except that this miracle was paid for by the physical and mental suffering of untold millions and by the sacrifice of individual lives on a gigantic scale. The base had been laid, and the more sensible second 5-year plan was to see the raising of the edifice. But now, we are told, Stalin for the first time lost his nerve. Worship of Stalin was not yet the required thing, he asked only to be feared. But he was detested too. Some even of the men round him were beginning to express anxieties and doubts long nurtured but concealed. There was no conspiracy, but senior members of the government who had actively helped Stalin defeat first the Trotskyists then the Bukhari Knights were exchanging memoranda urging that the Central Committee should have the courage to vote Stalin out of office by constitutional means. These included the chief of propaganda, Ryutin, and the premier of the Russian Republic, Surtsov. With others they were charged with conspiracy and sent to prison. Stalin had not then begun killing his own colleagues. The Ukraine, Khrushchev's old stamping ground, made safe for Stalin by Kaganovich, was in full revolt. Stalin sent one of his closest friends, Postyshev, to conduct a ferocious purge. One of the most distinguished old Bolsheviks, Skripnik, killed himself as a consequence of that purge. 8. It was in November of that year that Stalin's wife, Nadezhda Alliluyeva, committed suicide. There was the man of steel, as he had called himself, face to face with that corpse. It was at about this time that he stood up one day at a meeting of the Politburo and offered to resign. Perhaps it is indeed true that I have become an obstacle to the unity of the party. I am ready to go. The members of the Politburo, that body had already been purged of its right wing, glanced at one another in embarrassment. Who among them would take it upon himself to reply, "Yes, my friend, just that. You had better go. It is the best thing you can do." Who indeed? The individual who brought out these words, without being sure of the others' backing, would have risked a great deal. Nobody moved. At last Molotov spoke. He said, "Stop it. Enough. You know you have the party's confidence." 9. He certainly had Khrushchev's, and while the master faltered, the servant throve. It was in the summer of this terrible year that he was promoted to be second secretary of the Moscow City Committee, and, as such, Kaganovich's deputy. This elevation, since all eyes were on Moscow, transformed him as far as his party comrades were concerned from a local into a national figure. It meant to all who knew the signs that he was being groomed for very high office indeed. And he was exposed. For 3 more years he was to work with Kaganovich, but he was for all practical purposes more than Kaganovich's deputy. His immediate master was so much taken up with his duties as a member of the Politburo, as the boss of the V/whole of Moscow region, with overseeing many of the most important industrial projects in the land, that for long periods Khrushchev was virtually in charge of the city's life. It was a turbulent life. In the intervals of beating down the right opposition, conducting a civil war against the peasants and forcing through the 5-year plan, Stalin had conceived the idea of turning Moscow into the most splendid capital city in the world. Plans for reconstruction on a massive scale were already beginning to take shape and, with the feverish pulling down and rebuilding at ground level, went the most grandiose project of all, the creation of the now celebrated Moscow Metro, the underground railway, or subway, conceived as the 8th wonder of the world and as a secular monument to the greater glory of the Soviet system, to surpass in splendor and magnificence the most splendid creations of past ages to the greater glory of God. Although the whole system was called after Kaganovich, whose name was deeply incised in stone above the main entrance to each station, the man who was most directly responsible for the completion of the first stages of this masterpiece was our hero. From 1932 to 1934 he was subordinate to Kaganovich. In 1934, Kaganovich, while retaining the first secretaryship of Moscow province, appointed Khrushchev in his place as first secretary of the Moscow City Committee. In that same year Khrushchev became a member of the All-Union Central Committee, having far outstripped both Malenkov and Bulganin. In 1935 Kaganovich became People's Commissar for Transport and devoted himself for a time above all to the radical reorganization of the railway system of the Soviet Union. Khrushchev stepped effortlessly into his shoes and was now the supreme boss of Moscow region as well as Moscow city. He retained these positions until 1938, when he was made a candidate, or non-voting, member of the Politburo and was sent back to the Ukraine to purge the purgers and then to rule over a population now some 40 million strong as first secretary of the Ukrainian Communist Party. In 1939 he was made a full member of the Politburo. This was the summit. Thus the final stages of Khrushchev's elevation coincided precisely with the darkest period of Soviet history. It was in 1934 that Kirov was assassinated in Leningrad, and this assassination was the signal for the start of that appalling process whereby Stalin killed off not only all those old Bolsheviks who had opposed him at any time but also all those, from senior functionaries to rank-and-file party members, who had ever been associated with known members of the opposition or their associates, together with all those who might be suspected of harboring critical thoughts, even though unspoken and, for good measure, practically the whole of the higher command of the Red Army together with tens of thousands of officers of field rank and above. To carry out this Holocaust Stalin depended on the obedient and active support not only of his senior colleagues, the Molotovs and the Kaganoviches, but also of the Malenkovs, the Khrushchevs, the Zdanovs and the Bulganins, the new generation whom he had raised up to help him fight the old and who depended for their further promotion on the final liquidation of the old. Any who faltered, or who looked like faltering, were killed. Khrushchev was high among those who did not falter, and he received his reward. From 1932 onwards the records allow us to watch him in action. What we shall see is very different from the picture painted by Khrushchev himself, 20 years later, in his formal denunciation of Stalin. It will also help to explain why the Russian people, whose memories are long, never welcomed Khrushchev the liberator to their bosoms and entertained a view of him strikingly different from that which the West came to hold. They knew too much. Chapter 8. We have a beautiful metro. By the beginning of 1932, when he became Kaganovich's deputy in Moscow, Khrushchev had proved himself in two distinct fields. With his cloth cap, his sloppy clothes, his brash, overbearing manner and his ability to coax disgruntled workers and jolly them along as well as to bully them and lash them with his tongue, he was the practical man who knew how to get things done. High office and a host of sycophantic subordinates at his command had not changed him. As in his early days at Yuzovka, he still liked to get out into the field and face his problems on the ground instead of keeping his boots clean and operating from behind a barricade of paper. At the same time the talent for intrigue, for smelling out heresy, for paying out rope in the most calculated manner until his enemies stumbled and a short, sharp twitch of the halter broke their necks, put him in the front rank of party hatchetmen. He could have made an outstanding career as an industrial overlord, a slave driver that is, or as a party watchdog. The combination of two characters in one made him unique and invaluable to Stalin. Ultimately it was to give him a critical advantage over Malenkov, who for too long had concentrated on party infighting of the most savage kind, always close to the very seat of power, and over Kaganovich, the supreme slave driver, who quite lacked his protégé's finesse when it came to backroom operations. The two separate strands in Khrushchev's career were displayed most lucidly during his Moscow period. As a quasi-student in the Industrial Academy he had broken the anti-Stalin movement and heaved himself several steps up the ladder. As district party secretary, first in the Bauman district then in Red Presnaya, he had continued the good work and received grateful acknowledgement from the Central Committee for his zeal and efficiency in pursuing and scattering what was left of the right-wing opposition. At the same time he had distinguished himself by introducing the new Stalinist discipline into the Moscow labor force. He was now to present himself as a prodigy of relentless drive on a positively pharaoh-like scale, and soon as what can only be called an ideological terrorist of a savagery amounting to viciousness, the hammer of Trotskyites and Bukharinites, real and putative, and, without exception, the grossest flatterer of Stalin. Mikoyan was the runner-up. These two, in the 1930s, did more to forward the personality cult, which, between them, they were later to define and indict, than any of their colleagues. This was the paradox, because these two also did more in their different ways to improve Soviet living conditions than all the rest of the Politburo put together. Khrushchev's great contribution did not come until after Stalin's death, but Mikoyan, the brilliant Armenian, who would have made a fortune in the West, was responsible for all those improvements in goods and services, all those alleviations of the bleakness of life under Stalin, which, through the darkest years, gave the Russian people some hope for the future. It could be argued, and it would probably be true, that he and Khrushchev were outstanding in their flattering of Stalin because, unlike their colleagues, they shared a vision of better times for the common people and were determined at all costs to survive long enough at least to begin to realize this vision. Faro operated above all in the tunnels of the Moscow metro, and here up to his knees in filthy water, giving pep talks to the tunnelers, or in the chief engineer's office above ground we have our first glimpses of him as he appeared to others. In 1935 an official account of the construction of the first section of the metro was published in Moscow. 1 Although Kaganovich is cited throughout as the hero and inspiration of this tremendous feat, N.S. Khrushchev is permitted a remarkable share of the build-up too. Poor Bulganin is mentioned only as an afterthought. The various sector chiefs and engineers who actually directed and carried out the work are reduced to voices in a paean of praise for the glorious leadership of Kaganovich and Khrushchev. Comrade Kaganovich's closest assistant in the subway construction was Comrade N.S. Khrushchev. All engineers, all brigadiers, and shock workers on the project know Nikita Sergeyevich. They know him because he visits the construction sites each day, issues daily instructions, checks, criticizes, cheers on and advises this or that shaft overseer, this or that party organizer, on all specific and urgent problems. Comrade Khrushchev's office became indistinguishable from the project manager's office where party organizers, shaft overseers, engineers, and individual brigade leaders work out the detailed plans required to fulfill the daring, urgent assignments of their proved leader, L.M. Kaganovich. It is interesting to see, in this limited but extremely important theater, the beginnings of a minor personality cult. The deification of Stalin himself had only recently started in 1935, and it is a little surprising to find that he was ready to permit the public glorification not only of Kaganovich but also of Kaganovich's lieutenant. The authentic accents are most clearly heard in the account of one of the tunnel engineers. In the life of every man there are especially memorable days. On days like this he suddenly begins to understand in a new way the simple things which he thought he knew all about long ago. On days like this he becomes inspired with love for things and phenomena which he had taken for granted before. Just such a day was the day when Comrade Khrushchev talked to me. The task of tunneling was a job after Khrushchev's heart. It called for boldness amounting to recklessness, sacrificial toil, vast operations based on insufficient forethought, a standing disregard of the limitations of human flesh and blood and the facts of nature. Speed was of the essence. Immense risks had to be taken to keep up to schedule. Nobody knows how many died as a consequence of the inevitable catastrophes. The work was pressed through as though the very future of the Soviet Union depended upon its immediate fulfillment. But nothing except the amour propre of Stalin, Kaganovich, and Khrushchev depended on it. Moscow's immediate transport problems could have been solved far more cheaply and quickly by the development of surface transport. The metro was a dream and a boast. The first section had to be completed in time for the 17th anniversary of the revolution in November 1934. It was a characteristically arbitrary date. It was characteristic, too, that, after all the sacrifices and risks and wild improvisations, it was not after all completed in time. Nobody lost his head for this. Not everybody remembered Khrushchev's interventions with love and gratitude. Labor discipline came first. In a speech he made in 1933 he showed what he meant by labor discipline. Addressing the managers and foremen at construction sites, he told them not to rely on bureaucratic supervision but to get out among the workers and order them about directly. The success of construction depends on the worker fulfilling his norm. If you are chief of a construction site, encourage the better worker, help him, let him earn more, but at the same time you must carry on a determined struggle against the self-seeker and the shirker, who comes to the construction site to snatch his wages and then run off. Under the influence of self-seekers who have wormed themselves into our construction sites, some workers have begun to think along the following lines: why don't we try to get our norms revised downwards? Pernicious and disorganizing aspirations of this kind must be severely put down. It is necessary to fight in a Bolshevik way, so that every bricklayer, plasterer, painter, fulfills his output norm. All kinds of opportunistic whisperers who talk of revising the norms must be rebuffed with total resolution. They reflect nothing but the pressure of the petty bourgeois element, sometimes even of the real Kulak counter-revolutionary element, too. Here, with Khrushchev in the van as usual, we see the beginnings of the system, soon to be accepted throughout the Soviet Union, which equated demands for less work or higher pay with a political offense against the state, to be punished as such. If this was the spirit which moved Khrushchev as effective master of the whole Moscow labor force, when it came to the particular problems of the Moscow metro, we see in operation another quality: the headlong way in which he threw himself into grandiose schemes without adequate preparation, without adequate data, without any initial small-scale experiment to bring to light potential difficulties, and with no regard at all for waste of energy and manpower. This was a quality which was to become one of his distinctive marks when he could command all the resources of his vast land, which was, indeed, to lead to his eventual undoing. In the account of the building of the Moscow Underground we see this quality reflected in the narratives of the men on the job. Although the catastrophes and the attendant loss of life are minimized and never taught up, time and time again, in order to demonstrate the resolution, the boldness, the temerity of Kaganovich or Khrushchev, or both, to say nothing of the heroism of the engineers, we are given glimpses of disaster as well as an unusual insight into the almost total disregard of the most elementary safety precautions, so that the work might be pushed on without a check. During the construction of the underground we knew, of course, that we were tunneling under a great city, that every disturbance of existing foundations might lead to disaster. Nevertheless, during the first period of construction we did not show a special vigilance. 3. Those are the words of one of the chief engineers. An example of this absence of vigilance is given by one of his colleagues. There had, he wrote, been no time to shore up buildings along the line of excavation. One day one of the houses affected started to collapse. The inhabitants were evacuated and a special commission of experts was convened to discuss the situation. The commission laid it down that excavation should stop until the shoring up of the buildings had been completed. Now it was Khrushchev's turn. On his daily inspection he saw that work had stopped. "What's the matter with you? Are you frightened of buildings?" he asked the engineer in charge, Stepanov. Stepanov explained the situation and went on to say that in spite of the findings of the experts and the doubts of his own colleagues on the site, he himself would be prepared to go on excavating, taking the risk. Nikita Sergeyevich's words definitely persuaded us to go ahead with the work along the entire line. Here is another example of the mood, this time featuring Kaganovich himself. Kaganovich could drive every bit as hard as Khrushchev. He, too, was prepared to expose the Muscovites, below and above ground, to avoidable risks. One day he appeared on the scene and remarked, "You are now about to tunnel under a house which is full of Americans. For political reasons this house must not be permitted to fall down." Special measures were taken accordingly. This sort of thing was going on in the very heart of Moscow. Years later the scars of collapsed houses and apartment buildings were still visible, until they became indistinguishable from the scars left by German bombs. And all the time Khrushchev drove. There were 2 tunneling shields in operation, one English, one Soviet-made. English engineers who knew all about this kind of tunneling gave an advance of 3/4 of a meter in 24 hours as the most the shields should be expected to achieve in safety. Khrushchev would have none of this. The English shield, he said, must complete 3/4 of a meter per shift, and the Soviet shield must catch up with it in a given time. Soon even that was not good enough. Each shield must now achieve a full meter per shift. And, of course, the brigade leaders vied with one another in socialist competition. Nobody, least of all Khrushchev, had a clear idea of the soil conditions on the line of the tunnel. The engineers were always being taken by surprise. But they were never given time to sit down and think. Comrade Khrushchev ceaselessly kept his eye on our work. Every day the surveyor marked on a chart in Khrushchev's office the movement of our shields. At the slightest slowing down, Khrushchev would immediately call in Comrade Tyagnabita or Suvorov and demand an explanation as to why the slowdown had taken place and what the difficulties were. This constant vigilance of Comrade Khrushchev always inspired the workers to work even better. The nature of the difficulties and the conditions under which the workers were inspired to work even better, are often graphically illustrated. Thus, on one occasion, among many, the shield was suddenly flooded, immense torrents of water poured in from all sides, smashing the cross timbers and sweeping workers off their feet. On another, the shield approached the silt, a brown, fluid mass. The caisson was working under an air pressure of 2.3 atmospheres. As each hour went by, conditions became more difficult. Sometimes the silt resisted and unprecedented efforts had to be made to stop it, to save the tunnel, the machine, and, above all, the workers. Once a fire broke out in the caisson. In order to avoid the rapid spread of the fire in the compressed air, rich in oxygen, it was necessary to lower the air pressure. But this only opened the way for the silt, which poured in torrents into the shaft, for the tempo was frantic. In December 1933, Kaganovich himself made a speech to construction chiefs and shock brigade leaders. It must be said with the utmost sharpness that if we go on as we are going now, the first section of the underground will not be completed by November 7. The main task is to speed up the construction tempo. We must increase the speed of excavating 5 times and the speed of tunnel building from 8 to 9 times. 5. In fact, as already remarked, the section was not finished after all in time for the 17th anniversary of the revolution. It was not finished until May, 1935. All over the Soviet Union arbitrary deadlines of this kind were being laid down, arbitrary increases in tempo and productivity demanded. If a factory managed to fulfill its norm, the norm was promptly increased. This did not inspire the workers or the managers. It worked the other way. Enterprises soon learned the technique of going slow, working all too easily within their powers, to avoid this inane and arbitrary progression. Khrushchev, as a shock leader to end all shock leaders, never learned this simple lesson. To the end of his career he kept on reverting to his old barnstorming ways, proclaiming grandiose programs to be achieved regardless of cost and regardless of the fact that they could never be achieved. We shall see him at it 20 years later in the matter of the Virgin Lands. We shall see him at it in his absurd and meaningless boasting about catching up with America in no time at all in the production of this or that. He trained his assistants well. It was a difficult time, wrote the party secretary in charge of one of the shafts. Workers, even communists, would come and ask to be released from work. Party candidate Kozlovsky came and brought a doctor's certificate to say that it would be injurious for his health for him to continue working. I did not release him. It is necessary to get used to the work. When you start working, of course you are soon fatigued. But you must not leave your post, weariness passes, and working inspiration begins. The medical commission does not know this, but we the party organization know it well. Inspiration was a fashionable word at that time. It was a euphemism for going on until you dropped. Either you had it, or you were, in Kaganovich's phrase, a hostile element, liable to be charged with wrecking and sabotage. Then you were dealt with by administrative methods. This was the euphemism for GPU action. For the Moscow underground, a well-known Chekist was appointed to this end, as assistant chief of construction. Unlike Khrushchev, he did not inspire, he purged. He himself recounted how during his first major purge some of the unsatisfactory workers had no personal papers. To escape being sent away, the poor wretches tried to hide in the darkest recesses of the underground workings. But the gallant Chekist was too much for them. My men descended into the shafts to hunt them out. Sometimes it was necessary literally to drag them up into the daylight. One can picture the scene, the beatings up in the darkness, the groaning and the yelling. How much better to be inspired by Comrade Khrushchev and do overtime for no pay. In those early days of the metro construction, forced labor was not used. That came later when the GPU had become the NKVD, and Stalin's great purges produced an unlimited number of bodies of all kinds for the dirtiest and most dangerous tasks. To begin with, the unskilled work was largely carried out by members of the Komsomol, the Young Communist League, who either volunteered to toil away for practically nothing to the greater glory of the Soviet Union, or else were pressured into it by moral blackmail. The work also attracted the sweepings of the Moscow slums. But Khrushchev knew about forced labor at this time and took it in his stride. One of his special interests was the construction of the Moscow-Volga Canal, which, like the White Sea Canal, was the product of nothing but forced labor. Yagoda's first drafts. Subsequent sections of the Moscow Metro were also built by forced labor, including, ironically, many foreign communists who had sought refuge in the Soviet Union from the European dictatorships. One of the most distinguished of these, Valentin Gonzalez, the legendary anti-Franco general of the Spanish Civil War, known as El Campesino, was sent to work in the Metro as a last chance to prove himself a genuine Bolshevik. Good, faithful work and evidence of change of heart might lead to my rehabilitation, wrote El Campesino. The Russians are extremely proud of the Moscow underground. It is their prize exhibit for foreign delegations, journalists, and tourists. They claim it as a masterpiece of construction, and they are quite right. Only they forget to explain that it is a monument not only to Soviet engineering but also to the slave labor that went into its construction. Almost 90% of the construction workers were in a position similar to mine. Many of them were old fighters, former military leaders, or even NKVD men. They had fallen into disgrace and had been allotted this sort of work, which offered them the very faint hope that their efforts would in time restore them to their former position in the ruling class. The alternative to this work was Siberia, and so they did all they could to follow the faint ray of hope. 6. El Campesino was writing of a later period, on the eve of the war, when Khrushchev had gone back to the Ukraine to be Stalin's viceroy in Kiev, but, in spite of the industrial achievements of the 5-year plans, working conditions in the Moscow underground were then much the same as they had been in the early 30s. Soil still had to be shifted with wheelbarrows. Lack of modern machinery and equipment made our work very difficult. Human muscles and effort had to replace the missing tools. I often worked in water up to my knees. After some time I noticed that I was always sent to the most dangerous spots when there had been a cave-in. An accident at work would have been a nice way of getting rid of me, I suppose. The Soviet propaganda would have turned me into a hero again. 7. So much for the reality behind the famous underground palaces, the stations of the metro, great columned halls lined with multicolored, highly polished marbles, porphyries, and all the rest. The first section cost more than 500 million rubles. 8. The appropriation for 1934 alone was 350 million rubles. According to the report of the 17th Party Congress in 1934, the Congress of the Victors, in the course of which Khrushchev was made a member of the Central Committee, the total investment in consumer goods for the whole of the Soviet Union under the first 5-year plan, had been 300 million rubles a year. Over 70,000 square meters of marble were required for the stations of the first and second sections alone. This is 1.5 times the amount used in all the palaces of Tsarist Russia during the 50 years preceding the Great October Socialist Revolution. Lavish use was made of porphyry, granite, bronze, smalto and ceramic, as well as glazed panels. Many of the interiors were adorned with gold leaf, statuary, bas-reliefs, and mosaics. 9. It is impossible to tell what the Muscovites really thought about this splendor. Crammed together, two families to a room, in hovels, cellars, and crumbling apartment blocks, ill-shod, wretchedly clothed, undernourished, they swarmed and shoved and cursed their way into the magic trains which swept silently out of the darkness, came to rest in these halls of glittering splendor, and whisked the triumphant proletarians away to their miserable homes, to their bleak factories, or to queue for hours in front of barren shops for the simplest necessities of life: a box of matches, a needle and thread. We do not know what Khrushchev thought of these contrasts either. Later, much later, he was to condemn with great vehemence Stalin's mania for monumental building, for wedding cake architecture, for extravagant ornamentation, all diverting and wasting millions of rubles that should have been spent on necessary housing. 10 But from 1932, first as deputy chief, then as supreme chief of Moscow, until 1938 he threw himself heart and soul into the great transformation of the city, which was never completed, and showed himself the best slave driver of them all. For this he was duly rewarded. Elected to the Central Committee in 1934, he became a candidate, or non-voting, member of the Politburo in 1938. By then he was earning Stalin's approbation in quite another way, this time for the qualities which had caused Kaganovich to single him out in his early days at Stalino. 1934 was a climacteric year for the Soviet Union as well as for Khrushchev. The second five-year plan was going well. Throughout the great land the chaos, the hunger, and the suffering produced by the collectivization and the first shocks of Stalin's new style in superindustrialization were beginning to give way to a slightly easier tempo and at least the promise of stability. All over Europe totalitarian dictatorships had established themselves, partly as a desperate response to what appeared to be the total collapse of the capitalist system. In England and America, where democracy still ruled, governments were helpless in face of near bankruptcy and chronic unemployment. The Soviet Union alone among nations was forging ahead with steady purpose, transforming a nation of rough and illiterate peasants into an industrial society based on popular education. It was at this time, above all in 1933 and 1934, that Western visitors to Russia would return to a Europe scourged by dictators, to an England paralyzed by a discredited fiscal and economic system, and proclaim that in the Soviet Union they had seen the future and that it worked. Confined to Moscow and Leningrad, as they were, and not allowed to see below the newly shining surface of the privileged districts of both, they had no idea of the cost. They knew nothing of the great famine, man-induced, which had lately desolated the Ukraine. They knew nothing of the millions of so-called kulaks killed, deported to Siberia, sent to labor and die in the salt mines and the coal mines and the forests of the far north. The existence of great hardship they could see. There was no soap. There was considerable and, as it appeared to starry Western eyes, rather absurd pressure on intellectuals to toe the party line, but obviously the government could not tolerate intellectual sabotage, and there were plenty of hostile, counter-revolutionary survivals from the past who would all too quickly take advantage of any weakness on the part of central authority. Things would soon be better. They were getting better every day. Meanwhile, what mattered was the tremendous sense of purpose which filled the very young and, marching on, caught up the old and disillusioned in its train. How different from the state of the young under Baldwin and in America. How different, indeed. At the very end of 1934, the glorious year in which Stalin had triumphed, confirmed, at the Congress of the Victors, the scattering of his enemies and the final defeat of counter-revolution, on the eve of 1935 which, obviously, would be the first year in which the hard-earned fruits of so much hardship, toil and suffering would at last be harvested. On December 1st, at exactly 4:30 in the dark winter afternoon, occurred the shooting of Sergei Mironovich Kirov, one of Stalin's right-hand men, a member of the Politburo, supreme chief of Leningrad City and Leningrad region. This assassination, or murder, started off a chain reaction which was to blacken Stalin's name forever, turn the great land into a charnel house, and, as a byproduct, elevate those who survived Malenkov, Zdanov, Bulganin, Beria, Khrushchev among them to the most exalted positions, under Stalin, in the land. Chapter 9. The Great Purge. We now have to take account of an entirely new element in our unraveling of Khrushchev's past. In later life Khrushchev was to say little or nothing about those years of swift promotion from 1926 to 1934, from the moment he left Stalino to the moment when he succeeded Kaganovich as the Moscow party chieftain. In the secret speech of 1956 he had nothing at all to say against the manner in which Stalin seized and consolidated his power, nothing at all about the excesses of the collectivization and the superindustrialization program, the smashing of all opposition, first from the left, then from the right, the elevation of the secret police to become, virtually, a state within a state. For Khrushchev, Stalin's crimes began only in 1934 with the murder of Kirov and the beginning of the personality cult, i.e. the deification of Stalin. This was not, as some have suggested, because Khrushchev himself, as an ardent Stalinist, was actively involved in the construction of the Stalinist system, so that any criticism of Stalin's conduct and policies from 1926 to 1934 would inevitably have been self-criticism. On the contrary, all Khrushchev's colleagues in 1956 and all politically conscious Russians over the age of 40, knew very well that the man who was now denouncing Stalin's crimes had, from 1935 onwards, not only profited by them directly but had also most actively abetted them. The colleagues were in no position to point this out because they had all been in the same boat. The citizens, unable to speak out, could only remember and shrug their shoulders. The reason why Khrushchev had nothing to say in criticism of the system which Stalin had built up from 1926 to 1934 was that the system was still in operation and was to be retained indefinitely. For the same reason, in his denunciation of his late master, Khrushchev limited himself to exposing Stalin's crimes against Communist Party members and, to a lesser degree, against the Red Army Higher Command. He had nothing at all to say about the oppression of the Soviet masses and the non-communist intelligentsia, and this was for the very good reason that he, Khrushchev, proposed to continue oppressing these. At no point, as certain Italian communists, including Signor Togliatti, indiscreetly pointed out, did Khrushchev ever suggest that there was anything wrong with the system which had bred such atrocity. This would have cut the ground completely from under his own feet, since he intended to perpetuate the system. Throughout, his attack was selective and arbitrary, and was concerned only with presenting Stalin as a great man gone wrong, and, in a sort of madness, perverting the noble system which he had built up in the tradition of Lenin and which it was his, Khrushchev's, mission to restore. This was not a project calculated to please the Russians as a whole. From the murder of Kirov onwards we are no longer confined to the official records of Khrushchev's actions and speeches, we can compare the record with Khrushchev's subsequent apologia. The discrepancies here are very sharp indeed, so sharp that they make it impossible to accept Khrushchev's unsupported word for anything at all. More than this, they make it impossible to believe the unsupported word of any of Khrushchev's colleagues, including the present leaders of the Soviet Union. These have never yet challenged the Khrushchev version, which they know to be false. By 1934 Stalin, to all appearances, felt so sure of himself that Moscow was once more full of his late enemies returned from Siberia, like Zinoviev and Kamenev, or actually employed as Stalin's advisors or even officially as members of the government. Bukharin, Rykov, Pyatakov, Radek, and many others were all cooperating, had all recanted and denounced their own errors. Bukharin, for example, who had just 3 years to live, was still on the editorial board of the Great Soviet Encyclopedia, which he had helped to launch in 1928. Soon, with other one-time opponents, he was to be a member of the commission appointed under Stalin to draft the new liberal constitution. It was a confusing time. For even while the most distinguished survivors of the Bolshevik Old Guard were making their final submission to Stalin and being variously rewarded, a savage and continuous purge was in progress among the rank and file of the party and, still more, the Komsomol. A new generation was arising which had begun to question the validity of Stalin's growing tyranny and which was disgusted with the abject capitulation of the old oppositionists. But even as they raised their voices, these younger men were thrown out of the party and the Komsomol and set to work in the forced labor camps of the new police chief, Yagoda. Stalin himself seemed to be undecided as to what to do next. In one breath he amnestied large numbers of kulaks who still survived, abolished the GPU as an autonomous force and handed over its duties to the People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs, the NKVD, gave the Attorney General the power to supervise the activities of the NKVD and keep them within the law, invited members of the late opposition to cooperate in the drafting of a new constitution. In the next he would come out with some atrocious decree, such as the one which made a whole family responsible for any treasonable act committed by any one of its members, informing, even by children on their fathers, was thus made compulsory. Failure to inform, even on husband or wife, was punished with great severity. 1. How the old Bolsheviks reconciled their submission to Stalin with this sort of thing will never be known. They may have acted out of sheer moral and nervous exhaustion, or they may have believed they had reason to hope for a change if only they could hold on long enough. Whatever the reason, it helped them not at all. Soon they were all to be dead at Stalin's hand. There were, indeed, reasons to hope for a change. Stalin's Politburo was itself divided. And the issue was whether or not the time had come to ease the rule of force and invite the active cooperation of all who had been in opposition for the urgent task of building a strong, healthy, and united Soviet Union to meet the growing military threat from the outer world, from Nazi Germany, from Japan, from any of the Western powers who might join with either of these in a final effort to overthrow the Soviet government before the country was strong enough to be invulnerable. The chief among those who believed in the policy of reconciliation was Sergei Kirov, who had succeeded Zinoviev as the party chieftain of Leningrad and was a member of the Politburo. Kirov was not a sympathetic figure. His eyes were pale and cold. He was far and away the most able of Stalin's younger lieutenants, and he had been as tough as anybody in the drives against the opposition and the peasants. To all appearances he was the very prototype of Pasternak's ruthless young commissars in their black leather jackets. But he was also highly intelligent, he had the born orator's feeling for the popular mood, and, tough though he was, harsh and cruel when he was convinced of the need for harshness and cruelty, he had not a vestige of Stalin's vengefulness, malevolence, and joy in cruelty. He wanted the revolution to succeed, and he believed the time had come for the new rulers to show their strength by accepting rebels and malcontents back into the fold. In Leningrad, always the headquarters of particularism and rebelliousness, he had had more experience of dealing with difficult situations than any of his colleagues. And, amazingly, he was making himself respected and liked by the very people he had scourged. He had set himself up even against the excesses of the NKVD and was rapidly taking on the image of protector of the little man and champion of the aberrant who wished to live down their pasts and prove themselves useful citizens. And his fame had spread to Moscow. At the Congress of the Victors in February 1934 he had made a dazzling appearance, applauded, some said, more warmly even than Stalin himself. At the end of the Congress his position was immensely strengthened. Re-elected to the Politburo, he was also elected to the Orgburo and made a secretary of the Central Committee. All the strings of power were now in his hand. This meant that he would soon have to leave Leningrad and take up residence in Moscow. But, for some reason it was said that his presence in Leningrad was for the time being indispensable. The call to Moscow was delayed. All through 1934 he went on taking his own line in Leningrad. In November he attended a plenary session of the Central Committee in Moscow, which he dominated completely, putting forward proposals for specific measures to hasten the movement towards amelioration. It was then agreed that he must return to Moscow for good almost at once. That was on November 28, 1934. On December 1 he was dead. Western observers, above all the New York Menshevik Circle writing in their Russian-language paper, which so often told the truth about what was going on behind the scenes in Russia, too believed from the start that there was more than met the eye in the killing of Kirov. The actual shooting was done by a young communist called Nikolaev, who was allowed, armed with a loaded revolver, to penetrate the security screen of the Leningrad City Soviet, and kill Kirov in his own office. Nikolaev was seized, tried in camera, and shot out of hand, together with 15 other young communists known to have been associated with him. In the first convulsive reaction it was given out that Nikolaev had been a fascist agent in the pay of a foreign power. 104 unfortunates who had been sitting in prison since long before the crime, were dragged out and shot for good measure. Then, without a word of explanation, the fascist agent story was abandoned. Now it was the Zinoviev-Kamenaya opposition which was responsible. Leningrad was suddenly said to be teeming with oppositionists, the whole country for that matter, but Leningrad, whose independent ways had long exasperated Stalin, was the worst hit. Tens of thousands of individuals who, often for the most ludicrous and trivial reasons, were regarded as potentially untrustworthy, were rounded up and set off in the long, slow trains to labor camps in the east and the north. Zinoviev and Kamenaya were seized too, charged with responsibility for Kirov's murder, tried in camera and sentenced to 10 and 5 years penal servitude respectively. But Stalin had no intention of making martyrs of these two wretched deadbeats. He wanted to extract from them a confession of guilt which would enable him to smear with the Trotskyite brush anybody else he proposed to get rid of. Trotsky, still active in exile, still the man who was loudly and insistently telling the world about the realities of Stalin's Russia, was the symbol of all opposition and all things that were anathema. What followed was a grotesque process of bargaining over a formula of recantation, bargaining that went on between Stalin's offices in the Kremlin and the prison cells of the Lubyanka, where Zinoviev and Kamenaya were held. Zinoviev was choosy about the phrasing of this, his latest recantation in a long series. But it did not matter what he said. Zinoviev and Kamenaya had become a comic turn. Not even their final trial and execution 2 years later could transform them into figures of tragedy. These two men in their time had helped to send many to their deaths, they were not even objects for pity. Meanwhile, with the news of Kirov's death, and before even Nikolaev had been shot, an elaborate covering-up operation was set in motion. Stalin himself descended upon Leningrad, accompanied not only by Molotov and Voroshilov, as might have been expected, but also by the much younger Zdanov and none other than Nikita Khrushchev, functioning as a member of the commission to arrange Kirov's funeral and also as the representative of the workers of Moscow. This, as far as is known, was Khrushchev's first appearance on the national stage in immediate association with Stalin. Many years later, when he was seeking to disassociate himself from Stalin, it was to prove an unfortunate conjuncture. For some very strange things went on in Leningrad immediately after the murder. Khrushchev must have been privy to them. 22 years later he was to confirm Western belief that Kirov's murder had been connived at, if not directly arranged, at the highest level. But, although later still he was to announce that a formal commission of inquiry was to sit on the case, he never went beyond vague accusations. It must be asserted, he said in his secret speech, that to this day the circumstances surrounding Kirov's murder hide many things which are inexplicable and mysterious and demand a most careful examination. There are reasons for the suspicion that the killer of Kirov, Nikolaev, was assisted by someone from among the people whose duty it was to protect the person of Kirov. A month and a half before the killing, Nikolaev was arrested on the grounds of suspicious behavior, but he was released and not even searched. It is an unusually suspicious circumstance that when the Chekist assigned to protect Kirov was being brought for interrogation, on December 2, 1934, he was killed in a car accident in which no other occupants of the car were harmed. After the murder of Kirov, top functionaries of the Leningrad NKVD were given very light sentences, but in 1937 they were shot. We can assume that they were shot in order to cover the traces of the organizers of Kirov's killing. 4. Whom did Khrushchev have in mind, as being responsible for Kirov's killing? He never said. 3 years later it looked as though he was about to say more, when he announced to the 21st Party Congress that by an extraordinary chance the chauffeur of the car in which the responsible Chekist had been killed had been discovered still alive in Siberia, and was being questioned. The matter then died. If Khrushchev meant Stalin, why did he not say so? In that same speech he was accusing his late master of crimes no less atrocious. The same applies to Yagoda, head of the NKVD at the time of the murder. If Khrushchev had wanted to accuse Yagoda, there was nothing in the world to stop him doing so. He did not. And, in any case, by 1937, when the Leningrad NKVD chiefs were finally shot, Yagoda himself was under arrest and being prepared by his successor, Yezhov, for his own trial and execution. Who then? Why was it necessary first to make a most disturbing and damaging accusation, and then to wrap that accusation up in mystery? The time was February 1956. The occasion, the 20th Party Congress, marked Khrushchev's final bid for supremacy over all his colleagues by setting himself up, with the help of Mikoyan and others, as the man who could dethrone Stalin and turn the Soviet Union into happier paths. On the platform with him were, among others, Molotov, Kaganovich, Malenkov. It was known that Molotov and Kaganovich had been most zealous in that critical year in persuading Stalin to stick to the hard line of terror as opposed to Kirov's soft line of reconciliation. Malenkov, of course, was not yet on this high level, any more than Khrushchev himself. Nevertheless, he was already very much of an insider. After his years on Stalin's personal secretariat and his experience as a member of the Moscow Party Committee, where he had worked closely with Kaganovich, Khrushchev, and Yezhov, he was posted in 1934 to a full-time appointment in the newly created Department of Leading Party Organs, which superseded the party's Department of Higher Personnel. Here he was second in command to Nikolai Yezhov at the time of the Kirov murder. Yezhov was the dreadful little psychopath who, in the early autumn of 1935, was to take over the NKVD from Yagoda and carry the Great Purge to almost unbelievable lengths. Kaganovich, as head of the Party Control Commission from February 1934, was Yezhov's immediate boss, until Yezhov succeeded him in 1935, leaving Malenkov to run ORPO. We thus discover a new combination, just as in 1932 Moscow was being run by Kaganovich, Khrushchev, Yezhov, and Malenkov with Bulganin on the side, so, in 1934, the Control Commission of the party, with its subsidiary, OPRO, was in the hands of Kaganovich, Yezhov, and Malenkov, with Khrushchev on the periphery as Kaganovich's confidant and as the working colleague of the other two. The Control Commission was uniquely in charge of party discipline and higher party appointments. When the Great Purge was running wild under Yezhov, it was Malenkov's task, as chief of ORPO, to supply him with dossiers of all party members it was thought desirable by Stalin or any of his colleagues, or by Malenkov or Yezhov themselves, to eliminate. This was their heyday. Less than a year before Yezhov was himself destroyed by Stalin and replaced by Beria, Malenkov wrote of his master in party construction. The Soviet people love their intelligence service, because it defends the vital interests of the people and it is their flesh and blood. The faithful guardians of socialism, the NKVD men under the leadership of their Stalinist People's Commissar, Comrade Yezhov, will continue in the future to crush and root out the enemies of the people, the vile Trotskyite, Bukharinite, bourgeois nationalist and other agents of fascism. Let the spies and traitors tremble. The punishing hand of the Soviet people, the NKVD, will annihilate them. Our ardent Bolshevik greetings to the Stalinist People's Commissar of Internal Affairs, Nikolai Ivanovich Yezhov. 5. This paean to the terrorist-in-chief was composed at the very height of the terror, at the very moment when Yezhov was preparing by blackmail and torture the last of the three great treason trials which were to end with the annihilation of the whole of the Bolshevik Old Guard, when the labor camps and prisons were packed with hundreds of thousands of loyal party members, when the Red Army had suffered the liquidation of practically the whole of its higher command and about a third of its officers of the rank of major and above. The point to be made is that Yezhov was Kaganovish's man, and Malenkov was Yezhov's man. It was well known that Yezhov, the most unpopular man in the party, filled with bitter resentments and jealousies towards his more presentable comrades, had set himself the task of making a career through backstairs intrigue. As he rose, he contrived to establish for himself a private network of dependable lieutenants, bound to him by mutual advantage. He thus had his men in all the party organs, in the armed services, and in the NKVD which he was soon to command. There is no doubt at all that Kaganovich feared Kirov as a strong rival under Stalin, Molotov too. There is equally no doubt that the younger generation of toughs, including Malenkov, Zdanov, and Khrushchev, feared for their very jobs, which depended utterly on Stalin's tough course. So long as he ruled by terror, they helping him, so long as all the most able of the old Bolsheviks and their protégés were kept down, they were safe. But if ever Stalin decided to adopt Kirov's policy of reconciliation, bringing back into high office men who had once been in opposition, the newcomers who had climbed into their shoes were finished. The whole party machine, headed now by Kaganovich, typified by the Malenkovs and the Khrushchevs, thus had the strongest possible interest in Kirov's demise. Kaganovich could have given the order, Yezhov could have arranged for it to be carried out. And this is almost certainly what happened. But could this have been done without Stalin's consent, or at least his tacit assent? It could not. According to contemporary accounts, Stalin was filled with rage and grief by Kirov's assassination. Eulogies and obituaries of the dead man filled the communist press for days. The magnificence of the state funeral was without precedent. Stalin was himself in Leningrad, and the crude tampering with the evidence indicated 22 years later by Khrushchev could not possibly have been carried out without his knowledge. Even if Stalin had done nothing more than curse Kirov in the presence of Kaganovich, he was ready to cover up for the men who had carried out the crime. Why, then, did Khrushchev balk at naming him? Later, in the same speech, he had this to say of Yezhov and his relations with Stalin. We are justly accusing Yezhov of the degenerate practices of 1937. But we have to answer these questions. Could Yezhov have arrested Kossier, for instance, without the knowledge of Stalin? Was there an exchange of opinions or a Politburo decision concerning this? No, there was not, as there was none regarding other cases of this type. Could Yezhov have decided such important matters as the fate of such eminent party figures? No, it would be a display of naivete to consider this the work of Yezhov alone. It is clear that these matters were decided by Stalin, and that without his orders and his sanction Yezhov could not have done this. 6. Why was Khrushchev so ready to incriminate both Stalin and Yezhov for the liquidation of Kossier, while making a mystery of the Kirov case? The answer is not very difficult. In making his secret speech in 1956, Khrushchev was working with two main objects in view, one apparent to all, one apparent only to those with an intimate knowledge of Kremlin politics from 1934 onwards. The first was to disassociate himself from Stalin's crimes, the second was to hint very strongly at the guilty knowledge of certain of his fellow members and rivals in the famous collective government, above all Kaganovich, Malenkov, and Molotov. Responsibility for the liquidation of the great Ukrainian leaders, Kossier, Shubar, Postyshev, and others had to be pinned very firmly and directly on Yezhov and Stalin, for the simple reason that, as we shall see, Khrushchev himself was to profit most directly from their liquidation. When it came to the Kirov murder, on the other hand, although Khrushchev must have had first-hand knowledge of what had actually happened, and although he may have approved it, he cannot have been an active agent in the murder plot. He was thus free to twist the facts, or make a mystery of them, short of directly accusing Kaganovich, Malenkov, perhaps Molotov, all seated on the platform with him, of the murder. He did what he could to smear them by implication. None of these could clear themselves without admitting to guilty knowledge. But none of them, it will be remembered, followed Khrushchev and Mikoyan and joined in their condemnation of Stalin. Instead they had to sit silent, listening to Khrushchev twisting other facts in his favor, as when he pretended that the Central Committee plenum of 1938, at which he had been elected a candidate member of the Politburo, had condemned the terror, when in fact, having queried certain incorrect expulsions from the party, it had praised Yezhov for the integrity of the purge. 7. In a word, the secret speech cannot be understood unless it is realized that Khrushchev was striking his first major blow at those rivals who, within a year, were to combine against him and, at the 11th hour, be beaten by him and disgraced. Khrushchev was sailing very close to the wind, but at least he was sailing. His colleagues were far more guilty and they could say nothing against Khrushchev because of this. There was a good deal to be said. Khrushchev was largely covered from accusations of active complicity in Stalin's crimes, which were connived at or instigated by his senior colleagues. In 1956 Molotov, Kaganovich, Voroshilov, Mikoyan too, all Politburo members at the height of the purges. Malenkov, like Khrushchev, was not then a member of the Politburo, but everybody knew that as head of ORPO he had worked hand in glove with Yezhov. But all these men, had they not themselves been so vulnerable through their own guilt, could have turned round then and there and demonstrated conclusively that even if Khrushchev had not participated actively in these crimes, he had supported them up to the hilt. They were in no position to cite from Khrushchev's own speeches during the 1930s and compare what he said then about Stalin and Stalin worship with what he was saying in 1956. Let us do it for them. In his secret speech Khrushchev violently assailed the flattery accorded Stalin, above all by Beria, and Stalin's own self-glorification. He instanced in particular the short biography published in 1948, written by Beria, and, said Khrushchev, amended by Stalin in his own hand, this book is an expression of the most dissolute flattery, an example of making a man into a godhead, of transforming him into an infallible sage, the greatest leader, sublime strategist of all times and nations. 8. All this is very true, but Khrushchev was the last man to throw stones in this particular glass house. Listen to him in August 1936 speaking through the Moscow party to stimulate a furious hatred of Kamina, Zinoviev and others who were then being tried for their lives but not yet found guilty. They pulled the strings of this bloody plot and directed a blow at the heart of the revolution, at our Stalin, and at thy closest disciples. Damned fascist degenerates! They lifted their hands against one whose name millions of toilers pronounce every day, every hour, with pride and boundless love. They lifted their hands against the greatest of all men, our dear friend, our wise Vajda, Comrade Stalin. 9. And again, during the second great show trial, featuring Radek, Pyatakov, and others, 5 months later, he addressed a mass meeting in Moscow in these terms. These murderers aimed at the heart and brain of our party. They raised their villainous hands against Comrade Stalin. By raising their hands against Comrade Stalin they raised them against all of us, against the working class, against the toiling people. By raising their hands against Comrade Stalin they raised them against the teaching of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. By raising their hands against Comrade Stalin they raised them against everything that is best in the possession of humanity. For Stalin is hope, he is expectation, he is the beacon that guides all progressive mankind. Stalin is our banner. Stalin is our will. Stalin is our victory. 10. 200,000 Muscovites were said by Pravda to have listened to that speech in Red Square in January 1937. Quite a number of these must have survived until 1956 to hear Khrushchev denounce the cult of personality. All Khrushchev's colleagues in the Presidium must have remembered that speech, and many others like it. They would have known too that Khrushchev and Kaganovich had been the first men to speak of Stalin as Vajda, or leader in the absolute sense. Our great genius, our beloved Stalin, he would later say, our great leader of the peoples, our friend and father, the greatest man of our epoch, the greatest genius of humanity, teacher and captain, who leads us towards communism, our very own Stalin. 11. The interesting thing is that neither Molotov nor Malenkov ever permitted themselves to speak of Stalin in such fulsome terms, but they had to sit on the platform, listening to Khrushchev by implication accusing them of fostering Stalin worship, which had in fact been carried by him to its dizziest heights. There were yet other aspects of the secret speech which Khrushchev's senior colleagues could have contradicted had they been in a position to expose themselves. In one of the apparently most wise, tolerant, and reasonable passages of all, Khrushchev attacked Stalin for his use of the term enemy of the people. Stalin originated the concept enemy of the people. This term automatically rendered it unnecessary for the ideological errors of individuals or groups standing in controversial positions to be proved. This term gave the green light to repression of the cruelest kind, violating every norm of revolutionary legality, against anyone who in any way disagreed with Stalin, against all those who were only suspected of hostile intention, against all those whose reputations were not crystal clear. This concept, enemy of the people, in fact, eliminated the possibility of any kind of ideological argument or the expression of personal views on any issues, even quite practical issues. It has to be said that in regard to those persons who in their time came to oppose the party line, there was no sufficiently serious reason for their physical annihilation. The formula, enemy of the people, was specifically introduced for the purpose of physically annihilating such individuals. 12. That is all fine and true. The trouble was that Khrushchev himself was as free as anyone in his use of the term. Thus, the senior soldiers in his audience will have remembered how in 1937, at the height of the Yezhov terror, when, in Khrushchev's own words, mass arrests and deportations of many thousands of people, execution without trial and without normal investigation, created conditions of insecurity, fear, and even desperation. 13. He went out of his way to denounce General Garmonik as an enemy of the people and a traitor to the motherland. Garmonik, a hero of the Civil War, was Deputy People's Commissar for the Army and Navy and Chief of the Army's political administration. He committed suicide just a week before Marshal Dujachevsky and 8 other marshals of the Soviet Union were publicly accused of spying for a foreign power and high treason. For years he had been a member of Khrushchev's own Moscow City Party Committee, to which he was re-elected, with Khrushchev's approval, 3 days before he killed himself. In the secret speech of 1956, there was another passage of sweet reasonableness. Now, after a sufficiently long historical period, we can speak of the fight against the Trotskyists with perfect calm and can analyze this matter with sufficient objectivity. After all, there were around Trotsky people whose origins could not by any means be traced to a bourgeois society. Some of them belonged to the party intelligentsia, some were recruited from among the workers. We can name many individuals who at one time and another joined the Trotskyists. Nevertheless, these same individuals also played an active part in the workers' movement before the revolution, during the Socialist October Revolution itself, and also in the consolidation of the victory of this greatest of revolutions. Many of them broke with Trotskyism and returned to Leninist positions. Was it necessary to annihilate such people? We are deeply convinced that, had Lenin lived, such an extreme method would not have been used against many of them. 14. Emotion recollected in tranquility. Here is Khrushchev on the Trotskyists in November 1937 after the execution of a number of alleged Trotskyists at Kemerovo. The working people of Moscow City and Province fervently approve the fair sentences published today, on the enemies of the people, the foul gang of counter-revolutionary Trotskyists. We draw our proletarian sword to chop off the heads of these loathsome creatures, double dealers, and murderers, agents of fascism. The mad beast must be finished off. 15. And here, for good measure, are further passages from the speech to the 200,000 in January 1937. He is glorying in the outcome of the second great show trial, which ended in the execution of Pyatakov, Sokolnikov, and many other colleagues. Comrade workers, men and women, engineers, employees, scientists, artists and all working people of our country. We are gathered here in Red Square, to raise our proletarian voice in complete support of the sentence passed by the military collegium of the Supreme Court on the enemies of the people, the traitors to the motherland, the betrayers of the workers' cause, the spies, the diversionists, agents of fascism, the vile, despicable Trotskyists. Here, in Red Square, before all the peoples of the Soviet land, before the workers of the whole world, we approve this sentence and declare that whatever enemy tries to obstruct our victorious movement forward to a communist society will be crushed by us and annihilated. Judas Trotsky and his gang intended to turn over the Ukraine, the maritime provinces and the Amur region to the German and Japanese imperialists, and to transform our blossoming motherland into a colony of German and Japanese imperialism. And they wanted to reduce Russian, Ukrainian, Belarusian, Georgian, and all other peoples of the Soviet Union to the ranks of inferior races to be ruled over by the superior race of German fascist bandits. Like their bosses, the Trotskyite serfs counted only on the defeat of the USSR in a war with the German and Japanese imperialists. They strove to hasten that war and to prepare for the defeat of the USSR. They set off explosions in factories, they spied for the fascist secret service. They killed and poisoned workers and Red Army men, children as well as grown UPS. They wrecked trainloads of our glorious Red Army men and they disrupted transport, being paid for this by the Japanese secret service. The Trotskyite murderers trafficked with the blood of fighters of our valiant Red Army. The Trotskyite clique was nothing but a gang of spies and mercenary murderers, diversionist wreckers, agents of German and Japanese fascism. There rises a stink of carrion from the vile, base, Trotskyite degenerates. The despicable ringleaders and the members of the Trotskyite gang have received their deserved punishment for their black betrayal of the motherland. The loathsome Trotskyite creatures have been crushed in the Soviet Union. But this must not dull our vigilance. On the contrary, we should become more vigilant and increase still further our work in all fields of socialist construction in order to finish off and wipe out all remnants of these vile murderers, fascist agents, Trotskyites, Zinovievites, and their right-wing accomplices. 16. We have enough to indicate the public line Khrushchev was taking in the middle 1930s. It is established out of his own mouth not only that he acquiesced in the Great Terror and in Stalin worship, but that he was active in abetting both. His speeches are the speeches of the born agitator, calculated deliberately to lash his audiences into a frenzy of hate. Nor was he content to string along behind Stalin, dutifully slandering those who were already down and could no longer be helped. It has often been said, without any evidence to support such statements, that even though Khrushchev had to echo the official condemnation of the opposition or himself die, he was active behind the scenes in saving many individuals from the attentions of the secret police. On the contrary, he was loudest in urging all good communists not to rest for a moment in the urgent task of ferreting out concealed enemies, in keeping at white heat the atmosphere of suspicion and hatred. Sometimes a man sits, and enemies crawl round him, almost stepping on his feet. But he does not notice them and puffs himself up. Among the personnel under my jurisdiction there are no wreckers and aliens. He says this not because there are in fact no enemies, but because of his deafness and political blindness caused by the idiotic disease heedlessness. 17. And again, the enemy may foully disguise himself and carry on his subversive activity in the deep underground. But let these enemies know that no matter how deep down they may sit in their burrows, we will uncover and annihilate them, and reduce to dust every last one of them, and scatter them to the four winds so that not even a trace will remain of these damned betrayers of the socialist motherland. 18. Chapter 10. Viceroy of the Ukraine. In the speeches he made at the time of the Great Purge we become aware for the first time that, with all his other qualities, Khrushchev was also a most accomplished actor. As with all born actors, it is the hardest thing in the world to separate genuine feeling from histrionics, and later on in his career we shall be confronted time and time again with this very problem, most spectacularly perhaps in his extraordinary diatribe against the West after the breakdown of the Paris Summit Conference in the summer of 1960, but also in 100 lesser episodes. As he reveals himself increasingly in his activities on the international stage, it will become clear that he in fact had an extremely ugly temper, but also that, on occasion, he was clever at appearing to lose his temper when he was calculating to a nicety the intended effect of this or that demonstration. Calculation was very much a part of his quite sickening demagogy over the corpses of his late comrades in the middle 1930s. He knew, none better, that the charges brought against the old Bolsheviks, charges repeated by him in his speech to the 200,000 and on many other occasions, were false to the point of high fantasy. He knew, further, that their so-called confessions were elicited by torture and moral blackmail in the Lubyanka prison, a few blocks away from his Moscow party headquarters. Later, in his secret speech of 1956 and thereafter, he was to retail, with the air of a man outraged by the sudden revelation of evil, a few very carefully selected instances of false witness and physical torture. But, like every other Russian, he knew very well what was going on at the time. He acquiesced in it, as we have seen, he actively connived at it. More than this, once again he put himself a jump ahead of Stalin. It will be remembered that in the last sentence of the extract from the speech to the 200,000, he spoke of the need to finish off and wipe out all remnants of these vile murderers, fascist agents, Trotskyites, Zinovievites, and their right-wing accomplices. That was in January 1937, immediately after the second Great Treason trial, which, like the first, had concerned itself with alleged Trotskyite conspiracy. The third Great Trial, which featured Bukharin and other rightists and retrospectively associated them with the Trotskyites, was not mounted until March 1938, 14 months after Khrushchev, none other, had prepared the way by publicly accusing them of being Trotsky's accomplices. He was still running true to type, pointing the way, as he had done in Stalino in his very early days, which Stalin was later going to take. He knew just as well that Bukharin and his associates had never been accomplices of Trotsky as he knew that Radek and Sokhonikov had not planned with Germany and Japan the overthrow of the Soviet Union, and that Trotsky himself had not planned the restoration of capitalism. But his voice as he proclaimed these lies, and many more besides, quivered with outrage and indignation. He was making an important career, a career that had been jeopardized by the rise of Kirov, now safely murdered in his prime. It was a career which depended utterly on Stalin, who could make him or break him. What had he to offer to Stalin? Not a powerful and subtle brain like Malenkov, not a keen understanding of finance and administration like Bulganin. He had to offer his total subservience, his remarkable gifts as an agitator, and his capacity for intrigue in the interests of Stalin and himself. Molotov, Kaganovich, Mikoyan, Voroshilov, and a handful of others could, certainly at this stage, argue with Stalin. Malenkov, at a lower level, could produce useful and constructive ideas. Khrushchev could only act, through agitation and command. He had no justification except as Stalin's instrument, and he had to go to very great lengths to demonstrate that he was nothing but Stalin's instrument. What he thought about the atrocities in which he was required to assist, we do not know. The born actor is necessarily a man who can think himself into a part until he becomes that part. It is fairly safe to say that the demagogue in the high flush of his oratory believes for the moment what he is trying to make others believe, as we say, becomes carried away by his own eloquence. He is also conditioned, of course, by the phrases which are the common currency of his time. Our own free world contains some rather nasty dictatorships. The phrases Western values, or Christian values, are used by Western politicians to characterize the TV or Coca-Cola culture. In America, commie is a term of abuse for anyone who stands to the left of Mr. Joseph Kennedy. In Britain, the affluent society contains the slums of Glasgow and Dundee. In Khrushchev's Russia, sabotage and wrecking came to stand for ignorance or carelessness, fascist agent, Trotskyite, degenerate or filthy spy for anyone who had ever queried any of Stalin's policies. In between his burst of public eloquence, nevertheless, Khrushchev knew that he was lying, and from 1938 onwards he himself was not merely an abettor and instigator of terror but also an important part of the terror machine. Violence, though not the violence of malevolence and spite, came very naturally to him. We must remember that long before Stalin broke into violence, Khrushchev was demanding the immediate application of repressive measures. And long after Stalin was dead, his image shattered, Khrushchev was to turn to violence in Hungary. Still later, he was to tell rebellious Soviet writers that the Hungarian revolt would never have taken place had there been a little preliminary shooting of the Hungarian intellectuals. There was to be no nonsense of that kind in Russia, he declared at that famous and macabre garden party in the summer of 1957, if it came to the crunch, my hand would not tremble. It is worth remarking too, that even in the sweetly reasonable reflections in the course of his secret speech on the fate of those who had been shot for Trotskyism, he did not condemn all the shootings. Was it necessary, he asked, to annihilate such people? We are deeply convinced that, had Lenin lived, such an extreme method would not have been used against many of them. He did not instance those whom Lenin would also have had shot. Now, in 1938, a newly appointed candidate, or non-voting member of the Politburo, one of the top dozen, he was about to instigate a reign of terror of his own. He was sent back to the Ukraine as Stalin's viceroy over 40 million souls, after leaving it for Moscow as a quasi-student of the Industrial Academy just 10 years before. He was 44, the father of 2 children in their teens and 2 still younger. His second wife, that comfortable figure who was later to impress the West with her quiet authority, her modest and common-sense attitudes, her understanding tolerance, was still with him, had stuck with him during all this decade of climbing ever upwards over the corpses of late comrades. She must have seen something in him invisible then to those around him, but to become apparent to the whole world in years to come. When we ask ourselves how the Khrushchev who had clawed and maneuvered his way upwards, stepping again and again into the shoes of colleagues disgraced or liquidated, managed to retain more than a spark of common humanity, the answer must be, can only be, that he was married to Nina Petrovna. The life story of this remarkable woman, if it could be told, would help us to understand Russian reality better than any account of the activities of her husband. But Russian reality, with its extraordinary mingling of violence and gentleness, treacheries and loyalties, ruthlessness and warmth, still remains hidden behind the ugly barrier of Soviet propaganda and Soviet government action. Khrushchev's return to the Ukraine, his escape from the hysterical viciousness of political existence in Moscow, must have been a very great relief to Nina Petrovna as well as to him. It was also the luckiest promotion imaginable. In all he was to spend 12 years away from Moscow, 4 of them in war, unremarked by the outer world with its gaze fixed on the Kremlin, and increasingly detached from the ceaseless infighting among those who believed that the sure way to power and glory was to attach themselves as closely as possible to Stalin's person. These were wrong. Malenkov above all was wrong. The man who in 1953 was ready to exercise supreme power was the man who had for many years been practicing the use of power as virtual dictator of a great province of the empire, a whole country of 40 millions, with its own language, its own history, its own proud traditions. Many believed that by staying away from Moscow for so long, Khrushchev had put himself out of the running for the succession. He knew better. He had learned how to govern, where his more spectacular colleagues had learned only how to intrigue and to survive. He had learned how to handle men, while his colleagues in the Kremlin had learned only how to command them, intrigue against them and kill them. He had learned a great deal about the way people lived, while his colleagues deliberately barricaded themselves against the people, confining their contact with the common man to the reading of police reports on the one hand and the lies of corrupt statisticians on the other. By the time he came back permanently to Moscow in December 1949, he had matured into an independent force, an almost unique phenomenon in Stalin's Russia. But he did not start off like that. On the contrary, to begin with, he had to justify his promotion by carrying to Kiev Stalin's message of ill will. The Ukraine, with its separatist ambitions and its tendency to despise the great Russians, had suffered more deeply than any other part of the Soviet Union from Stalin's policies since 1928. It was a land of vital importance to the Soviet leadership. Although in area it amounted to only 3% of the Soviet Union, it held 20% of the Soviet population and the most advanced 20% at that. With its infinitely rich black earth, it had long been the granary of Russia, and before the development of the Urals it was also the supreme workshop of Russia. Resistance to collectivization had been stronger and more bitter there than in any part of the Soviet Union, and the great famine which desolated the country as a result of the killing of livestock, the burning of crops and the seizure of what was left by the police and the military, was above all a Ukrainian famine. In Moscow and Leningrad people went hungry, in Kharkov and Kiev they starved to death in tens of thousands. After the departure of Kaganovich to Moscow in 1929, party leaders of the Ukraine were chosen for their toughness. But toughness could not save the ablest among them. There were suicides and liquidations. Finally, two men who owed everything to Stalin and exerted themselves to carry out his most malignant commands, Postyshev and Kossior, were themselves arrested and shot. Khrushchev in his secret speech had a good deal to say about these men, and he had good reason for this. He had stepped immediately into their shoes. He tried to turn them into martyrs, passive victims of Stalin's homicidal mania. They were not martyrs. The fate they themselves suffered was the fate they themselves had prepared and consummated for untold thousands. The best account of the Ukrainian variation of the Yagoda Yezhov terror, presided over by Postyshev and Kossior, is contained in one of the most remarkable prison narratives ever written, the account of his imprisonment and torture and interrogation in Kharkov by the German scientist Alex Weisberg. 1 This is a classic account of the atrocities with which we are all now familiar, written by a man of such remarkable character that he could look back on his experiences as a bad joke. The bad joke took place under Postyshev and Kossior. Postyshev himself was then already on the way out. He had offended Stalin, as Khrushchev himself was to tell us much later, by querying the validity of some of the Vazh's accusations against some of his Ukrainian colleagues. After a period of obscurity, during which he was almost certainly under arrest, he was formally expelled from the Moscow Politburo in January 1938, and the man who moved up into his place as a candidate member was Khrushchev. In that month Kossior, who had succeeded Postyshev in Kiev, was demoted and Khrushchev took his place as first secretary of the Ukrainian party. A few months later Kossior was arrested. This left another vacant place in the Moscow Politburo, and, in 1939, Khrushchev moved up to full member. By now he had become the scourge of the Ukraine. His first job was to purge the Ukrainian party of all sympathizers with, or associates of, the arrested leaders. In the words of D.S. Korochenko, then chairman of the Ukrainian Council of People's Commissars, later to be advanced by Khrushchev, Comrade Khrushchev, the best son of our people, the excellent Bolshevik, the Donets miner, had been sent to Kiev by Stalin to pull the faltering party together and to deal the final blow to the whole Trotskyite, Bukharinite, bourgeois nationalist gang in the Ukraine too. Deal with it he did. By 1938 the industrialization of the Soviet Union was beginning, on the surface, to show. Food production had very far from recovered from the collectivization, consumer goods were still in very short supply. The surface was so thin that even after another 3 years of accumulation, when the Germans came crashing in, it took only 6 weeks of war to bring down the whole country to starvation level and empty the shops of all goods of all conceivable kinds for the duration and much longer. But Khrushchev and his colleagues were part of the surface. In Kiev, as in all great cities, there were special shops and special restaurants reserved exclusively for the highly privileged, above all for senior party officials, political police officers, officers of the Red Army, ballet dancers, actors and writers, senior scientists and engineers. Access to these shops secured for the privileged luxuries undreamed of by all but some scores of thousands. And over this remarkable elite presided the party secretaries. I have called the first secretary of the Ukrainian Communist Party Stalin's viceroy. Khrushchev was precisely this, and he lived in viceregal splendor. Polo ponies and elephants he lacked, polo never having been a Russian game and elephants not being indigenous to the Ukraine. He had everything else, as Stalin had everything else in his palatial villas outside Moscow, at Sochi on the Black Sea and elsewhere, hosts of servants, an army of bodyguards, a fleet of sleek, black motor cars, some of them bulletproof, furs and jewels, women, food and drink of the richest and grossest kind. All over the Soviet Union senior party secretaries, flanked by the local garrison commanders and chiefs of police, lived like alien and barbaric conquerors in and off a hostile land, in the Ukraine, as also in the Caucasus and Russian Turkestan. They were in fact precisely this, often ruling through native henchmen at all levels of the kind known in other circumstances as collaborationists. Korochenko, a born Ukrainian, might celebrate Khrushchev as the best son of our people, but Khrushchev was not a Ukrainian at all, and his job, surrounded in his palace by his court, was first to kill off all party members who might be suspected of thinking of themselves as Ukrainians, then to Russify with all possible speed, and with the sort of roughness which came so naturally to him, his dominion of 40 million souls. With the first he began moving at once. I pledge myself to spare no efforts in seizing and annihilating all agents of fascism, Trotskyites, Bukharinites, and all those despicable bourgeois nationalists on our free Ukrainian soil, for this pledge is taken from Khrushchev's election address in May 1938. How insipid, by contrast, the election addresses of even the most rancorous conservatives and socialists, to say nothing of liberals, in our own effete society. What is more, here was a politician who fulfilled his election pledges. Soon the survivors of his purge were offering glowing testimonials. Thus, in July, the Ukrainian party organ declared, "The merciless uprooting of the enemies of the people, the Trotskyites, Bukharinites, bourgeois nationalists, and all other spying filth began only after the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party sent the unswerving Bolshevik and Stalinist, Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev, to the Ukraine to lead the Central Committee of the Ukrainian Communist Party 5. Here is an even more valuable testimonial from none other than Comrade Uspensky, chief of the NKVD in the Ukraine, the uppermost authority in all that land on the techniques of oppression. I consider myself a pupil of Nikolai Ivanovich Yezhov. Comrade Yezhov teaches us to fight the enemies of the people, to purge our country, our motherland, of the enemies. I pledge myself to follow Comrade Yezhov, the militant leader of the NKVD, in every respect. Only after the faithful Stalinist, Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev, arrived in the Ukraine did the smashing of the enemies of the people begin in earnest. 6. That was in June 1938. Kirov had been dead 3.5 years. For 2.5 years the Great Purge had raged throughout the Soviet Union, very much including the Ukraine. Early in 1937, Yagoda, the original horror, had been superseded by Yezhov, whose degenerate practices Khrushchev was later to condemn so picturesquely. For 18 months he had run amok over the Soviet Union like a rabid dog. Yet, after all this, Khrushchev and Uspensky still found work to do. Yezhov in fact had only another few months to go at the time of Uspensky's tribute. Beria was to take over effectively almost at once as a result of a sudden panic action by Stalin when it was borne in on him that the country, above all its heavy industry and its armed forces, was being choked to death by Yezhov. In December 1938 this unspeakable creature finally disappeared forever, liquidated by his successor, Beria, and with him, among thousands of other senior police officers, went poor Uspensky, his faithful pupil, for such a short time the right-hand man and impassioned admirer of Khrushchev in the Ukraine. Beria, brought in to abate the Yezhovskaya, soon got into his stride as the head of a terror machine which was to act a good deal more discreetly but no less bloodily than the Yezhov machine. The difference was that while Yagoda and Yezhov had been primarily concerned with ridding the party, the army, and other institutions of all who did not owe everything to Stalin and could not be relied on to sink or swim with him, Beria was more concerned with terrorizing the masses, which he did in fine style, at the same time rounding up hundreds of thousands, indeed millions, of unpolitical unfortunates to keep going the vast and expanding network of Gulag, the forced labor administration, which performed the very useful task of providing immense contingents of expendable unskilled labor for mining or development work in the more inclement regions of an extremely inclement land. Beria himself, who was not a subtle man in spite of his scholastic appearance when sober 7, would have been hard put to it to say whether his primary task was to keep 180 million people subdued and obedient by police terror, or to provide an immense pool of labor which did not have to be paid and could be exploited and worked to death without any questions asked. 8 In the end, of course, it was discovered that even Russia could not go on squandering manpower in this way and was being brought to a standstill, as Yezhov had all but brought it to a standstill in 1938. But that was not until after Stalin was dead. Until that time, from 1939 until 1953, Beria and Khrushchev were associated in the closest manner in Stalin's Politburo. Figures of the purged are hard to come by. We know from Khrushchev himself that 98 of the 139 full and candidate members of the All-Union Central Committee elected in 1934 were shot. 9. The 1934 Central Committee was elected at the notorious 17th Party Congress, called the Congress of the Victors, because in the course of it Stalin formally celebrated his victory over the opposition. By the time the 18th Party Congress met in 1939, 70% of the victors had been killed. The Ukrainian Central Committee reflected this general pattern. By the time Khrushchev arrived in Kiev in January 1938, 69% of the Central Committee elected at the 13th Ukrainian Party Congress only 6 months earlier in June 1937 had already disappeared, and yet Uspensky could declare that the smashing of the enemies of the people only started seriously after Khrushchev's arrival. Could Khrushchev do better than this? Indeed he could. At the 14th Ukrainian Party Congress, held 6 months after his advent, only 3 of the 166 members and candidate members of the 1937 committee were left. And the purge went on. At the 15th Congress in 1940 over half the 1938 committee, elected under Khrushchev's aegis, were re-elected. In a word, as far as the destruction of higher party functionaries was concerned, Khrushchev in Kiev did as well as, if not better than, Stalin in Moscow. By 1940 he had an instrument exactly suited to his will. It will have been noticed that in their Kiev speeches Khrushchev and his admirers made frequent references not only to the usual Trotskyite Bukharinite fascist spying filth but also to a new enemy, bourgeois nationalism. This was, in fact, the main enemy from 1938 onwards. It was the Stalinist term for local patriotism, whether in the Caucasus or in Soviet Turkestan or in the Ukraine, but above all in the Ukraine. It was Khrushchev's main task in the years that remained to him before the Germans came trampling in to smash the Ukrainian national consciousness, which had flared up in 1918, so that the Ukraine proclaimed itself a sovereign state, only to be crushed by Lenin and Trotsky, and again in the great fight against collectivization in 1929. Beaten again into submission, the Ukrainians had nevertheless clung to their language and their national customs. These were now to be stamped out. A vivid idea of the strength and tenacity of Ukrainian patriotism, its dislike of the Moscow government in general and of the Moscow Bolshevik government in particular, can be obtained from an instruction of Trotsky's to a communist agitation squad dispatched to the Ukraine in the days after the revolution when it was struggling to maintain its independence under the Hetman Petlaura. This instruction is not only a first-class example of Bolshevik infiltration techniques, it is also an indication of what Lenin and Trotsky were up against in the Ukraine. It is also, incidentally, a pleasure to be able to show that Trotsky, like many other old Bolsheviks whom Stalin was to kill, was in some respects no better than his murderers. The arguments, wrote Trotsky, we discuss here in Russia with perfect frankness can only be whispered in the Ukraine. It will therefore be your duty to observe the following precepts. 1. Do not force communism upon the Ukrainian peasants until our power is stabilized in the Ukraine. 2. Set about the cautious introduction of communism on the old estates in the guise of cooperative associations. 3. Do your best to make people believe that Russia is not really communist at all. 4. To take the wind out of Petlaura's sails, insist that Russia is all for the independence of the Ukraine, provided that she agrees to set up a Soviet government. 5. Only a fool would go about shouting from the housetops that the Soviet government is fighting Petlaura. Sometimes it will be advisable even to start rumors to the effect that we are in alliance with Petlaura, at any rate until Denikin is finally liquidated. 10. Here is a perfect example of Leninism in practice offered by a man who spent his declining years indicting Stalin for brutal and unscrupulous behavior. Lenin and Trotsky won. The Ukraine was subdued. It was Khrushchev's task in 1938 to give it the knockout blow. Here is what Lenin said he believed about the nationalities problem, formulated in a resolution adopted at the 7th Conference of the Bolshevik Party in April 1917, after the overthrow of the Tsar, but 6 months before the Bolshevik seizure of power. The right of all nations forming part of Russia freely to secede and form independent states shall be recognized. To deny this right or to omit measures which will guarantee its realization in practice would be equivalent to advocating a policy of seizure and annexation. 11. The moment he obtained power, Lenin changed his mind. Not content with the seizure of the Ukraine and the Tsarist colonies in the Caucasus, he made a spirited attempt to take Poland. In 1923, after the Civil War, which brought more ruin to the rich Ukrainian lands than to any other part of the Soviet Union, great promises were made about recognizing the equality of the Ukrainian language with Russian, the Ukrainization of party and administrative machines, the autonomy of Ukrainian literature and Ukrainian culture generally. 10 years later these promises were forgotten. Those who reminded Stalin of them were destroyed. Their destroyers, above all Postyshev and Kossier, were then themselves destroyed, and now it was Khrushchev's turn. To defend Ukrainian culture was now high treason. All those who had stood up for the Ukrainian language and for Ukrainian culture, such a short time before officially recognized by Moscow, were now branded as fascist degenerates and bourgeois nationalists. Khrushchev himself accused fascist Polish gangs of doing everything they could to detach the Ukraine from the great Soviet Union. From the heart of our motherland Moscow 12 the school curricula were changed to drive out the native language and memories of the native traditions. Ukrainian spelling was changed. Ukrainian history was rewritten so that national heroes became renegades and traitors. The school teachers themselves had to be taken off work in large numbers to be given shock courses in the Russian language. To assist him in this good work, Khrushchev was pleased to exalt certain Ukrainian writers and intellectuals who were prepared to sell themselves, renounce their own birthright, and assist in the oppression of their own people in return for Stalin's blessing and larger sales for their books than they had ever dreamed of. Chief among these was the writer Alexander Korniashuk, who was to make a brilliant career first by denouncing his own countrymen, then by advancing as the liberator of Ukrainian culture with Timoshenko's troops as they occupied first the Polish Ukraine, then Bessarabia, finally, with his Polish renegade wife, the novelist Wanda Wasilewska, as an integral part of Stalin's notorious peace offensives. As far as the record goes, Korniashuk was Khrushchev's first acquaintance in the world of culture, which he had not encountered until he was elevated to the rank of viceroy, disposing of all the patronage associated with great princes, in 1938. It explains a good deal of what was to happen later. Chapter 11. 1939, Invader of Poland. With his promotion to full membership of the Politburo in March 1939, Khrushchev received Stalin's formal acknowledgement that he had done all that had been expected of him in the Ukraine. Although he was still based on Kiev, as Zdanov, Kirov's successor, was based on Leningrad, and was to remain there until the Germans came 2.5 years later, he was now a voting member of the highest council in the land, one of the handful of men who assisted Stalin in the making of policy and who would, if they survived, be in the running for the succession when Stalin died. It is time to glance at these men who, with 2 or 3 others, formed the group which dominated the 18th Party Congress in 1939. Kalinin was to die naturally in 1946, Zdanov in dubious circumstances in 1948, but the rest were to stick together, reinforced from time to time with new blood, until the end of the Stalin period. All the senior old Bolsheviks had been killed, all the Stalinists too who had ever questioned the absolute tightness of any of Stalin's decisions had been killed with them. The men who were left either owed their positions entirely to Stalin or had in effect been created by him. Stalin himself was now 59. His only contemporaries were Marshal Voroshilov, 58, who controlled the Red Army, and Kalinin, 61, a colorless individual who, as chairman of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet, was titular head of state. Then came 4 men whose Bolshevik pasts went back before the revolution, whose ideas had thus been formed under Lenin, but who had been insignificant figures compared with scores, with hundreds, even, of their murdered comrades, but who had firmly attached themselves to Stalin in the early days of his struggle with Trotsky. By far the most distinguished of these was Molotov, now 49, who, as a very young man, had indeed played an important role in Petrograd in 1917. With his wooden appearance and his stammer, he had been dismissed by Lenin as the best filing clerk in Petrograd. But Lenin was not perceptive about people. He never understood that it had been Molotov who had kept the Bolshevik party on the rails until his arrival at the Finland station in April 1971, and he certainly never realized that this unprepossessing young man was acting as Stalin's confidant and chief of staff in the highly successful operation to create and capture the party apparatus while Lenin was still alive. Afterwards, and until the death of Stalin, Molotov was to figure without a break as Stalin's Bolshevik conscience, steadfast, wholly loyal and wholly bloody, doing more than any man to strengthen the will and purpose of his master when he wavered. A little younger than Molotov, and also pre-revolutionary Bolsheviks, were Kaganovich, 46, whom we have already met, Andreev, 44, a dour and devoted apparatus man, and Mikoyan, also 44, both of whom we shall encounter hereafter. Khrushchev himself, now 45, also belonged to this age group, but, as we have seen, he had not joined the party until after the revolution. And he himself at this time was overshadowed by Zdanov, 2 years his junior, whose rise had been spectacular and swift, after serving for 12 years far from Moscow at Nizhny Novgorod, where he did brilliantly well. In 1934, at the age of 38, he was made in one great sweep a member of the party secretariat and a candidate member of the Politburo, then, after Kirov's murder, sent to Leningrad in his place. Zdanov was an extraordinarily interesting and able figure. Had he lived, it is unlikely that either Malenkov or Khrushchev would have achieved their dizzy summits. By virtue of his personality and his ability, he was Stalin's natural heir. Because he was known above all to the West for his heavy-handed conduct towards Tito's Yugoslavia and for the post-war persecution of writers, musicians, and painters known as the Zdanovskina, his full character has never been understood outside Russia. In fact, he was the only Stalinist in the same street with Kirov. Tough and intransigent to a degree in getting his way, actively hostile to the West, ruthless in his insistence on obedience in according to certain principles, within this harsh framework he was alert, interested, intelligent, amusing and good-tempered in a coarse and cynical way. He subdued Nizhny Novgorod on behalf of Stalin, as later he subdued Leningrad, but he managed to spike his opponents with a minimum of violence and often to win them to his side. How this was done he was to show after the war when he was Stalin's representative in Finland. The Finns had every reason to hate him, since it was he above all who had urged Stalin to invade in 1939, but in 1945 he managed to get on remarkably well with his victims, putting the Soviet demands for reparations and the surrender of territory with perfect clarity, but, once these were accepted, conducting himself like a civilized and amiable human being. After Zdanov and Khrushchev came Malenkov, 38, and Beria, 40. Neither of these were yet members of the Politburo, but both were very strong, Beria by virtue of his command of the police, Malenkov because of his control, in Stalin's name, of the party apparatus. The great drama of the succession was to be played out, while Zdanov was still alive, between Zdanov and Malenkov, after Zdanov's death between Malenkov, Beria, and Khrushchev. Zdanov, Malenkov, and Khrushchev all allowed themselves a certain independence of mind. Zdanov and Malenkov achieved also a certain independence of speech which was denied to Khrushchev, Zdanov because he was an outstandingly strong character with ideas of his own, Malenkov because his finger was continually on Stalin's pulse and he knew from day to day, from year to year, just how far he could go. Khrushchev was dictator of the Ukraine, but it was not until much later that he felt strong enough to take a line of his own. He was lucky in his new job. As a member of the Politburo he would be called to Moscow for important meetings or when his own particular province was under consideration. But he was not one of the inner council who met nearly every day under Stalin's chairmanship. In 1939 the problems facing this council were grave and pressing and of a kind of which Khrushchev had had little experience. The purges were over. Beria, while quietly inaugurating his own particular brand of terror and building up the forces of the political police into an army organized on military lines, with its own heavy weapons, tanks, and aircraft, was, at the same time, engaged in reversing a large number of sentences on party members and army officers of outstanding value who had not been shot but only sent away. Stalin and Molotov and Voroshilov were above all now concerned with foreign policy, with nothing less than the issue of war and peace. In May 1939, 8 months after Munich, 2 months after the invasion and dismemberment of Czechoslovakia, Stalin replaced his foreign secretary, Litvinov, with Molotov, the clearest of signals that propaganda for collective security in face of Hitler was to be dropped and that the Soviet Union was no longer going to pretend that it was concerned with anything but its own survival. In June it fell to Zdanov, who, for some time, had been concerning himself with foreign affairs, to give the first unmistakable clue as to Stalin's new direction. In a signed article in Izvestia he wrote, "I permit myself to express a personal opinion, although my friends do not share it. They still think that in beginning negotiations on a pact for mutual assistance with the USSR, the British and French governments had the serious intention of creating a powerful barrier against aggression in Europe. I believe that the British and French governments have no wish for an equal treaty with the USSR. It seems to me that the British and French desire not a real treaty acceptable to the USSR but only talks about a treaty in order to play upon public opinion in their countries about the supposedly unyielding attitude of the USSR and thus to make it easier for themselves to make a deal with the aggressors." 2. This was the first official hint of the Soviet pact with Germany. Zdanov, of course, was not acting on his own initiative. He was flying a kite on behalf of Stalin and Molotov, just as Khrushchev had several times been used to prepare the way for new phases in Stalin's domestic policy, so Zdanov was now being used to prepare for a new initiative in foreign policy. There is no evidence at all that in these days Khrushchev took an active interest in foreign affairs. His whole background, training, and adult preoccupations with the purely practical problems of survival, advancement, and helping to make the Soviet Union work would only have confirmed a native insularity. Stalin saw himself as a strong man maneuvering among strong men on the international stage, with Molotov as his chief of staff. Mikoyan had been to America to study foreign business and manufacturing methods, and thus had a clearer picture than any of his colleagues of the real nature of the outer world. Kaganovich, with his responsibilities for heavy industry and then for reconstructing the whole of the Soviet transport system to say nothing of his work on the Great Dnieper Dam, involving cooperation with foreign engineers, was highly conscious of America, Germany, France, and Britain as great industrial powers. Zdanov, as the master of Leningrad, Russia's exposed outpost immediately vulnerable to Western attack, had thought a great deal about the European power balance, and, in any case, within his unusually rigid Marxist framework, had a lively, inquiring and constructive mind. Malenkov made it his business, sitting hard against the center of power, to acquaint himself with all the problems of his master, and his mind was strong and supple enough to master them. Compared with all these, Khrushchev's interests were wholly parochial, but his parish, nominally the Ukraine and large enough, was extended in his mind to comprehend the whole of the Soviet Union. He cast his vote at those critical meetings of the Politburo which called for a vote. But while his colleagues, with Stalin, maneuvered between Germany on the one hand and Britain and France on the other, he, characteristically, had an immediately practical job to do. One very important aspect of his final purge of the Ukraine was, as we have observed, to transform a dubious, partly alien borderland into an integral part of the Soviet Union, fit to bear the first impact of invasion from the West. With the signing of the notorious non-aggression pact with Germany, he had to be ready for a further move. He was responsible for extending the government of the Soviet Union to eastern Poland. When the Red Army moved into Poland on September 17, 1939, stabbing in the back the proud and difficult nation still fighting forlornly against the weight and savagery of the First German Blitzkrieg, the Soviet commander-in-chief was Timoshenko, commander of the Kiev Special Military District. Khrushchev was his civilian counterpart, and, with Timoshenko, he signed the proclamation informing the Red Army divisions that they were marching into the western Ukraine not as conquerors but as liberators of our Ukrainian and Belarusian brothers. To be on the safe side, however, the troops were instructed to wipe from the surface of the earth anyone and everyone who seeks to obstruct the realization of this great historical cause of the emancipation of our brothers. It was a great moment for our hero, who no doubt believed that the Polish masses would indeed rejoice to be freed from the rule of landlords and capitalists. To make sure that this was so, as the party boss of the Ukraine and as Stalin's Politburo nominee, he was supported by the whole propaganda machine of the Ukrainian party and by the Ukrainian NKVD under a very young and boundlessly promising professional thug, Ivan Alexandrovich Sarav. This was the beginning of an extremely sinister friendship. After Yezhov, Sarav, with his charm and physical courage, must have seemed the height of presentability. In fact, he turned out to be Beria's cruelest and most ruthless agent. He did not scream at the top of his voice like Yezhov, he was not driven by personal resentments and hatreds, nor was he, like both Yezhov and Beria, politically ambitious. He was quite simply good at his work and happy in it, one of the few Russian villains with a sunny nature through and through. After an army training he was switched to the NKVD and at 34 found himself promoted to be Deputy Commissar for State Security. In this job he was responsible for drafting and signing the atrocious Order No. 001223, dated 10th October, 1939, which detailed the procedure and the categories for the proposed deportations from the Baltic states, which he himself was to have the honor of organizing 8 months later. 4 Immediately after this came his appointment to the Ukraine and the beginning of his long and fruitful association with Khrushchev. The work in which he was so happy consisted, above all, in the mass deportation of foreigners to the Soviet far north and the deep interior of Siberia. It made a splendid change from deporting Russians. Nobody knows how many Poles he deported, operating under Khrushchev's wing, during the first occupation of the Polish Ukraine, which lasted from September 1939 until June 1941. They numbered well into 1 million, above all of members of the socialist parties, Jews, priests, petty bourgeois shopkeepers, bourgeois businessmen, and all conceivable enemies of the people. Nobody knows what proportion of the hundreds of thousands of Polish soldiers, who had retreated into eastern Poland in face of the Germans, only to be captured by the Russians, fell to the NKVD as distinct from the Red Army. But these prisoners, each and every one, owed their fate either to Timoshenko or to Sarav, and always to Khrushchev as the chief civilian administrator, who presided over the Sovietization of the unfortunate lands. Among them were the many thousands who, decimated by starvation and typhus, made their painful way southwards towards Kuibyshev to join General Anders's army after the amnesty settled by the Stalin-Sikorsky Agreement of 1941. Among them were the 10,000 Polish army officers, shot by the NKVD, most of them in the cottonwoods near Smolensk as the Germans approached, an incident which was to have such a dire effect on subsequent Soviet-Polish relations. 5 Besides these, and most particularly Khrushchev's concern, were the remnants of the Polish Communist Party, which had been abolished by Stalin in 1938, after its senior leaders had been summoned to Moscow for consultations, there to be arrested and shot by Yezhov's men, as part of Stalin's deliberate plan to destroy all those foreign communists whose survival might embarrass him in his long-range political maneuvers. It was not all destruction. Stalin and Khrushchev wished to take over their part of Poland in working order, so that a great number of Poles had to be left alive and at work. Khrushchev's job was to see that these were properly Sovietized. He threw himself into this task with characteristic zeal. And, as usual, he went out among his people. A man of his responsibilities might have been forgiven for following his master's example and conducting his campaign of deportation, expropriation, extermination, and terror at long range from his splendid office in Kiev. But this was not good enough for Khrushchev, the man who in the old days at Yuzovka used to wrap himself up in sheepskins against the cold and travel on a sledge the length and breadth of his tiny realm, the man who was later to get out among the workers in the filthy shafts and tunnels of the Moscow underground. His boundless energy, his increasing delight in publicity, drove him out once more into the field, this time the foreign field. As the Red Army moved into Poland with scarcely a check from the bewildered Poles who hardly knew what was hitting them, Khrushchev was there, just behind the front-line troops. As the Soviet tanks moved into Podvolochysk, into Kamenka, Tarnopol, Trembovlo, and Skalid, Khrushchev was just behind them to receive the submission of the civil governments. Quite a drama was made of his investing and seizure of the great city of Lvov, capital of the Polish Ukraine, which in fact surrendered with scarcely a shot fired. His private propaganda army sent back lunatic reports to the Moscow papers about the heroism of the Soviet troops in general and Comrade Khrushchev in particular. He was represented as being received as a liberating angel with flowers and tears of gratitude and joy. The whole occupation was presented as one glorious fiesta, or jamboree, of thanksgiving. And Khrushchev did his best to lend color to these reports by organizing a mass importation of representatives of Soviet culture to entertain and elevate their liberated brothers, ballet dancers from Kiev and Moscow, theater companies, opera singers, poets, and filmmakers flooded the seized territories to show the Poles what they had been missing through being sundered from paternal Russia. To prepare for the inevitable rigged elections, Khrushchev's very first elections, the country was flooded with portrait posters of the Soviet leaders, 800,000 of these in 1 week, and leaflets and brochures by the million explaining the joys of life in the Soviet Union, and the millennium that awaited the peasantry and the workers reunited with their Russian brothers whom they had last seen under the Tsars. 6. The elections were a great success. The Soviet invasion started on September 17. The elections for the new People's Assembly took place on 22 October. Khrushchev in person was here, there, and everywhere, and as a result of his labors over 90% of the liberated brethren voted the party ticket. There were plenty, of course, who did not vote. They could not vote because they were in the process of deportation as enemies of the people. The election campaign, short as it was, provided Khrushchev, Sarav and the NKVD with a splendid opportunity to sort out in advance the sheep from the goats. Any individual who showed signs of reluctance to vote as Khrushchev told him to vote instantly qualified as an enemy of the people and, as such, was transferred to the next slow train of cattle trucks heading for the Soviet far north. Later there were further elections, this time to the Supreme Soviet in Moscow. The Polish Ukraine had come of age. It had also become very Russian. There was just on 100% vote for the party ticket. That was in March 1940. The last round of elections was for the local Soviets, and these took much longer to prepare. It was one thing to find 113 collaborators to install as deputies to the Supreme Soviet of the USSR and the Supreme Soviet of the Ukraine. It was quite another to find enough loyal brethren to fill the 79,000 seats in the local Soviets drawn up on the Russian model, a task made no easier by the previous destruction of the Polish Communist Party. But Khrushchev did it, even though it meant importing a considerable number of hard cases from the Soviet Ukraine. It was made no easier, too, by the process of Sovietization in industry and agriculture. The liberated brethren soon found that life under the Russians was not all ballet and super films. They were called almost immediately to follow in the footsteps of their more fortunate brothers from the motherland. In the shortest possible time the factories and shops were taken over by the state and the peasants were collectivist. By the winter of 1940 the peace of the grave had descended on the land. Khrushchev was back in Kiev, lord now of an additional 8 million people, who had been forcibly and, by Russian standards, highly efficiently gleiched and absorbed body and soul into the pattern of Soviet life. It was a formidable satrapy, a population almost as great as the population of Great Britain, the best part of Soviet industry, the best part of Soviet food production. The magnitude of this aggrandizement, and the suffering it caused, was concealed from the West by the fog of war. We had no thought for anyone but Hitler and the terrible things the Germans were doing to the Poles. We watched, sick at heart and outraged, the Soviet invasion of Finland in the winter of 1939, but we saw nothing beyond the bare fact of Soviet occupation of what was going on in eastern Poland. Had the view been clear, the name of Khrushchev would have become a household word 15 years sooner than it did. This was his background, this the nature of his rise, this his early achievement. And this was the man who, with an air of bland innocence, was to ask his diplomatic guests, years later in Moscow, how it was that he managed to make rings round them, although they had been to better schools. This, also, was a man who could later say that he had no responsibility for Stalin's crimes. It depends what one means by a crime. The invasion of Poland and the deportation in atrocious circumstances of over 1 million Poles was not one of the crimes he listed. Nor was Serav's next operation, the mass deportation of hundreds of thousands of Lithuanians, Estonians, Latvians, and Bessarabians when Russia took their countries by agreement with the Germans. Nor was the collectivization, first of Russia, then of eastern Poland. Nor was the killing of the real opposition leaders. Nor, for that matter, was the normal rule of the secret police. Chapter 12. The Great Patriotic War. In June 1941 the Germans, who for months past had been massing their crack troops, armored divisions, and air force formations along the frontiers of Russian-occupied Europe, eastern Poland and the Baltic states, launched their greatest blitzkrieg of all, striking in a single night of flame and terror deep into Khrushchev's new empire, then, cutting through the Soviet armies, carving them up and enveloping them with terrifying ease, far into Belorussia and the Russian Ukraine. "Do you believe that we deserved this?" stammered Molotov to the German ambassador in Moscow, at midnight on June 21, when the tanks were already over the border and the Luftwaffe was pounding railway stations, airfields, and troop concentrations far behind the lines. Point 1. For once this tight little man was thinking as a Russian, not as the spokesman of a gangster tyranny. In the end it was the Russians, paradoxically, who were to save him and his fellow gangsters from the destruction which they had brought on Russia. At some stage in this terrible war Khrushchev, who was the first among the Soviet leaders to feel the direct impact of it, and who was never to be far from the front line and the desolation of the threatened areas, underwent a change of heart. It is impossible to tell just when and how. It was a thing he never mentioned. Point 2. But the Khrushchev who emerged from the war in 1945 was not at all the same man as the Khrushchev who was all but overwhelmed and swept away by it in the summer of 1941. He was to suffer from this change. This is not to say that he had a sudden revelation and turned into a saint, far from it. He remained to the end the consummate career politician, the opportunist, the actor, and the natural bully. But whereas before the war, as we have seen, he had come to identify himself wholly with the tiny boss class, a sycophant, a bootlicker, a most accomplished hypocrite in the service of his master, the conscience-less intriguer against all potential rivals and the scourge of those above whom he was set in authority, afterwards he showed that he had remembered what it was to be a human being and a Russian. More than any of his colleagues, with the single exception of Stanov, who organized and lived through the defense of Leningrad, where 600,000 civilians starved to death, Khrushchev saw at first hand the whole story of the people's reaction to the German invasion. 3. And it is not fantastic to suppose that long before it was all over he had reached the conclusion that violence and coercion were not enough, that Russia was more than the precious Communist Party. Judging by what we know of his behavior immediately after the war, he was then closer to the great mass of his fellow Russians, who believed that they had earned with their suffering and blood trust and consideration from their government, then to Stalin, Beria, Molotov, and Kaganovich, Malenkov too, who seized the first opportunity to blight the newly blossoming national consciousness which, though necessary for defeating the Germans, could be nothing but a threat to the established tyranny. Khrushchev's war record is impossible to unravel, so many contradictory reports have been put out in official publications. It is to his credit that he was never one of the Inner Council, the State Defense Committee, established under Stalin's chairmanship to supervise the conduct of the war. Molotov was vice-chairman, and the other members of the original council were Voroshilov, Malenkov and Beria. This was the remote body which controlled the military conduct of the war, presiding in the first 2 years over the complete breakdown of the great Soviet war machine which Stalin had created, then, in 1938 wrecked, then, in 1941 deployed in the most lunatic manner which could not have helped Hitler more had he been in Hitler's pay. Time and time again this unpleasant gang of unrepresentative thugs, at first huddled together in despondency, later, as things began to go better, recovering their native arrogance, were saved by the Zhukovs, the Vachitins, the Rokossovskis were saved, above all, by the volunteers and conscripts from all the nations of the Soviet Union, whom they had oppressed for so long, and whom they were soon to oppress again. Khrushchev was not among them. He was out in the field. Later, in 1944, after Stalingrad, after the tremendous tank battle for the Kursk salient in the high summer of 1943, with more than 3,000 tanks meeting each other head-on in the steppe, the State Defense Committee was enlarged to include members whose experience was going to be needed in reorganizing, in subduing, the reconquered territories, Mikoyan, Kaganovich, Bulganin, and the brilliant young economist Voznesensky, who was later to be shot out of hand for venturing to disagree with Stalin. 4 But Khrushchev was still not included. He was kept at the job of working actively with the soldiers so long as they fought on Russian or Ukrainian soil, and it was Malenkov, not Khrushchev, who was first sent out to the Ukraine to begin, while the fighting was still going on, the rehabilitation of the Ukrainian economy. Khrushchev, throughout the war, was in uniform. In the words of Oleg Penkovsky, whose hatred of him was pathological, his uniform fitted him as a saddle fits a cow. 5 He was not, of course, a front-line soldier. He was, in effect, the supreme political commissar, master of all the army, corps, regimental and battalion commissars, and, as such, a highly suspect character with the troops. As the civilian chief on the military councils of a variety of fronts, including the Stalingrad front, his main task was to ensure that the Kremlin's orders were carried out, to watch over the loyalty and obedience of the generals, to cooperate with the NKVD troops in standing between the front-line troops and retreat. He had also to watch over the loyalty of party members. Later on in the war, party membership was conferred, as an honor, on all soldiers who had done well, but in the early days, the days of shame and chaos, the party men belonged, one and all, to the ruling elite, and were hated as such. The Germans were under standing orders to shoot them at sight. 6 If they sought succor from the enemy with the Russian peasants, these were scarcely more merciful. In the confusion of retreat, tens of thousands of party members were tempted to tear up their party cards and throw them away. If they survived and sought to make contact with their own units in the rear, they were either shot or reduced to the ranks. Konstantin Simonov's monumental war novel, Victims and Heroes, written after the de-Stalinization, gives the most vivid picture yet of the fearful confusion of the retreats and the encirclements in the early months of the war, and the looting of Moscow in November 1941 when the police had fled to the back areas and the Germans were just down the road. The personal drama of this book is supplied by the injustices suffered by Simonov's hero who, wounded and caught behind the German lines, loses, through no fault of his own, his party card. Khrushchev was the man responsible for the restoration of iron discipline after the terrible late summer months when dazed and bewildered troops, betrayed by inefficient commanders at the front and by Stalin's inadequacy in the rear, found themselves caught between the German tanks and Stukas and a hostile peasantry, which all too often welcomed the Germans as deliverers from oppression. Khrushchev is supposed to have done other things. He is supposed, for example, to have been responsible for the destruction in the Ukraine of all crops, buildings, and immovable engineering works which might be useful to the enemy, and for the evacuation of whole factories, machinery, and workers, from the mines and factories of the Donbas to the safety of the Urals. A great legend has been built up and elaborated about the ruthless execution of Stalin's scorched earth policy and the miraculous transfer of machinery. In fact, it was not like that at all. After the war the earth was scorched indeed, but this was largely the work of the Germans. By far the greater part of the destruction occurred either during the active fighting or, later, in the course of the German retreat. For example, we heard a great deal of the blowing up of Kaganovish's great Dnieper Dam, Dneprostroi, the showpiece of the 30s, by retreating Red Army troops. But at the time it was not critically damaged, and it went on manufacturing electricity for the Germans. It was the Germans who blew it up before they left, as they blew up everything, with a patient, meticulous exactitude wholly foreign to the Russians. To travel, painfully slowly, by train on the newly opened railway from Moscow to the new frontier at Brest-Litovsk in the days after the war was a nightmare experience. For hundreds of miles, for thousands, there was not a standing or a living object to be seen. Every town was flat, every city. There were no barns. There was no machinery. There were no stations, no water towers. There was not a solitary telegraph pole left standing in all that vast landscape, and broad swathes of forest had been cut down all along the line as a protection against ambushes by partisans. All along the line lay the twisted rails pulled up by the Germans, who had worked with special trains fitted with great drag hooks as they moved west. In the fields, unkempt, nobody but women, children, very old men could be seen, and these worked only with hand tools. In winter it was even more uncanny. Then the blanket of snow quite concealed what tiny vestiges of life remained. Mozhaisk, Borodino, Gzatsk, Vyazma, nothing could be seen of these famous towns that were but the brick chimney stacks, relics of wooden houses, sticking up above the snow like surrealist graveyards. Smolensk stood, a ruin, on its hill. Minsk, the great capital of Byelorussia, simply was not there, only a plain of snow, broken by meaningless hummocks. As for White Russia, so it was for the Ukraine. Certainly immense efforts were made to evacuate machinery, factory by factory, to the east, and Khrushchev, among other more urgent responsibilities concerned with trying desperately to hold the line, was technically responsible for this. But his overseer was Malenkov, in charge of war production, and for every factory whose machinery was moved, many were left intact. The workers, more often than not, were got away, but, in the Urals, they had to build new factories and new machines. At the height of the German threat to Moscow, when the city was all but surrounded, the train carrying the diplomatic corps and military missions away from danger, took 5 days to cover the 600 miles from Moscow to Kuyabyshev. Most of that time was spent in sidings. And my most vivid memory is of the endless trains moving west from Siberia, carrying up fresh troops, fresh guns, fresh equipment to fight under Zhukov in that last desperate battle for Moscow, quite blocking the lines to the east. While all along the line, in sidings, or tumbled into fields, were trainloads of machinery, rusting under the snow, machinery which had been wrenched from concrete beds, breaking the mountings which bolted them down, scattered uselessly and aimlessly all over that desolate landscape under the first early snow, and regiment after regiment of derelict and rusting locomotives, brought thus far from the west and left standing idle for want of men to drive them and to service them, for want of tracks to move them farther west. Even then, when the lines were jammed with troops being brought up from the rear, when every machine that could be got to the east was urgently needed, the State Defense Committee could think of nothing better to do than to clutter the lines still further with trains of deportees, including inoffensive Volga Germans from the trim and immemorial colonies below Saratov, being conveyed by heaven knew what roundabout routes, and dying on the way as they waited in their cattle trucks, unwarmed. unfed, on their interminable journey to the deep Siberian interior. And with the deportees were political prisoners of all kinds, picked up by Beria's men because they had lost their identity cards in the flight from burning villages, because somebody had denounced them, because Beria's men in their smart and plushy uniforms, the only well-fed, well-clothed men in that vast suffering country on the edge of disintegration, still had their quota of arrests to fulfill. Khrushchev was away from all this, though still very much part of the machine. He is also officially said to have been the prime organizer of partisan warfare behind the German lines. He must, by virtue of his position, certainly have had something to do with this, but the great center of partisan warfare, which was the scourge and terror of the German soldiery hanging on in those immense and brooding forests 1,000 miles away from home, was not in the Ukraine but in Belorussia to the north, and it was organized from the civilian point of view above all by Panteleimon Ponomarenko, Khrushchev's opposite number in Minsk, who was to rise high and then be reduced by Khrushchev in 1955. It is inconceivable that Khrushchev, spending all his time at the HQ of fronts and armies, could have given more than the broadest oversight to the raising and training of partisan units and their dispatch to join the resistance workers in German-occupied territory. There were not many resistance workers in the Ukraine and the open steppe was no place for guerrilla warfare. There Khrushchev's main concern was with collaborators, who swarmed. With Red Army deserters they went over to the Germans in organized units, never properly employed, under the supreme command of General Vlasov, one of the heroes of the defense of Moscow. Despairing of equity and justice for the Russian people, he tried in vain to get the Germans to use him intelligently with the whole object of overthrowing that leadership. Nevertheless, Khrushchev must have been very much aware of the heroism of the partisans, as of the detestation of the regime on the part of the majority of his own Ukrainian flock. For just as hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians seized the opportunity of the war to revolt against their own regime, and hundreds of thousands more all over the fighting area refused even elementary cooperation with their own troops, so there were millions who fought to the death for Russia, their own people and their own soil. Because they needed a symbol, and because Stalin in November 1941, when one and all believed that he had fled from Moscow with his government and the police, had delivered from the Mayakovsky underground station his great rallying speech, calling the Russian people his brothers and sisters, and because he had allowed the churches to reopen and had enlisted God, or at least the Orthodox hierarchy, on his side, and because he now talked about Russia and patriotism instead of Lenin and Bolshevism. And because increasingly he was presented as a hero figure, stern, remote, but loving and wise. Because of all this they died with the word Stalin on their lips, invoking the man who had been their scourge for so long and who, without turning a hair, as soon as the war was over and victory won, was to become once again the scourge of the survivors. The partisans, quite often desperately young, quite often girls in their teens equipped like men with grenades and pistols and Tommy guns, trained in back areas and then brought forward to infiltrate through the dark forests behind the enemy lines, were everything that legend says they were. A British general, upstanding and tough, on one of the rare occasions when a representative of the Western Allies was allowed anywhere near the front, was asked to inspect a detachment of partisans who had just finished their final training at a divisional headquarters and were due to go over into no man's land, and beyond, that very night. Among these ranks of young and solemn faces, standing rigidly to attention, there were 3 or 4 girls in their teens, their hair cut short, loaded down with lethal ironmongery. They saluted with the rest, answering questions in clipped and formal tones. The Englishman, remembering his own daughters, had to turn away and weep. 7. Khrushchev, for all his preoccupation with the higher strategy and the higher discipline, was deeply involved in these scenes. He knew that his people were fighting for Russia, not for communism. For the first time he was not going among them to bully them, he was there to bless them and encourage them fighting as they were, incidentally, to save him and to save Russia, which he also loved. He saw, too, the way in which the able commanders were being muddled about by orders from Moscow, and the way in which the sycophantic and inefficient commanders were being rewarded with decorations for their subservience to Stalin, to whom he had been utterly subservient for so long. He saw at first hand the heroism of Stalingrad. 8. He also carried out unspeakable actions, forcing commanders to persist in attacks against their professional judgment, so that they committed suicide when they failed. We need not believe all his self-praising anecdotes in the secret speech. He was denigrating Stalin, smearing Malenkov, exalting himself. But a modicum we may believe. It is the likeliest thing in the world that at the time of the ill-conceived and luckless Kharkov offensive in 1942 he did in fact telephone the Kremlin for permission to call the operation off before it led to a major encirclement of the attacking Red Army. No doubt Stalin did say, either in person or through Malenkov, "Let things stand as they are." 9. Khrushchev somehow implies that he fought against this decision, but there is nothing in his actual words to show that he did anything of the kind, and it would have been improbable. In those days Khrushchev still touched his cap to Stalin and did what he was told. The only point to be made here is that Khrushchev would have had to be an emotionless monster to live through the experiences he undoubtedly shared without asking himself whether Stalin, whether he as Stalin's loyal agent, had been on the right course. He was the representative of the Politburo on the critical fronts. He was directly responsible for every political commissar throughout the vast commands which operated within his territories. More than any other man he must have been aware of the suspicion, the detestation, of the fighting troops for these men who could, at will, and without understanding either strategy or tactics or the simplest logistics, interfere with their commanders' orders in obedience to their rule of thumb understanding of general directives from the Kremlin. It is inconceivable that he did not vow to himself to order things better himself if ever he got the chance. He got the chance in 1944. The Ukraine was free of Germans. Stalin at once reappointed him first secretary of the Ukraine, and more besides, he was made chairman of the Ukrainian Council of Commissars into the bargain, thus duplicating Stalin's own dual position as head of the party and head of the administration of the Soviet Union. It was an extraordinary accumulation of power, unprecedented under Stalin. It meant that although Khrushchev had been excluded from the Defense Council, the Inner Cabinet, and although he had not been promoted beyond lieutenant general, Stalin had been impressed by his practical performance in the field and was convinced of his total loyalty. It also meant jealousy among his colleagues. It was not a question of them asking who this jumped-up Khrushchev was. With his absolute power over the richest land of the Soviet Union, they knew just who he was: overbearing, loud, boastful, and yet cunning. And this man had been turned into a miniature Stalin, free, as none of them were, to run in his own way the affairs of a vast territory with a population almost as large as France. But not quite free. Apart from Stalin, who was now far more concerned with his international activities, with shining as a world statesman, than with what went on at home, there were two other men who had a lively and practical interest in what Khrushchev was doing, both dedicated to cutting him down to size. One was Malenkov, the other Andreev. Malenkov had by now made his name as the drive behind Soviet war production. He was still only a candidate member of the Politburo, but his membership of the State Defense Committee from the beginning had marked him out as a special case. In 1944 he was put in charge of the rehabilitation of the liberated areas. The greatest and most important liberated area was Khrushchev's Ukraine. Andreev, the dim but tough administrator, a member not only of the Politburo but also of the Secretariat, had been in charge of agriculture since 1943. The richest agricultural area in the whole of the Soviet Union was Khrushchev's Ukraine. Thus both these men could legitimately concern themselves with Khrushchev's activities, could keep Stalin informed about him in detail, and were in an ideal position for conspiring against him. At first things were too desperate to permit indulgence in the usual power game of intrigue and counter-intrigue. The liberated areas had to be put into running order, and jealous comrades were compelled by the sheer weight of events to work together in harness. But before long, Khrushchev's rivals were to get their chance. Chapter 13. Reconstruction, Russification. The reason why for some years after the war the whole of Western Russia, Belarusia, and the Ukraine seemed empty of people in winter was that, the houses all being gone, the people were living in dugouts, pits dug into the earth and roofed over with fir branches, wattle, and earth, as a rule a length of stovepipe stuck out of the humped roof scarcely lifted above the ground. Hundreds of thousands, indeed millions, lived like this, not only all over the countryside but also amid the ruins of the great cities, Minsk, Stalingrad, Kiev. The people were not only without houses, they were dressed in rags. For 4 years, from 1941 until 1945, there had been no clothes of any description to be bought throughout the length and breadth of the Soviet Union. There were no boots or shoes. The peasants went about barefoot or in bast shoes, or, if they were very lucky indeed, in winter, the traditional felt valanki, worn to almost nothing. Men and women could not go to work in the factories for lack of boots or shoes. Children, for the same reason, had to be kept from school. There was very little food. The starvation years of 1941-2 were over, but nearly everyone was hungry. Cattle in immense numbers had been slaughtered, or had died of hunger while being moved back ahead of the advancing Germans. Crops were unsown. The whole country, apart from the tremendous new war industries in the east, was derelict and at a standstill. The Ukraine was ravaged, burnt, and blasted. 2.1